at how far past their boss is dropping here. Are they going to get the one face? Hold on.
I've changed my mind again. It's definitely possible. It can be done.
Wow.
Void meta on the side of Liquid. Now City is entering that Void meta. 15% on the boss for Liquid, but Dignitas have already downed Dignitas, stopping the clock at 12 minutes, 11 seconds.
Yet final Athraxian, they've got him. The interrupt is out. Liquid now going into Divine Guile phase of their own, but Dignitas, they have the Ascendants back off cooldown. They're sending this boss home.
Down goes Lathraxian, a 3-0 for Dignitas here, sweeping Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, look at this for Liquid on the left side here. They are going to the moon.
Wow. They killed it in the burn.
真的是已经快上一整个 boss 了。那么大计划最后抬走 boss 13分钟，刚刚好。
We are dropping.
真的是已经快上一整个 boss 了。那么大计划最后抬走 boss 13分钟，刚刚好。
We are dropping down to the single digits on Restless Heart, and in a series that couldn't have been any closer or any crazier.
Oh no, the fear goes off.
Spellbook.
The whispers of the void have long foretold the coming of the end. And they say it's here. The Mythic Dungeon International Season 1 Finals have arrived. There's 4 coveted spots to be won for BlizzCon 2026, and only one team that can be crowned our Season 1 champions. There's no more time to practice. Our teams have to lay it on the line here and now if they want to win it all. I'm your host, Rookery, back again with your MDI casters. Tettles, we are about to see our top teams from all of the group weekends facing off. How exciting do you think it's going to be?
And then there were 8. We have narrowed down the top teams from 3 group weekends plus the China finals, and we have the best the world has to offer in a speed-running competition. This is one of the most hotly contested finals we have ever seen in Midnight Season 1. This is going to be a phenomenal weekend. I am so stoked to see what the teams have brought to the table.
Me too. Honestly, they are bringing a lot, and we have some incredible contenders. I mean, Dratnos, here we are already, the beginning of the end for Season 1. Has it lived up to your expectations?
I would say it's exceeded my expectations so far. Getting to this point, we have seen some maps come down to a handful of seconds. We have seen some of the most incredible strategies. We've seen all these different compositions as well that the teams have been using in these dungeons, and yeah, the level that the top few teams have gotten to, how close they all are, something I've never seen before.
Honestly, I feel like Season 1 has just opened up with such a bang. I can't wait to see what everything else has in store. But this weekend, I mean, there's so much on the line for our teams. Zyra, with BlizzCon on the horizon, do they want to win now more than ever?
Oh, I mean, for sure. In all of the winners interviews we've conducted over the past couple of Cup weekends, one of the primary motivating factors for the teams was getting to play at BlizzCon. Not only for the chance to play on stage in front of the crowd, but also because a large majority of that prize money is centered around BlizzCon. The 4 teams that make it to BlizzCon split $300,000. It's insane.
It's amazing. I mean, becoming our Season 1 champions is honestly something I think everybody wants to do, but that BlizzCon prize at the end, it is something that they are definitely looking forward to. And while it has been a long journey that has brought us to this point in Season 1, every single weekend has had a story to tell. So let's go ahead and reflect on what brought us to this point. Now, all of this began back in April in our global time trials. And a reminder, you all can sign up for these too. So get in there, have fun, participate, and who knows, you might rank higher than you even think. From those, the top 24 teams moved on to our groups, with the top 8 teams from our China time trials moving along for their own group stage as well. From those groups, 2 teams from each made it here to the Season 1 finals, where our top 8 are facing off for $100,000 in the prize pool. And of course, becoming our Season 1 champions is huge in its own right, but this year we have this added prize of securing a ticket to BlizzCon if you end up in our top 4. So Dratnos, what do you think makes competing at BlizzCon so special for the teams?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot going for this, right? There's the prize pool, of course, a huge prize pool at BlizzCon, but I think the biggest thing is just getting to compete on that stage in front of everybody. I don't think it's something that these teams it's a special prize, even just making it to that point. And then, of course, the chance of winning there in front of everybody is indescribable.
I mean, when you're there with the crowd, I feel like the energy has to just be so incredible. And it's been 3 years since the last BlizzCon, even longer, since WoW Esports were live at the event. So, Zyro, what are some of your favorite memories of being there in the crowd with everybody?
Yeah, like you said, we had the Guild Clash 3 years ago, but the last time we had a live stage at BlizzCon was in 2019, when we saw Method EU win on the big stage. It was awesome events. The hype from the crowd was just insane, not only for the event, but the thing that really stuck out for me was when we got to watch the previews at the start of the show where they showed off all of their new cinematics. The trailer for Shadowlands was played, and we got to stay up on stage throughout the whole pre-show, and it was just incredible. Just being able to soak in the vibes from the crowd, I can't wait to get back there.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see all of you there and to be there for my first time at BlizzCon. And of course, we are going to make so many memories, everybody together, when we're there. But before that, our teams have some memories of their own to make this weekend here and now for our Season 1 finals. The finals bring with them prizes and medals to be won. And our teams are competing for $100,000. Of course, if you get higher up in the rankings, you get more of that prize pool. So teams want to get as high as they can. And we can't forget about the custom Midnight Season 1 medals that our top 3 teams will win. These designs are impeccable, and hey, you know what? You can even bring them to BlizzCon, wear them around, show them off, be like real low-key like that. But I think, honestly, these designs... These designs are so cool. You know, you might as well do something to commemorate the season. And of course, that's not to mention that across all our finals here and at BlizzCon, we have a total prize pool of $800,000. That is huge for the teams, and it sets the stakes even higher for those of us watching. Esports fans are going to be eaten well at BlizzCon because the MDI won't be the only competition you can see live, though. We'll also have our Arena World Championship Grand Finals. And speaking of, today, our MDI broadcast doesn't wrap with our last dungeon. Our last showdown today will actually determine the final team going to BlizzCon from the AWC. Dratnos, what can our viewers expect from the cross-region playoff happening right after the MDI today?
Yeah, that's right. Just a few short minutes after the last match today, we're going to have our third-placed teams from the Americas and Europe regions that saw the play last weekend. They are going to be going head-to-head. It's going to be a best-of-7 format with a bit of a twist. Because it's an NA team and an EU team, of course, the ping, a little bit of a bigger deal in the AWC than it is in the MDI. And so the teams are going to alternate between home and away matches. And in order to win, you have to lead by 2 or more maps after the best-of-7 also has finished as well. So it is a big, high-stakes matchup, and it might go more than 7. It could go infinite. We could have infinite matches here, so it could go all the way till tomorrow even.
Great, so we'll just do MDI tomorrow, we'll have AWC on the side, they'll still keep going, we'll see who emerges the victor, but hopefully they'll be able to settle it tonight. It's going to be a big one and really exciting, I promise. Even if you think you like PvE more, check out this PvP because it's going to be a really cool time. And that gives us some information about the AWC playoffs, but let's go ahead and get back to what we're here for today, the MDI and the rules that we have for this weekend. If you've been following the competition so far, you'll notice that this weekend has some changes in its format. Tuddles, can you give everybody a rundown on what they might see this weekend for our rules?
Yeah, okay, so if you're tuning in for the first time, you haven't seen much of this MDI season, first off, welcome. Secondly, we got some rules to discuss. So we are no longer in a pushing format, we're actually in a speedrunning format where the teams are going head-to-head. We've already narrowed down the field to the top 8 teams. So the format, it's head-to-head in best-of-3 dungeons, where the finals is a best-of-5. The map pools are kind of interesting, though. So you see that final blurb at the bottom on the season final. It says, dungeon bans are reintroduced, no spec variety rule. So if you watched the group stage, we had a spec variety rule where every single map teams would ban 3 specializations. That is no longer going to be in play here. Instead, we are going to get the fastest strategies on what the teams determine to be the best compositions. But as a result, they're also going to have bans in terms of dungeon bans, and we've seen the meta for that over the last couple seasons be a little bit different. Sometimes you target ban against your opponents depending on what you think is their best map. Sometimes you ban a map that you think is particularly bad for you. There's kind of a little bit of strategy involved with dungeon bans, but each team gets a ban. You're not allowed to ban the first map in a series. The dungeons are also from the 16 to 19 range, which is quite a bit higher than what we saw during group play. I think that putting those dungeons to that level 19 is going to be a really big deal. Now, there is the additional bonus gear that has been applied now for finals that wasn't apparent for group stage on the trinkets and the weapons, so they are a little bit higher item level. But even still, I would not be shocked if on those 19s we see full wipes or partial wipes, at least in some capacity, because those are quite high key.
The difficulty is definitely rising in proportion to the stakes of the finals, and I'm really curious to see how the teams are going to rise to meet that challenge. Of course, while the spec variety rule challenge might be gone for them, I do want to briefly touch on the fact, though, that thanks to CN, we now have all of our specs checked off. So, Dratnos, what final specs did China show us during their weekend?
Yeah, this is pretty hype. So we saw most of the specs across our 3 global weekends before the China weekend, but then China obliged and provided the final 2 specs that we were missing, which were Holy Priest and MM Hunter. Here you can see on the right-hand side, we actually had both of them, in fact, in the same run. That was the only time we saw the MM Hunter. We actually saw quite a bit of Holy Priest and also Discipline Priest, though, out of this region. So it'll be interesting to see if either of the 2 representatives from China actually end up busting out either of those healing specs or some of the other specs. This region played a lot of Ret Pally as well, which is another very, very strong option. We've seen the West use it as well in some of the maps, so definitely something that might get some use, although without the spec variety rule really incentivizing it, there's also a good chance that we are going to see teams really hone in on these hyper optimized strategies with those dominant, Aug Evoker comps that we saw a lot of when teams saved the spec variety rule for that last map in a series, for instance. They'd pull it out.
Yeah, it was really fun getting to see the strategy teams were taking, the approaches. And of course, CN, I love seeing different regions, what they might bring to the table. Getting to see a little Priest was also fun since we didn't see much of it early on. So glad we could round out all of the specs and also get some really great gameplay and some fantastic teams here now for the Season 1 Finals. After that weekend with CN, we actually got to see who all was going to be here for these finals, and we have a ridiculously stacked lineup all trying to outrace each other. Zyro, what are some of the teams we're going to be seeing today?
Yeah, so in case you missed the Cup weekends, I'll give you a brief rundown on how all of the teams looked back in their respective Cups, starting it up with Group A, Mandatory. Started off our competition strong, putting together an entire deathless weekend. Not a single death on any of their dungeons the entire weekend. Can they keep that up? These players, some of the players on this team have won 10, 12 MDIs throughout the years, of the winningest players of all time. They'll want to add another one to their list there now under this new banner, under Mandatory. Sin SPELLBOOK upset Polish Mountain that weekend and stole away that number 2 slot, playing in the Global Finals. Can they continue to play upset this weekend? We'll have to find out. Moving on to Group B, Triple Threat ended up winning the weekend, but not after going through some controversy. ANTTIS Angels actually won the upper finals bracket match against them. Triple Threat was able to come back to the lower bracket and win the grand finals to secure the number 1 seed, but both of these teams definitely have more to play for this weekend. We'll see if they can clean up their play this time around. In Group C, it was DIGNITAS looking very dominant throughout the entire weekend over a Team Liquid who looked a little less strong than I believe we as casters thought. Of course, Liquid did have a substitute with Cine subbing in for Boomy at the last moment, probably about 4 or 5 days before the weekend of competition, so they clearly weren't in their strongest point. Well, the last couple of weekends of practice have helped them to look like the number 1 seed team we thought they were going to be. We'll have to find out later this weekend. And of course, we capped it off with the Chinese weekend with Big Lucky actually looking like one of the strongest Chinese teams that we've seen in years, since the Aster days. These guys were incredible. They put up some of the fastest times in all of the dungeons over all of the teams. They had times that were beating Mandatory times, which is something we have never seen from a Chinese team. They looked incredibly powerful. I think they're going to be a strong contender this weekend. Interrupt looked solid, but I think they have a lot of work before they can potentially match up against our number 1 seeds. Although, like we were talking about, guys, it's been weeks since we've seen some of these teams play. There's been a lot of time for iteration and evolution of strategies. You never really know what they're going to bring when it comes to the grand finals.
It's such a good group, and I think that there are so many surprises in store. I mean, we have these heavy hitters like you were pointing out, Zyro, but then also these teams coming in that have put up some seriously impressive times. So if any of you want to watch the teams from their point of view, even as you're tuning into the MDI, be sure to check out our co-streaming competitors, I should say. They have their player point of views up here on Twitch, and if you head over and type into the search bar MDI, you should be able to see a list of players currently broadcasting so that you can get their point of view as well. You can find out more information if you'd like to in the MDI Discord. And with that refresher of our competing teams here for the Season 1 Finals, Tettles, can you give us some insights into how they'll be going up against one another in our bracket?
All right, let's talk about the storylines that we have for today with the bracket. So first off, the first series of the day is Mandatory versus Interrupt. It is the favorite. They were the #1 seed during time trials. They had some of the most accomplished players in the world on their team, and they are facing up against Interrupt. How is Mandatory going to look? We didn't really know how they were going to look going into their group weekend with this new configuration of players. Like Zyro said, they went deathless through their weekend. They were dominant. I don't think that there's a better way to really describe it. Interrupt, they got a really big journey ahead of them. Being able to play upset here would be massive. I think for Interrupt, they had a couple dungeons that were quite good for them. Maybe like the Magister's Terrace was really good. What does them playing upset look like? Then we have my matchup of the day. Big Lucky versus Liquid in that second matchup, where we have the China #1 team that put up a bunch of world record times during the China finals, being faster than a lot of the Western region, versus Liquid, a team that during their group weekend, it was very apparent that a last-minute replacement was causing them some problems, right? It seemed like they were a little bit ill-prepared in terms of compositions, and some maps they just looked a little bit shaky on. But whenever they had everything into gear, they were dominant, right? They looked fantastic in like a Skyreach. Has Liquid and the additional practice that they've gotten over the last couple weeks, how is that going to let them match up against Big Lucky? I feel like that is a series that could go to 3 maps and is going to be quite close. Then we have the triple threat versus Sin Spellbook. For Sin Spellbook, they were very good at the spec variety rule, but the spec variety rule is not apparent in the finals. So, I think it's going to be a little bit tough for them, but that was also 4 weeks ago where they have a lot more practice to be able to showcase for the finals. And for the triple threat, they got upset by ANTTIS Angels during the Group B upper finals. Have the triple threat been able to recover from that? Are they going to be more consistent? Kind of an interesting talking point. And then the last matchup, we have DIGNITAS versus ANTTIS Angels, the returning defending MDI champions against ANTTIS Angels, the team that actually played spoiler in the Group B upper finals. What is that going to look like? Are DIGNITAS going to continue that trend of being quite good at any format we give them? Because they've talked about time and time again that they prefer the pushing format over speedrunning, but they are really good at both.
Yeah, it's honestly such an impressive lineup of teams. And I mean, there's a lot on the line as you're looking at what's my kind of course that I'm charting through this bracket, right? I mean, Zyro, what do you think is the best way for these teams to secure victory today and get BlizzCon locked in?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious, most important thing to look at is that upper bracket semifinal match, right? You win your first 2 matches, you're into BlizzCon. That's a top 3 slot secured. So that's going to be like the main thing most of these teams are focused on. We talk a lot in the group stage about, maybe you don't think you're going to win your first matchup and you practice for the lower bracket. No, that's not going to be on any of these teams' mind. It's win-win. Win first 2 matches, get to BlizzCon right now.
Yeah, you want to lock that victory in as fast as possible. I mean, we love as viewers getting to see when it comes down to the wire and the teams are like fighting to lock it in and they're just going to make it. But the teams are like, we just want to be sure that we're going. We want to win it if we can. Let's just keep focusing and find the clearest way through. So no doubt the teams are really going to want to come right out of these opening series as strong as they can, which means they're going to be playing all out even here on day 1. And of course, there's only 3 days total, though, left of Season 1. So what matchup out of the ones we've been talking about do you think is going to be the biggest one to watch today, Dratnos?
I actually think we're starting off the day with one of the ones that is most exciting for me. We're going to have that Mandatory versus Interrupt series. Not only will this let us get to gauge Interrupt's caliber against one of the best teams in the world, but we haven't seen Mandatory play in over a month. This is a team that came in and did a deathless stomp through their group weekend. It was an absolutely incredible feat. A lot has changed since then. There's been a lot of new strategies debuted by other squads. The spec variety rule is, of course, out, and map bans are in. There's been tank balance. There's better gear available as well. How will Mandatory adjust to this new environment? Will they be able to beat the benchmark that they themselves set back in the Group A weekend?
Well, you heard it. You heard it from Dratnos, everybody. This first matchup is going to be a huge one to watch today. I know we all have our eyes on how these two teams are going to measure up, just like Dratnos was saying. So it is time for our first prediction poll of the Season 1 finals. Get your predictions in chat, and we will start looking at how these two teams might clash here as we start things off. Now, Tettles, this is our first CN versus the West game. Would you say that Mandatory are the favorites here, or how do you think Interrupt is going to show up this weekend?
I mean, I think Mandatory are undoubtedly the favorites. I feel like that is a team that voting against them, we talked about it whenever they were Method EU, we talked about it whenever they were Echo. Now, they don't have the exact same composition here of players, but I feel like Mandatory have assumed that right, where it's like we should probably vote for them until we have a reason to believe that they are going to lose any map. And for Mandatory, I mean, their group weekend play was phenomenal. I think that they are the favorites here for sure.
Yeah, I think it would be a long shot for Interrupt to overtake them, but Interrupt did show well. I mean, of course, it seems like our CN teams are looking stronger than they've been in past seasons, especially with the speedrunning, so maybe there's a shot here, but Zyro, I think it's going to be even harder because Mandatory have been together in person doing a training boot camp to try and really get in some extra, teamwork and camaraderie. Do you think it's going to give them a buff before the finals?
Oh, dude, absolutely. This is so cool. I think this is the first time we've actually had an MDI team do an in-person boot camp. They've been at Mandatory headquarters for the past 10 days now, I believe, practicing together, eating dinner together, going off and doing things at the beach together, just bonding as a team, getting ready for the competition. And for a team that already looked as strong as they did, we've said it a few times already, they were deathless in their cup weekend, which is wild to say. If they get better than that for this weekend, all of the other teams need to be on watch. I believe we also have a live feed of them in the studio as well. Yeah, here it is. This is so cool. This is actually literally just a live feed of them right now, getting ready to play their match, getting prepped. Oh, can't wait for this one.
Oh my god, they're in the capital of Vermont.
Yeah, that's exactly where they are, Tuttles. You got it. You got it. Your American is showing just a little bit. That's okay. I'm also there. This is amazing, though. Honestly, I love seeing them come together like this. It's so fun to see the team and know that right now they're gathered all together, and no doubt that training is going to pay off. But of course, I mean, Interrupt is the only team that took a map off of Big Lucky, which is the real powerhouse coming out of the CN bracket. So, Dranos, do you think that they might have a shot at being able to do that to Mandatory?
Absolutely, yeah. This is a team that definitely could play an upset role here. This is a team that hasn't been tested against the West yet, and they are also warmed up. They played just 2 short weekends ago, so I think that Mandatory are definitely... This is one of the more lopsided ones on paper, but the MDI isn't played on paper. It's played on World of Warcraft.
Trentus, you never fail to just bring revelations that blow my mind. Thank you so much for your insights and your astute observations. It is. We're playing World of Warcraft here, everybody, and our teams have come in with their map bans here in the game. So it looks like we are going to have Windrunner Spire and Mysara Caverns eliminated from this pool, leaving us with Pit of Saran, Magister's Terrace, and Nexus Point Zenith. Tuttles, how do you think the lineup looks for these two teams?
Interesting. Interrupt had a really good Magister's Terrace during the China finals. Now, it is on that 19 Keystone level, which has the potential to be very volatile. But I think if there was a map that Interrupt is going to win, it's, likely to be that Magister's Terrace. The Windrunner Spire and the Mysara's Caverns, I feel like it's hard to really know what the ban reasoning is for both of these two teams. I don't think they're target banning against other people. They're probably just banning out what maps they think that they are less adept at dealing with. Like you look at your timers and you're like, okay, we think our timer is not that great in here, so you ban that map. And I think it makes sense for both of these two teams here.
Yeah, I can see it 100%. I mean, Zyro, we've seen obviously the teams come in and tackle these dungeons, but especially with the higher key levels, do you think there's any additional challenges coming their way? Oh man, look at this Mandatory. Yeah, Mandatory is definitely the favorite to win here, Zyro, as they go into these maps.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at the maps that are left open, Tuttle said Interrupt had a decent-looking Magister's Terrace. I would say it's a solid Magister's Terrace. I think Big Lucky just, didn't have a practice Magister's Terrace, which is what let Interrupt kind of steal that dungeon away from them. But again, I think the main storyline is here, you can't just have an okay dungeon against Mandatory. You have to have a perfect dungeon against these guys in order to beat them. And even then, you kind of need them to make mistakes, too.
So I will say something that's kind of unique is since the Challenger's Peril has been added at the very beginning of the War Within, the 15-second death timers, and especially with how close these teams have been during group weekends, but now we're going to expand that into the finals. I think that if a team has 1 or 2 deaths and the other team is able to have a clean run, that almost is map losing in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it really play a huge role, and of course, it's going to play a role in this series as well, but we've got to get our predictions in, even as you were getting yours in, chat. So, let's kick things off. Dratnos, who do you think is going to take it, and by how much?
I'm going to go with a controversial prediction here that I hope nobody else will copy me on this one, because this is my own innovative idea of what's going to happen in this series. I'm going to go with a 2-0 for Mandatory. It's already down there as well.
They put it before you said anything.
2-0 for Mandatory. That's I'm going out on a limb here.
Just put it for all of
so
us,
brave.
man. Put it for all of us.
Yeah, I
Come
would
on.
say, you know what, I gotta agree with Zyro. Unless Tettles, are you gonna oppose this, or are you going 2-0?
I put 250,000 points on Mandatory. I was part of the 99% here. I gotta get the points where I can get them.
Listen, this is a classic
Wait.
David versus Goliath matchup, right? Like, yes, Mandatory are the insane favorites, but like Settle said, if they stutter a little bit, if they slip and fall, Interrupt could potentially upset here. There's an outside chance. None of us think it's going to happen, but it could happen.
If they have internet issues, all 5 of them are going out at the same time.
That's true. Good
Sure,
comms.
that's one condition. That's one condition. Honestly, though, I agree. I think, especially as we get to see these regions finally kind of cross these boundaries, get into the mix, join in for groups and for the Season 1 finals, right? You never exactly know what's going to happen. And Mandatory, it's going to be hard to take them down, especially when they have been training harder than ever and really locking that cohesion in. They were already so strong, as if they really needed to get any stronger. But Interrupt has a chance to come in here. They have a chance as well, because even if they get knocked to that lower bracket, there's still a path forward for them. So I think show your best, try to lock it in. Like we said, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, especially on these like opening kind of matches here, Dratnos, because if the teams can lock this in, if they can get those first couple upper bracket runs, then they are able to secure a spot for BlizzCon.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like we said, 2 match wins in a row here at the start of the day, at the start of the weekend. That's going to get you to BlizzCon. Now, you can't win 2 today. Every team is only playing 1 today. But today you can get halfway. You can get halfway to BlizzCon today by winning 1 match. That is an incredible motivator for these teams.
Yeah, you want to be able to chart that course, and it starts today and here and now. Now, of course, with Mandatory and Interrupt, this is going to be a big, big matchup, and Interrupt has a lot of work. But with the CN weekend, Tettles, I mean, what did we see from Interrupt? You said they were looking like they had at least a Magister's Terrace that was strong. Was there anything else that stood out to you?
I think that they were actually really good at navigating the spec variety rule, which that's not something that's going to be super present here. I think somebody pointed out that they had like really weird ability to be able to play like Demon Hunter and DK, I think, during their group weekend as well. So have they been able to solidify more meta compositions, I think, is kind of a question. I think that there's also still room for innovations in terms of compositions. While the Unholy DK augmentation Evoker Devourer Demon Hunter seems like it's going to probably be a very popular composition this weekend, we did see a lot of Arms Warrior and like Havoc Demon Hunter and Frost Death Knight. Those could be specializations that pop up this weekend. Is there ever going to be a surprise pick that gives you an edge? That's kind of a question that I have as well.
It'll be exciting to see, and we're going to hopefully see things here. There it is. Mandatory versus Interrupt. This is our first map of the day as we come in here and see how these 2 regions are going to clash, Dratnos.
All right, the Warlock showing up for Interrupt already. The Destruction Warlock, actually something that did get quite a bit of use over in that region. If anybody's looking for some more MDI action as well, you can go catch those VODs of our rebroadcast of the China weekend from 2 weekends ago, whenever we're done here with the MDI and AWC. Mandatory, on the other hand, I think playing a lot more of what we're expecting the most common composition to be this weekend, right? That Bear, that Mistweaver, the Aug Evoker, the Unholy DK, and the Devourer Demon Hunter. Such strong specializations. 3 of the hero classes as well. All the DPS are hero classes. An interesting phenomenon with this composition.
Yeah, and if you saw above the damage meter for both of these teams, they both elected to pull 40% enemy forces in their first pull of this dungeon. Once this pull is able to get dealt with by both teams, they are going to have north of 40% count. The Bloodlust is fading for Interrupt. They're already going and clicking those quarry camp residents. And for Mandatory, they're still dealing with the trash pack.
Yeah, interesting. Interrupt actually able to get quite a good advantage out of the start of this dungeon. The gateway comes in as well. That's probably a big part of the reason for the Warlock here for Interrupt is that exact gateway, allowing them to walk past that Proto Drake, some of those more annoying enemies over there. Mandatory are going to be able to dodge that as well, but you can see here it's going to involve a shift and probably a rescue on this 3-seater mount. Yes, okay. Looks like Mandatory able to set this up as well, but Interrupt, Tettles, they're charging into the boss way ahead of Mandatory.
Are they just ahead by 15 seconds? Is that what's going on here for Interrupt? The number 2 seeded Chinese team. Look at this. They have engaged Forge Master Garfrost. Now their tank, he does not have Incarn available, and this is a lot of trash mobs. 31 mobs to be exact that are just pelting down on the tank. The Barkskin has faded, and now he is rotating to that Incarn while also getting that Life Cocoon. And Interrupt here, they're just hitting Forge Master Garfrost, trying to chip away at his HP, but Mandatory, now they have also engaged the boss.
That Destruction Warlock is just absolutely melting everything here for Interrupt. 1.5 million DPS, more than 50% ahead of anybody over on Mandatory. Really impressive performance from that Destruction Warlock, but as the trash starts to die here, is it going to start to fall off compared to Mandatory's damage composition? I think the answer might be yes here. You can see Interrupt still holding on to a slight lead on the boss, about a 5% HP lead, as almost all of the trash is now dead. And it looks like that lead is holding, Tettles. Even though they've lost that funnel damage now, they are still dealing quite an impressive amount of single target here.
I think it's one of those things, it's kind of hard to actually get additional single target damage. Oh my god, look at this. Interrupt. We saw this during the China finals. They did that. They actually set up a Transcendence outside the room. They send their monk to go pull that Dreadlich pack, and then he Wernstones back. And for Mandatory, it looks like they're on a similar lifestyle as that Lich has arrived in the poll for both of these two teams, giving them a little bit more count, giving their evokers a little bit more funnel. But like you were talking about, it's actually kind of hard to be able to overtake a team whenever you're talking about just pure boss damage. It doesn't really matter too much the composition, although, you know, compositions do matter a little bit. But I think that for Interrupt, look at this. They're actually gaining an advantage on boss damage compared to Mandatory here.
Yeah, this is wild. Interrupt are just doing so much DPS here, and I was a little bit worried about this Destruction Warlocks maybe falling off, but finally now the last extra mob has died here. So finally it is pure single target for Interrupt. 90% of this boss they were able to be fighting other trash with. An absolutely incredible performance, and they are definitely in the lead here. The boss is dead with 10% still left for Mandatory, so Interrupt not only held on to that lead from the start, they accelerated through the middle of that boss fight, and they are not stopping yet. They are already now activating the next prisoners and charging towards the rest of the dungeon.
Okay, look at the bottom of the screen here. Interrupt are going to be 17 seconds in the lead. Now they have 2 trash pulls and 2 bosses that await them. Basically, they're going to be taking all of this trash into the Ick and Crick encounter on the right-hand side of the screen, and then they have they have 1 more pull and 1 more boss that awaits them before they're able to stop the clock. Are they going to be able to maintain that 17-second lead? It is actually kind of hard to out DPS 17 seconds, but that is only 1 death. 1 death separates Interrupt from being in the lead versus falling behind the likes of Mandatory. And for Mandatory here, these are the most accomplished players in MDI history. If anybody was going to be able to figure out, I would not be shocked if it's Mandatory, but Interrupt here, they're pulling Ick and Crick first, and Mandatory are kind of hot on their heels.
Yeah, we saw some fancy footwork from both evokers, taking the long way around, activating those extra prisoners. We actually saw Gingy as well throw a landslide before activating that Wernstone to rejoin the group, leaving one of those Plague Borers now rooted out there for a nice long amount of time so it can come in when they're a little bit more stable on this boss.
He's a Plague Horror, not a Plague Borer. That's a different mob.
Sorry. I don't know why I was thinking Plague Borer or Gingy. That's a blast from the past here.
Oh, look at this, though. For Interrupt, they're actually falling behind in terms of boss damage on the Ick and Crick encounter. And Mandatory, are they just full focusing the boss? Maybe they were just focusing down the trash, and now they're going to slow roll these Shades of Crick.
Yeah, it looks like they are indeed focusing that damage, and now they're moving the boss around. This is a little bit scarier, right? Because those Shades of Crick, look at that, the Shade Bomb cast actually halfway through for Mandatory. Look at that cast bar. Are they going to be able to get it done in time? Yes, just barely.
Oh my God, they did.
But that was the enrage of the Shade of Crick cast there. Yeah, if that had gone off, it would have exploded Mandatory and wiped them. So they were optimizing every single millisecond out of this boss fight. And that led them to a little bit of a lead at the start of the fight. Although you could see that then they kind of gave that time back as they did eventually have to swap, maybe even a little bit inefficiently, onto those last couple of targets to make sure they did die before that Shade Bomb went off. Now both teams are going to be ignoring this next spawn of Shades and just focus on that boss damage. Interrupt still in the lead here. Is the lead opened or closed compared to the first boss, though, is the question.
I think it's closed, but only by a couple of seconds here. Mandatory are going to stop the clock on the second boss, and they are 11 seconds behind. So they were able to save a little bit of time. Oh my god.
Oh no.
This is a catastrophe for
It's
Interrupt.
an evoker in combat for Interrupt, and Tettles, evokers famously cannot shadow meld, so Interrupt are going to have to adjust their composition here, their strategy to what they were planning to do. Meanwhile, Mandatory setting up the rescue, although it looks like they're also maybe having some evoker-related difficulties, able to eventually land the rescue, but this has cost them some time. So both teams having lost a little bit of time on the evoker rescue skip here. Will they be able to recover, and which team is going to lose more time? Interrupt's now in combat with that 4-pack that they were probably planning to grab onto boss later with Wernstone. Death Knight nearly there on death's door, about to be sent back over to Icecrown Citadel there, but able to stay alive for Interrupt. Meanwhile, Mandatory in combat with a little bit less trash than Interrupt. Same general idea here, but a lot less scary when you don't have that 4-pack involved.
I think that if Interrupt is able to deal with this pull, they should still be in the lead, because they're not going to actually have to do that weird time-wasting thing with the Wernstone, and they're going to be able to pull the boss almost immediately. But I think it's going to come down to whether or not they're able to actually get this pack dealt with. They actually have a cold wraiths that are stuck in the back of the room. Oh my god, Glaciath is just dead for Mandatory here. Maybe that is actually a big differentiation point, is Mandatory's ability to be able to focus fire down Glaciath, and for Interrupt, their entire lead has just been evaporated in a matter of seconds. But now, Mariz has to get the final remaining little bit of trash count. He's jumping off the ledge. He's going to be tagging these two grave... Oh my god! The Graveblade snapped and killed Kush.
That is not good at all for Mandatory. Kush down does get the res, but that is 15 seconds.
That wasn't the pack. That wasn't the pack of Graveblade. That was the old Graveblade in the back that they were trying to deal with.
Oh no, and yeah, you can see that's still alive there with 40% HP for Mandatory. The Cold Wraith actually getting paralyzed off to the side there for them. Now they are in combat with this boss well ahead of when Interrupt were able to get in combat here. That RP still going off for Interrupt as well, but Mandatory do have to manage all this extra trash on the boss, whereas Interrupt are going to get to just focus entirely on boss DPS and those 15 seconds of death timer. This one's going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, this one's going to be so close. And for Mandatory, their deathless streak has been broken. This was kind of one of the main narratives coming out of the group weekend, is that Mandatory went completely deathless through their group weekend. We determined that they were going to be super automatic in the finals. Having a first death in the Pit of Sauron on this 16 Keystone level, I mean, this is the door opening for Interrupt. The Interrupt's going to get Bloodlust about 5 seconds ahead of Mandatory. Who do you think is in the lead here? I think it's still Mandatory, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, this is going to be such a tight finish here. You can see that last Graveblade now going down for Mandatory. Mandatory still have to kill off that Cold Wraith as well. You can see it's over on the side there, free casting those Ice Bolts. Finally going to be getting Death Gripped in. So that's an extra target that needs to go down. Now, as long as they can still focus on boss damage here, it shouldn't slow them too much to have this Cold Wraith involved here. So I think Mandatory have such a lead on boss HP here that even with those 15 seconds, I do prefer their position. Bloodlust now rolling, though, for both teams. This is going to be a huge opportunity for Interrupt, as we now have the Lust plus AoE section for the Destruction Warlock to just absolutely pop off here. The Infernals falling from the sky as well here for Interrupt, but Mandatory are about to stop their clock here. The boss, just a couple of slivers of HP left. It goes down. Mandatory going to put an 11-minute timer on the board. Interrupt, 7 seconds left to try and equalize here. The boss is so low, but heartbreakingly, it is going to be a few percent still alive as we cross over that threshold. Mandatory are barely going to be able to clutch this one out.
They lost to the Evoker duplicate. They literally lost to the Evoker duplicate. It is unbelievable.
So close, so close. Mandatory takes the first map here in the series. They're like completely unfazed. They're like, yeah, got it, nailed it. But for us, that was absolutely harrowing and amazing to see the teams clash here in this very first map of the day. Now, I mean, of course, this is just the first of the series, but I mean, Dratnos, are Interrupt looking stronger than they thought they would?
I think that Interrupt are the big news here. Yeah, their run was so clean, and it featured one mistake that cost them a lot of time. That if they hadn't had that happen, they would have won this map. If they hadn't had that Evoker fiasco as they were trying to set up that that skip rather, I think they would have been okay, and they would have been ahead of Mandatory. But because of that, they ended up being 13 seconds behind Mandatory. I mean, one mistake, 13 seconds slower than Mandatory, who also had one mistake. That's a really, really good place to be for Interrupt. I mean, this is a team that I wouldn't have been surprised going into this match if they had been a minute slower than Mandatory, and it turns out their run is about the same speed here, maybe even slightly faster.
Very impressive, seeing that trade-off back and forth as each team was trying to grab those seconds they needed to win. But Zyro, from your observation, what were you seeing in this back and forth?
I was losing my mind in the replay channel. The Destro lock pick was absolutely insane for the routing that Interrupt does in this key. Look at the damage here. On the side of Mandatory, the Devourer and Unholy DK were both doing about 1.3, 1.4 million DPS. The Destro lock doing 2 million damage on this first pull, getting 35% count in that first pull. In cups, we only saw about 25 to 28% in the first pull, so they're going bigger. No cooldown pull in between the first pull and the boss. They go straight to Forge Master with all the trash as well. And the Infernal plus Army combo is back up for this as well. The Destro lock was also such a solid pick for boss damage on the first and second boss. They get Cleave onto Forge Master. They can Havoc, it can Crick together. We had this nice little Wernstone skip also to get Citizens before getting to Ick and Crick, so they get literally no downtime. Like you guys are saying, it all came down to this skip, guys. If that Hog Evoker is just a little bit more to the right, I think Interrupt just run away with this dungeon. The duplicate just griefed them. Now, they identified the correct play. Just press W, go forward, we have to keep playing. But it cost them so much single target damage onto Glaciath. I think another important story here, though, is we kept talking about Mandatory's Deathless Weekend. Well, that ends on the first map. They don't kill off this Graveblade, and since the tank is downstairs gathering trash, Kush takes that slash from the Graveblade, and that's their first death of the weekend of the entire competition. So, I mean, yes, Mandatory gets the map win, but I think this puts every other team on high alert here, right? Like, this Warlock pick in this Pit of Saran looks incredibly strong. How many other dungeons do we think this Warlock pick is actually really powerful? Because Destro looks like it does more AoE damage than any other spec in the game right now.
Yeah. Was that Kush, Zyro? What happened?
It was the previous one in the hallway, and I guess he just had aggro on it because their tank jumped downstairs and the Graveblade needed a target. I'm not exactly sure why it happened, but they just didn't kill it. They focused on single targeting down Glaciath instead of cleaving all the trash down, and that ended up costing them just to death. So it was still a really solid pick, still a really solid dungeon. But man, what could have been for Interrupt, man? That was an insane run from them.
Yeah, this was phenomenal performance for them, and what we needed to see, that moment of weakness to coming out from Mandatory right at the opening. This feels like now we are in an even more exciting matchup than Dratnos you were even predicting at the start of the day, right? And Magister's Terrace is going to be the next dungeon coming up for the teams. Now, this is one that we know Interrupt was very strong in, so seeing how they performed in Pit of Saran, seeing these skips that they pulled off, seeing everything they were able to accomplish, I mean, Dratnos, Magister's Terrace, do they have the advantage here?
I don't know. I mean, I think that this was such a good map for Mandatory when we saw them in Group A, but on the other hand, this is the map that Interrupt beat Big Lucky in. So if you look at it, Interrupt, the second seed from China, almost beat Mandatory in the Pit of Saran. Now, they did beat Big Lucky in Magister's Terrace, so all of that combined by the transitive property, this could be their best map in the series here, and they already almost won in the Pit of Saran.
It's going to be a big one. I mean, they need to take this one, right, if they want to continue on here in the upper bracket. Mandatory has 1 point on the board. I mean, Zyro, is there anything you can think of that would be the most advantageous way for them to approach this Magister's Terrace?
Well, I think the big thing to point out, like we've already talked about, this is the highest key level. We bumped it up one from the group stages, right? 19 is kind of insane. death timers are going to be a huge factor here, because I doubt the teams are going to pull any smaller than we saw in cup stages. They're probably still going to go for the insane giant pulls, which means like the devouring shadow AoE damage is going to be absolutely insane. Your tank is going to be on the brink of death on every single big pull. You're gonna want to keep it as clean as possible. Let's take a look though at these Destro Lock talents. This guy was actually playing a lot of Diabolus Destro Warlock back in the China region a couple weeks ago. Swapped to Hellcaller this weekend just for more AoE damage, and I mean it really showed. This Destro Lock pick I think looks absolutely insane. If you can pull around the minute 30s of the Infernal for Warlock, which you're kind of already doing in most comps because you're kind of pulling around the Unholy DK cooldowns, which are also a minute 30. I think this is something that could be a very, very huge strength for this team if it's something they're going to bring out in every dungeon. I mean, even in the Magister's Terrace, right? Having an Infernal for all these massive pulls, doing a ton of AoE damage. I think this could be something that sets this team apart from the other teams.
Fingers crossed. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring in. We'll see if they keep rolling with this, bringing that massive AoE damage to the table as they come into what should be one of their strongest maps here in the series. Interrupt have a lot to prove against the long-standing powerhouse that is Mandatory, and here in Game 2, they are out to do that. In Magister's Terrace, they're not just going to have to read up on books, they're going to have to also play out of their minds if they want to go ahead and take this and even out the score. Otherwise, Mandatory, if they can secure this, like we've been saying, riding through the upper bracket gets you closer and closer to BlizzCon titles.
Yeah, and immediately we're seeing both of the teams on the same composition here. No Warlock shenanigans. I thought that there would maybe be a chance that we could see like an Arms Warrior Havoc Demon Hunter in here. There was a lot of Arms Warrior played during group weekends in this dungeon. It seems like it is a very good specialization. It always was like that and the Unholy DK were just doing insane amounts of DPS in here, but both of the teams going with a very similar composition, starting out this first pull into the Sentry that is that forced pull. But the Bloodlust is being saved, Ratnos. Where do you think it's going to be pressed? Custos?
Yeah, you got quite a bit of flexibility with the Lust in this dungeon. This is also notably a plus 19 key, which is higher than we saw in any of the dungeons in any of the group weekends, right? So what is that going to do for the pacing in here? I think it gives you a lot more flexibility on when you press this first Lust, because the dungeon's going to go long enough that that second Lust will still be ready when you want it at the end of the dungeon.
Why are Interrupt 15 seconds behind?
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is the sort of thing that I was kind of expecting in the Pit of Sauron, and that's why I was so surprised that it didn't happen, right? Typically what happens when you have a team like Mandatory play against a team that you think is maybe a little bit slower is that just every single pull goes a little bit faster for them. In the Pit of Sauron, that didn't happen, though. The Pit of Sauron Interrupt, if anything, were faster on the average pull than Mandatory, perhaps due to the strength of that Destruction Warlock with how they routed that dungeon. This time around, it does look like Mandatory are the team that is maybe gaining a little bit, that priority damage, focusing down the mob that needs to die, that is gating your progression here. Like, look at this. That Blazing Pyromancer for Mandatory is going to die ahead of these Sunblade Enforcers and Arcane Magisters that actually have less health than it. But Mandatory really focusing that priority damage into the target that needs to die to then start the RP to open the next wall. Whereas if you look over on the side of Interrupt, everything is actually it's also the same sort of thing here. The Pyromancer are also going down for them first, but a little bit more health on everything else that they still need to get through before they're then going to be confident walking forward here.
Yeah, so this pull on a 19 is ridiculous for Mandatory. What is that? That's 2 Arcane Familiars, an Arcane Sentry, the Pyromancer, and now the boss with all of these Blight skill worms that are going to explode. I would not be shocked if we end up seeing a player go down for Mandatory here. This is where all of the defensives need to be pressed, and Mandatory, they're not lusting this pull. What is the reason for that? Are they going to be bloodlusting the pull at the end of the hallway? I saw Macine, I think he hit single-digit HP there on that Death Knight. This pull is still not out of the woods for Mandatory yet. It is down quite low, and they are finally going to be able to get the pack killed off. And on the right side of the screen, we have Interrupt here pressing Bloodlust and actually doing the exact same pull that Mandatory did without that Lust.
Yeah, this Lust is such a natural button to press here. I don't think there are a lot of teams that would even consider holding this Lust, because you just look at it and you're like, okay, we're fighting a lot of trash, and we're fighting a boss, and we're getting a damage buff that multiplies with Bloodlust, right, from those worms dying. It's a no-brainer, right? If Lust is on cooldown or is available here,
look at this.
You press it, but Mandatory are holding it. What is that going to allow them to do next?
Ryzen Sun Kick. He did the same thing with the Lich in the Pit of Sauron. He transcends out of the room. He tags a healer and a Magister. He Wernstone's back. This is really nice to allow Mandatory to get some additional 3-target cleave. It looks like Interrupt also now have a Magister, but they don't have the healer, I think?
Well, I think they have the healer. Like, look at that frame. It's just visible behind...
Have the healer, I think?
Well, I think they have the healer. Like, look at that frame. It's just visible behind Custos' nameplate. That healer does have... Oh, no, it's an Enforcer back there. Okay, and it's not in combat. So, yeah, they only pulled the Magister and not that extra healer in that Mandatory did. So if we look at the count here after this, it is going to be slightly better for Mandatory once this Magister does go down.
Okay.
But it is very similar between the two teams. Mandatory starting to inch over to the other side here. Got to avoid that trash, though. They certainly don't want it, so they were just making sure to place that slam over to the side so that they wouldn't pollute the center here, where they're going to pull Custos for this refueling protocol and then finish it off before the next phase begins.
I have a theory with what's about to happen with this Bloodlust. I think it's going to go into the Spellblade pull, and that pull before the second boss, the glaives that get applied to people, the runic glaive dot, is so unbelievably deadly. I would not be shocked if on a 19 keystone level, that just becomes not really a pull that seems super feasible. But these Spellbreakers, you know, you see for Mandatory here, I think that may be what this Bloodlust allows them to do, is to do this pull right here, which other teams would maybe not even consider. All the alternative here is maybe they forgot to Bloodlust. But you see that Bloodlust, it's coming out for Mandatory. All of these Spellbreakers with this runic glaive dots, they're going out onto these players. This is another pivotal moment for Mandatory. One player going down will spiral into a full wipe. Is Interrupt going to do the exact same pull without Bloodlust?
It looks like they're thinking about it. Yeah, Interrupt walking forward now. The Incarn is rolling, and they have all of this trash here. Like you said, this is such a scary pull. That Bloodlust really gets double benefit here for Mandatory, because not only are they doing more damage, it's triple benefit, because they're not only doing more damage, they're killing the pack sooner, which is making them survivable. It's making them easier to live this pull, right? Their defensives are going to be up for a higher percentage of the combat, and their healer is going to be outputting more HPS as well the whole time. So a triple value Bloodlust for Mandatory, as they now are able to roll it into boss combat as well, and Bloodlust still rolling when they pull the boss, a quadruple value lust even.
I don't know if I would describe that as quadruple value to stand there and look at Bloodlust ticking down as the boss.
Okay, yeah, so that's -1, so a triple value lust only. 4 good things and 1 bad thing about it.
What about the crystals?
Okay, yeah, alright, we'll call it 3.5.
All right. For Interrupt on the right-hand side, they actually pressed all of their defenses at the exact same time, and it looks like they're going to be able to barely squeak by in terms of being able to get these Spellbreakers killed off. But just notice how much slower the killing of the Spellbreakers was for Interrupt. They still do not have those two Spellbreakers killed off that are required to spawn the boss. They did fortunately enough survive it, so that puts them in a position to where they can catch up to Mandatory. They are going to get their Bloodlust a little bit earlier than Mandatory, so is that going to be a position of value for Interrupt? Maybe Mandatory's only get 1 lust in this dungeon, Interrupt's going to get 2. That could be an acceleration point, but for Mandatory here, you have to love their position. They are at 60% on Cyrodiil Sunlash, and Interrupt haven't even engaged the boss yet.
Yeah, boss is about to get pulled here for Interrupt, but it's unsurprising that the gap has opened here, as of course Interrupt used their lust before boss 1, right, on that boss 1 split. Mandatory using it here on the boss 2 split, so you'd expect that gap to open here. I'm not sure I expected it to open by this much, though. More than 50% of a boss HP advantage in favor of Mandatory. The one big thing that Interrupt does have going for them, like you said, is their lust is going to come up 2 minutes ahead of Mandatory's. But at this key level, I'm not sure that's going to matter, because I think that because this key level is so high, that is going to give Mandatory the time for this lust to recover and become available again before they need it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this dungeon on 19, though, is so unbelievably volatile for both of these two teams. I would not be shocked if the next pull is the MDI standard pull, where it's 2 Void Callers, a Devouring Tyrant, and you pull all of the trash into the Gamillis room. And it's all coming in, right? I would not be shocked if that is the next pull for both of these two teams. And like I said earlier, it's so volatile. If you end up having 1 death, it spirals out of control rather quickly. And so for Mandatory, even though they have a quite substantial lead here, they're not out of the woods yet. This next pull, I believe, is going to be make or break in determining whether or not they are going to win this second map. Cyrodiil Sunlash goes down. They have to click this shield to be able to go into the Void Realm, and that is going to begin the combat of that massive pull that we were talking about earlier. Oh my gosh, wait a second. Mandatory's leaving Kush behind to finish charging up that shield, charging up that crystal, and they're running down the hallway without being in that Void Zone.
Huh, okay. So this is really cool here. Mandatory are going to get that last little part of
Triple
the drain
shift.
off with
1,
Krush
2,
there. And then
3,
with the power of
Wurnstone.
his shifts, he's going to be able to get pretty far forward in the Wurnstone. Going to let him entirely rejoin the group here. And this is going to let Mandatory start this pull so quickly without having to bother running through all the enemies to get here.
So there's I don't think they're Shredders, I think is what they are. I think they're Scroungers in Nexus Point and Zenith. The Shredders with their non-targeted like leap mechanic, especially on this 19 Keystone level. Look at how many of them Mandatory has. That is an insane amount of just kind of random group damage that's going off at the exact same time that the Consuming Shadows cast is going off on the side of Mandatory. So this is a very, very dangerous pull, and I think that skipping that hallway allows you to skip a large amount of those just random Shredder mobs. I think that that's one of the big reasons that for Mandatory they were electing to do this pull in this kind of sequencing. They also only have, I think they have one Void Caller? I don't think they have the second one. I think they figured out a way to like meld skip that mob as well.
Well, that's the other one that spawns in the middle there. I think they were maybe past where it spawns. As you know, the mobs sort of spawn in order here as there's some RP going on. So I think they were able to just walk past that. Yeah, really cool out of Mandatory. This pull looks a little bit smaller than you've seen in the Magisters that we've seen over the group weekends. But you have to remember, this is a plus 19 key. So being able to execute even a pull of the size that Mandatory did safely there is really impressive. It does still mean they are going to need 25% more count. Interrupt on the right-hand side, though, are saying, you know what? That was a nice pull. We're going to do one more here. We're going to pull even more trash.
So while Mandatory's pull had a lot of finesse and it was really cool to set up, I think this pull for Interrupt, if they're able to get it executed cleanly, it should be a little bit faster just because of how much additional count they are gathering. You know, Mandatory did a pull almost half as big as Interrupt, and if this is basically full enemy forces for Interrupt, this is a good position where they're able to just like almost run all the way up to Decimus and get that boss engaged. But the pull here that we're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is very, very dangerous. You have two of those Void Callers doing those Consuming Shadow AoEs. They're healing themselves over and over again. That's kind of annoying. And look at everybody on Interrupt dropping so low as we're on that 19 Keystone level. All of these mobs are pulsing for an insane amount of AoE. Oh my god, a Terror Wave cast gets interrupted with the Incapacitating Roar at 1.1 seconds remaining. But on the left side, Mandatory at 50% on Gamillas, they're about ready to enter the triplicate phase where you have 5 available bosses and targets to hit.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge opportunity for them to leverage that extra damage and just take Gemellos from 40% down to 0 so quickly. Look at the stack as well on these Gemelli, 4 of them inside a Collapsing Star AoE here for Mandatory. This is absolutely incredible how optimized their damage gets to be as a result of this pattern. And they're still getting to keep that 4-target cleave for a while before finally being sent down to a 3-target moment during that next Cosmic Sting cast. The way this boss works is there are a few of those casts that it does, and those are the moments where you really want to make sure that the boss is stacked up as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look at this for Mandatory. Somehow they have figured out a way to pull additional mobs into the boss over and over again, and they're coming out of this boss at virtually the exact same count that Interrupt has here. This is really a routing masterclass by Mandatory. I don't think there's any really other way of describing it here. And they are running all the way up. How far is Mandatory going to go? Are they going to stop at this Devouring Tyrant, or are they going to be going all the way to the top of the Magister's Spire? It looks like Merez is not going to stop for Mandatory running all the way up. Now, there is kind of this worry here that you could have a DK Pet incident where he accidentally pulls a mob. Maybe those Tyrants could get body pulled. But it looks like for Mandatory here, there's no reason to believe that that is going to be something that's happening to them. They've reached the top of the Magister's Terrace. They grab the additional Devouring Tyrant. They need to make sure that they get the kicks or stops on these Void Terrors. And if they're able to down this pack, this is the last remaining little bit of count that they need to push them over that 100% marker. There's like some more mobs off to the side. That is very commonly gripped by a DK and pulled into the boss. So we're not too worried about those mobs.
Yeah, we have a mob CC'd over to the side as well. That one might come up with us afterwards as well. The main pack you want to avoid is the extra Tyrant and Void Caller that hang out at the bottom of the ramp to the last boss. So that is going to be something that we'll likely see mandatory skip, making use of effects like Rescue, like those Shadow Melds as well, to be able to make that skip possible. Let's see how they set this up, though. Kush going to walk forward already. It's going to be the shift, and now he's heading upstairs here. He's going to be in range here for what might be a rescue, might be, a human form wild charge out of Merez, perhaps, and able to easily get the entire group upstairs, and they're going to be able to get straight into Dignitas here. They don't even need that other side pack that you were mentioning here. They're only 1.2% count away from being done, and that Void Terror that is walking in is exactly 1.2%, Tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, what's the strat there? Maesting just grips it all the way up there?
That was the one that was CC'd over to the side, so it was just brought forward and then brought up with them. Really nicely handled by Mandatory, and really nice micro-optimization as well, because they could have killed it with that previous pull, but CCing it over to the side and bringing it into the boss speeds up both that pull and the boss.
And I mean, interrupt here on the right-hand side have down Gamillis, but it feels like it's almost too little too late. Mandatory are a full pack and a half, full and a half ahead of where interrupt are on the right-hand side. And for Mandatory, it would be nothing short of catastrophe that would stop them from winning this second map. This is basically just the average Pug experience on a 19. Make sure you soak the beach balls. Make sure that nobody gets hit by those orbs. Make sure you heal your Augmentation Evoker if you're Ryson. Those are kind of the main takeaways on this last fight. It is quite high damage. Oh my gosh, Kush getting hit by a ball. Kush getting hit by a second ball. Is the beach ball going to take him out? No. He presses the darkness and gets that life cocoon. That was quite a scary moment for Kush there, I will admit.
Yeah, thankfully the power of darkness, and then the AMZ actually coming out from Maesting as well. Kush there really just getting the full external suite from the entire group. The life cocoon, the darkness, the AMZ, and because of all that, it looks like going to be able to survive and continue doing top damage. One thing you'll learn is it's okay to get hit by stuff if you are top DPS, right? So really important for Kush that he is doing this much damage to justify not moving and dodging those orbs.
It was my 6th collapsing star, bro. You don't understand.
You don't understand. It was so much damage. It had to be done. Just heal me. That's what Life Cocoon is for.
Yeah, exactly. like Life Cocoon stands and ball. Like, that is an insane comp. All right, Dignitas on the left-hand side for Mandatory, 8%. The Bloodlust has been engaged. We were wondering as to whether or not they were going to get that second lust. It looks like on this 19 Keystone level, even with the delayed first lust, they were able to rotate to that second lust, and they stopped the clock at 16 minutes and 8 seconds. A very clean run and a 2-0 for Mandatory, but it was a very hotly contested series.
You know, Mandatory might have broken their deathless streak at the start of today, but they haven't broken their victory streak, taking the second map and knocking Interrupt down to the lower bracket. And despite losing here, Interrupt came into the weekend even stronger than we anticipated, I think. I have no doubt they're going to have a lot more to show us tomorrow. But honestly, while Interrupt might have been close on Mandatory's heels in the first run, I mean, Drat knows Mandatory clearly had the upper hand in this Magister. So what do you think made the biggest difference for them here?
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolute masterclass from Mandatory in the Magister's Terrace here. 16 minutes and 8 seconds in a plus 19 key. It is hard to overstate just how impressive that run was out of Mandatory. Again, 0 deaths. Look at those early spikes as well. That spike between 2 and 4 minutes for Mandatory was without lust. That let them then hold the lust and further accelerate on the next big damage spike there after the 4-minute marker, and just an incredible performance out of them. You could see that lead was just growing every single pull.
This was such a hard one, and I mean, Zyro, with your replays, what were you able to capture from these impressive runs, particularly from Mandatory?
Yeah, so there were a lot of question marks coming into this map that we were asking. You know, we're on a plus 19 key level. How is this going to work? What's the routing going to look like for the teams? And like you guys, I was also perplexed when we got to Arcanatron Custos and the Bloodlust wasn't popped for Mandatory. What was the plan going to be for that? One of the question marks coming into the dungeon, how do you live the triple Spellbreaker pull before Serenel Sunlash? What's the plan here? It turns out You just lust this pull instead of the Custos pull just to be able to live through this AoE damage, and you blast it down. One of the things that Mandatory was so good at is just dealing with the mobs that you need to progress the dungeon. They spawn the boss quickly and get ahead there. We also saw some tech after Serenal Sunlosh went down, where the rest of the team went ahead to start gathering trash together, and Kush on his own dealt with the remainder of the crystal, skipped past this trash, Wernstones to the group, shadow melds the entire hallway of trash off, and then they can get to the Gemelus pull without the Bloodlust. This means this pull is a little bit less dangerous. There's fewer mobs in the pull. It's a lot easier for the tank to gather and set up, and everyone is nice and prepped for it. This is just another extremely clean way to deal with the dungeon. Now, because they skipped trash, they had to get a couple extra mobs in this next pull, but Mandatory just looks so practiced on dealing with these mobs. They get the Void Terror up there with some well-timed CC plus a Death Grip, and it was just a cruise dungeon for them. I mean, they had 20 seconds of this second Bloodlust left at the end of the boss, so maybe a little bit of a minor misoptimization, but when the rest of the run looks that clean, it's hard to complain about this dungeon. This is the Mandatory that we were expecting to see for the entire series. And I think the scarier thing as well is they're done for the day now. They don't have to play any more matches today. And they can go back and look in that pit of Saran and be like, oh, yo, they were actually faster than us. Can we maybe yoink that strategy for the rest of the weekend? They could they're a team that's good enough to look at that and be like, okay, that was faster. We could definitely do that.
Yeah, and the fact that they're all on site, they can literally just have these conversations and just make the adjustment immediately as they're going through things. I mean, incredible to see, and incredible to see the runs they've been able to pull off. It seems like the boot camp is really paying off for them as well. But Interrupt still had a strong showing here, I think, overall, and we can take a look at where the bracket is going to kind of wind up after this first series. So with Interrupt heading down, I think there's still some possibility that there are unexpected things to come from them, right, Tettles?
I mean, anytime another team sees Pit of Sauron, you might want to ban that dungeon. I fear that is not a dungeon that you want Interrupt to play. It felt like the strategy that they had was faster than Mandatory. Like, I feel like for a lot of the teams, they're looking at Interrupt and they're like, oh my goodness. You never really know what you're going to get with the China 2 seed sometimes, and they have sent some very good teams this season.
Very impressive. Now, Mandatory, of course, moving on here in the upper bracket. Their run that we just saw, a masterclass as described. I mean, phenomenal, especially at that high key level. But next up, we'll be looking at Big Lucky versus Liquid. And this is also one that has some exciting things to show, especially for the CN region. Zyro, what do you think we can expect from this matchup?
I think, we were talking about premier matchups at the start of the day. I think this is my premier matchup for the day. I think Liquid is a team that should look a lot stronger than they were in group stages. But are they going to look good enough to beat Big Lucky, who looked like one of the strongest teams coming out of the group stages? Again, they had some runs that were just, on paper, just faster than Mandatory's runs, faster than Triple Threat, faster than Dignitas, faster than all our 1 seeds. Are they the fastest team? Can they bring that pace to this weekend with the faster strategies? It's going to be a very interesting matchup.
I can't wait to see it, and we're only going to have to wait a few minutes until that one starts up, so everybody, we're going to take a break, but honestly, Big Lucky versus Liquid, it is a huge matchup. Can Liquid rally and overcome some of the, perhaps, stumbling blocks they had with replacing a player, and can Big Lucky prove that they truly are one of the fastest, not just on paper, but also, Dratnos, as you would say, while playing the game World of Warcraft. So I believe in these teams. I think they can do it, and I can't wait to see what they're going to show us, but we'll have to wait just a few minutes, so we'll see you after the break, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We're picking up where we left off with our second series of the day, Big Lucky versus Liquid. I am so curious to see where our predictions are going to lean, so get in on the poll that's up in chat, everybody, and let us know who you think is going to win it. Now, these two teams come from different regions, but they're both incredibly strong contenders. It makes Big Lucky big favorite from CN, but can they send Liquid into the lower bracket?
Honestly, that's the question we've all been talking about. I kind of want to reiterate what Zyro has been saying of like this series could be really insane. On one hand, Liquid in their group weekend didn't look too strong because of a roster switch. On the other side, though, Big Lucky, they had some crazy times in their group weekend. So I think generally this might be one of the matches of this MDI weekend. So I am here for it.
So am I. I mean, I think these two teams, honestly, it feels like either one of them could just come out and put up some runs that absolutely blow us away. I'm so curious to see how they're going to compare to each other. But Tettles, I mean, Big Lucky's weakness kind of was that they often had minor issues with staying clean, I think, in some of their runs. And it kind of cost them some matchups in the CN bracket. Do you think that's going to affect them here, too?
I feel like with the additional practice time, that probably should be something that gets remedied. I think coming into this matchup, just from the China finals and group play, Big Lucky should be favored by a little bit. But kind of like Mick said, there's kind of this looming question of like, is Liquid able to play to the level of which we expect from them? Again, they came in second place last season in the MDI. They looked a little bit shaky. They said that the roster swap was going to affect them. We're also starting off in a 19 Alcathar Academy, which is quite punishing. What is that really going to look like?
Yeah, like, again, our key levels have risen here for the finals, as they should, to up the ante. But of course, that puts extra pressure on the teams, and I think that's a great point. Whether or not Liquid is going to have had the time to practice to kind of pull things together and get settled in. I mean, Dratnos, I think especially at these high key levels to start, whether or not they made the best use of that practice time is really going to show.
Absolutely, yeah. That is a huge, important variable here as we do see the bans coming in. It's the Skyreach out for Big Lucky, the Zenith out for Liquid, starting off in the 19 Algathar, and then we'll head over to that Pit of Saron and a decisive Seat of the Triumvirate if we need it. Which is interesting because that Seat of the Triumvirate was a dungeon that threw Liquid some problems in their previous weekend. So if we do get to that map 3, could be a really big opportunity for Big Lucky here. I think coming into this series, Liquid are probably the favorites, but it's a big question mark. Big Lucky were really strong in some of their maps here, and we can see a 50-50 Twitch prediction here. I think that's a pretty close prediction because, yeah, Big Lucky, they were faster than every team in the world in their Mysara Caverns time trial. They put up the fastest Pit of Saron that we'd seen so far as well over in the CN region too, not just in that weekend, but compared to the entire world. So this is definitely a team that is a huge threat for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. I mean, these are some highly contested maps, and like chat is kind of showing us with your predictions down below, it is really something that I think these teams could take either way. And makes, I mean, seeing what we've seen with the maps, where's your mind kind of going, and what are you thinking for your predictions?
Listen, I'm obviously a little bit emotionally biased to Liquid, but I will say, after that very first map of the day, and the way Interrupt showed up in that one against Mandatory, that was the second seed from CN. This is the first seed from CN. I feel like this is their series to lose, really, so I'm gonna lock in a hesitant 2-1 in favor of Big Lucky. I think they might be taking this one.
I like it. All right. Tettles, you feeling the same?
Okay, so I think that, like, this is like a nightmare scenario for both of these two teams, right? For Liquid, in a lot of other, situations, they probably are the number 1 seed coming out of Group C. Big Lucky, I don't know. I'm gonna go 2-1 Big Lucky, but I do not feel good about it. Like I feel, it's again. Wish I had a 50-50. I feel like that's about right. I feel like it could actually go either way. If either team has deaths, I'm pretty sure that's one of those kind of variables that tips it in the favor of the opponent if any team has death.
That's true, and especially at these high key levels, it's very possible. I mean, Dratnos, are you going to hop on the same train? Are you going 2-1 Big Lucky, or are you going to go somewhere else?
It's tough. I think I'm still going to go for Liquid. It is very, very close between the two teams, and I do kind of agree. I think if this makes it to a map 3, I'd be on the side of Big Lucky. So I guess that means I got to go 2-0 for Liquid, but I'm not feeling great about putting a 2-0 on the board, but I'll do it nonetheless. 2-0 Liquid.
All right, show that Liquid support. Love that. Love it. Backing the team. I think I'm going to have to join in on the 2-1 Big Lucky. That's what I'm feeling. I think Big Lucky, they looked so strong. Now, if they can come in here with all of these other teams all in the same weekend and still put up some incredible runs, if they've had the time to clean up some of those mistakes, then I think they could be one of our absolute top contenders. They've definitely got the skill. So I'm going to lean towards Big Lucky.
I do think that Liquid has, in my opinion, a slightly higher skill cap than Big Lucky if they were able to get everything working between group stage to now. It is kind of my read on this entire situation. I think with the roster of competitors that they have, I feel like they should be able to come up with routes and strategies that are, if not MDI winning, they're at least like top 2. But again, the last minute replacement, is that still going to plague Liquid? That is still an up in the air question. I mean, they've had a few weeks now to play with Cine. Is that enough time?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it's tough when you have to bring somebody in, right? You're losing out on some of the months of practice. Of course, there's still enough folks that know what the strategies were, have an idea of what the approach was, but trying to integrate, trying to get that synergy, trying to get all of those timings lined up, especially when you are at such a high pressure point like the Season 1 finals, is something that I think we're really going to have to see if they were able to pull off. And chat seems to be putting their faith in Liquid too. It's slowly building. We have more people participating than I think almost any other poll that we've had this season. So keep on getting in here for your predictions, everybody, and we'll see if you're right and Liquid has that slight advantage, or hey, if Big Lucky, they're going to come in and just show that the CN region, they came to win in speedrunning, and if they're just going to absolutely push ahead with that. It's honestly anybody's game, and I think this is going to be a huge matchup. I mean, Dratnos, these two, we know they're coming in here to start off this series. We're going to see them going head-to-head for the first time. Do you have any expectations of this first map as they come into it?
I think both teams are going to have very heavily prepared for this series. Both teams know that the best path through BlizzCon is through this series. So, very, very important one for both teams to win. We start off in one of the most brutal dungeons as well, the plus 19 Algathar Academy. This is basically a very high-key push-level key that is going to be speed-ran by our two teams here.
It is indeed, and here we go coming in. Big Lucky versus Liquid in their first map. Can they rise to the challenge, Makes? This is going to be a tough one.
It absolutely is going to be just that, as both of our teams run in, make sure they do collect their buffs here, and I'm curious on where they're going to be going next. It looks like both of our teams are opting to go towards Veximus, which is something we've been seeing time and time again from our teams to try and cut down on the overall routing in this dungeon. Is one of the tricky things in this Algathar Academy. You always have a lot of run time or, well, RP time that you need to deal with, but both of our teams are electing to play the trash around Veximus first here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this makes sense. Electing to not Bloodlust, this is kind of interesting. Where are you going to be able to get that value out of that Bloodlust is kind of a question. I feel like on the 19 Keystone level, we're probably looking to see a run that is in the upper teens, maybe even low 20s in terms of actual time, just because of how much HP that you have to chew through to be able to complete this dungeon. So there's kind of a question of, like, where are these two teams going to be looking to Bloodlust? Look at this on the right-hand side, though. Liquid, they've already dispatched the first pull in a quite quick fashion. I think that they're going to have a similar count to Big Lucky, and this is kind of a similar situation to what we saw from Mandatory versus Interrupt in that Magister's Terrace, where Liquid just getting a 10 to 15 second advantage off the back of being able to get the first pull dealt with a little bit quicker. Liquid, Ashine also playing that Spatial Paradox. You see he has that activated. What did he end up tagging with it? It looks like he actually has maybe tagged one of the Ravager mobs, and if that mob is able to come in a little bit later, that could be a bit more count for Liquid. We did see a Entangling Root and a Paralysis on a mob, and it looks like Liquid's trying to get some mobs to trickle in a little bit later on this pull.
We're actually seeing the exactly same thing from Big Lucky right now. You can see on the bridge there in the back, 2 of the mobs are still rooted. They're going to be slowly walking towards the pack, but you're absolutely right. Liquid is in the lead right now, and here's where that Lust is going to be coming in, as well as the final Forager Ravager pack is going to be walking into the boss here. This is where we're sending all of the cooldowns to try to get through what is a pretty dicey part on this boss progression, all in all together to try and get this trash done with as quickly as possible. On the left hand side, Big Lucky right behind them doing exactly the same thing, but certainly still a little bit behind them on the overall progression.
I really like this pull pacing for Liquid here. It allows them to get the best use of Army. Like the Lust, while, you know, it was 20 seconds into the pull of Veximus, it was basically the moment that the Army became available for Wolf Disco, and Cinny at the exact same time had that Void Metamorphosis. So it was like a really well-timed Bloodlust in my opinion, even though I think a lot of conventional wisdom would be like, all right, just press the Bloodlust on pull and kind of deal with it that way. But I think that for Liquid there, just the understanding of offensive cooldowns and how to really make the best use of those offensive CDs, it makes a lot of sense. In Big Lucky here on the left side, what are they going to be count-wise compared to Liquid? Is Liquid going to be a little bit behind in terms of count makes?
I'm not sure, because obviously they still have those 4.35 count. Big Lucky has about the same 5 count on them, so there will be a minor difference in percentage, but that might not matter depending on how they're going to be able to even it out. I'm thinking about the end of this dungeon gauntlet where you could just tag in an evoker or not, and that could probably make up the rest there. If you do go one more Echo Knight though, we might be talking about a different story. So let's see if that difference in count is going to continue all the way there. For now, Liquid is going to be on the way.
I mean, look at this on the right-hand side. I would not be shocked if Liquid skips all of this trash that's in this area. This trash, particularly those Ravager pulls and those Foragers, are mobs that are not super efficient count to HP. So the MDI teams very regularly skip those. And yeah, like you said on the left-hand side, Loda going down to an Arcane Orb. I think it's just the nature of having this Ravager still alive. Veximus dies before the Ravager even ended up going down, and it's just an insane amount of incoming damage even on this 19 Keystone level. Unfortunate death for Big Lucky, and Big Lucky are actually making their way back towards the Overgrown Ancient area. Liquid have already engaged that Guardian Sentry, and they're moving towards Croth, but Big Lucky have elected to instead do an RP skip, which if you pull like this, it's going to save you about 15 seconds worth of RP for the Overgrown Ancient spawning. How valuable is that really, though, is kind of an interesting question. Is this route going to be faster? I feel like from a lot of the top teams that we've seen from the Western region, they have elected to play a route that is similar to what we are seeing currently from Liquid here on the right, where they're running to that Guardian Sentry. They're not actually getting that 15 seconds worth of time saved on the RP, instead electing to play a more direct route and skip the run time that is so annoying.
Yeah, it certainly has been a differentiating point between a lot of our teams. I am of the opinion that if I don't have to play RP or have to sit out RP, I think that is generally faster. However, because of what you're saying, because of how much walkway is in this dungeon, I think the ideal dungeon is tagging all of this trash down into the bridge right at the start and then figure it out that way.
Well,
however, that's very difficult. We've only seen it once. That dungeon didn't win because something else happened later on. So maybe we'll see it this weekend. I'd love that. But for now, Big Lucky is, of course, fighting against those 15 seconds on the clock that they have gotten from that death penalty. So if they're able to find even a tiny, improvement in routing where they can save a couple of seconds, that'll be very beneficial for them right now. You can also see that they elected to put that one pack that they don't need to spawn the Overgrown Ancient in the back there, and they will just pull it into the boss right then, try and cut down on the pull timing right now. But they're still in fight with those Lashers, while Liquid has dealt with that Guardian and with some of the Croth trash as well.
Goodness gracious, for Big Lucky, that was a minute 58 long pull. That is ridiculous.
Really long.
Yeah, I understand they got a lot of count from that. That feels like an eternity. And for Liquid here, on the right-hand side, I would not be shocked if Zevi runs off to the side and grabs that 3-pack of Elementals and Battle Axes into Overgrown Ancient in some capacity. are Big Lucky going to be able to convert this? I think is kind of a weird question, because for me, I feel like if we're trying to pick sides, I think that Liquid is somewhere in the order of about a minute ahead of Big Lucky just in terms of strategy right now.
Well, the thing about that Overgrown Ancient pull is usually we see it with Lust, right? And so we're used to it being so fast because it's usually done at the start of the dungeon, and it's that big whole thing. I do agree, it feels really slow to the eye, but I think it might still work out on the tail end of things. Let's see how they're actually going to be doing with Croth. Yeah, it is a 19. It takes a while, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like it was maybe not supposed to be that long, but yeah, your point still stands that maybe it's always just going to be that long. Like, so part of that minute 50 was also the gather into the pull, so it was probably a minute 30 of effective combat time on those Lasher mobs, but anyways, on the right-hand side here, we have Liquid continuing on with their more traditional hold W route. They have engaged Croth. They have that boss down to 88%. What are we going to see in terms of strategy for how they are dunking the orbs into the goals is kind of a question that I have here. I would not be shocked if we see the high key standard where they throw it into the win goal first, trying to milk as much time on the AoE cast as possible, and then dunk the remaining orbs into the fire gauntlet. But it really kind of comes down to offensive cooldown management, particularly that army for the DK on Wolf Disco. When is that army becoming available? That's the point in time as well where you actually want that fire gauntlet engaged, that fire orb to have all those balls thrown into it.
Yeah, we've seen some teams really min-max that burn timing on Croth is weakened to just accelerate this boss fight, which is normally a rather lengthy boss fight, so I really like seeing this. And from Liquid, I think they're agreeing right here. We're just waiting for them to actually spawn that burn phase and then be able to get that full burn. And even see somebody hasn't picked up that orb there. Is it Sesevi? Yeah, it is. He doesn't need it.
I think that him and Wolf Disco were standing on top of the orb as it spawned, and so they were able to share it.
Okay.
So the boss.
I wasn't sure because he hadn't that animation, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah. The boss is going to be pushing here at 45%. It looks like a Shine's going to have the breath. Cindy's he's already pressing that Void Metamorphosis. Wolf Disco has the army available, so they're going to be trying to dunk that final fire orb as quickly as possible. Going to cancel the Ruinous Winds casts on Croth. You see all of the damage coming out, and Liquid is trying to burn the boss as low as humanly possible inside of this 10-second damage amp, and the boss itself is actually quite high here even still, 19%. This is the maximum amount of damage that Liquid is going to be taking, and for Zevi here, this is going to be an insane heal check. You're going to have those sonic screeches coming out onto players. If Zevi ends up getting locked, that can actually cause a death. The amount of ticking damage as well, just from that fire orb being activated, is something that like softens up the players. It takes off the passive shields, and it looks like Zevi was able to heal through the first one. I would not be shocked if we get a second screech here for Liquid, though, as Croth is still at 8%.
Yeah, this is also where we're going to be seeing some of the defensives once they come back from cooldown as well, to just make sure Sesevi has an easier time to survive here. We did see Cine use that blur, yep, there it is, as well as AMS coming out of Wolf Disco just to make sure nobody is being brought to a dangerous situation right now in Liquid. Are on their way to the Overgrown Ancient. Now keep in mind, they now also need to do that same trash that we saw from Big Lucky, and they need to wait out the RP time. Is that going to be faster or slower than Big Lucky finishing out on Croth and walking back as well? I'm not so sure right now. Let's see, as they're going to be grabbing those lashers together with everything else here in the Overgrown Ancient area. And of course for Big Lucky, we're waiting for their boss burn as well.
I would not be shocked if Liquid ends up pulling Overgrown Ancient somewhere in the order of about 30 to 45 seconds ahead of where Big Lucky are, just looking at where they are currently situated on Croth on this 19 Keystone level. For Liquid here, this is a big amount of damage taken from Yips. You do see this Hungry Lashers. They're stacking up that Vile Bite dot onto Yips. He's going to rotate through his Incarn, then he's going to rotate through his Barkskin, then he's going to get cauterized. Actually, he presses SI, even layering that with that Incarnation here. Then he's going to get cauterized by a Shine here in a couple of seconds to be able to remove that bleed off of him. But after that, Yips is going to be basically naked. He's going to be trying to tank these Vile Lashers,
Please
Vile
don't call
Bites.
our players that.
You know, naked in terms of no defensives. I mean, that's kind of normal. I don't think it's like... I don't think it's that ridiculous to call it that.
they're finishing out their poll right now. So we were talking about this being a little under 2 minutes for Big Lucky when they did that same poll. Liquid finishing out in 1 minute and let's say 13 seconds as that final tick has ended onto the group here. Certainly accelerating, but Big Lucky waiting in the wings, you could call it, as they're finishing out Croth. Liquid certainly still ahead.
I mean, look at this for Liquid. On the right-hand side, Ashine moved his Wernstone to Zevi. Zevi ends up running off screen. It is very likely that he ended up grabbing some of the mana mobs, and he ends up grabbing off the battle axe. It's a question of like how much trash did he actually pull? You see the landslide coming off. I can't exactly see how much count Liquid has in addition to the boss itself. It looks like those two battle axes got caught in the landslide, and it's that mana fiend that's coming in a little bit later. So those battle axes, they do magic damage melee, so maybe this is a point in time where Yips is a little bit still light on his defensive cooldowns. He's waiting for that bark skin before that landslide gets broken, and yeah, now he's able to actually press that bark skin. And for Liquid here, they have the Overgrown Ancient at 73%, and Big Lucky have now finally engaged that boss. So about a 25% boss HP lead is opening up for Liquid, plus 15 seconds worth of death penalty that is in their favor as well. So I think that Liquid is still about that 45 seconds ahead that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, for sure. I also really like tagging in these mobs as you were describing. I think it's very valuable to be able to do this, especially since you are usually waiting out that RP time for a lot of these teams. I like utilizing that to the most that you can, and you can see how quickly they're getting through it as well. The battle axes both extremely low right now, and we are going to be tying up in trash count here as well once they're actually going to be followed.
Is this tying up in trash count? I mean,
I think so.
Liquid only has 2%, right? So they're going to be at 81 something, and Big Lucky's at 87.
But what else? They skipped earlier, and they had like a 3 count difference. No?
I don't. I
Well,
think
then
that
they
Big
need
Lucky
to play
didn't-
more in the last gauntlet.
So I think it's actually a trash pack that's on the bridge that Big Lucky did that Liquid elected to not do, because I think Big Lucky did it into the Overgrown Ancient Lasher pull, whereas Liquid only sent Zevi back to grab that one Mana Fiend double battle axe pack. I think that is the difference. I think there might also be foragers, but without seeing the exact route, it's hard to tell. But nonetheless, there is a 7% count advantage in favor of Big Lucky. I don't believe that is the difference in terms of time currently, but for Liquid here, they're posturing to do a very big pull here with Lust. Is it going to be into the Echo Dorgosa? That's kind of a question that you have here, because these Echo Knights, with their AoE cast, the Arcane Smash, are quite dangerous. It is possible to LOS the Arcane Smash damage, but what a lot of teams do, at least on live, is they just face tank it with Bloodlust, and they just try to figure it out. What is Liquid going to do? So they started off the pull, and they had a Sigil of Misery onto two Invokers. They ended up parrying one Invoker, and then they end up pulling the Patrolling 2 Invokers, and they grab, I think, what is 4 Echo Knights.
5.
The Echo of Dorgosa has been engaged. Is this 5 Echo Knights? Oh my goodness.
There's 5 Echo Knights. That is actually insanity from Team Liquid. We usually get scared when there's like 3 or 4. To put this into context for everybody that's watching at home, 5 of these guys is nothing short of insanity, and even with that Lust, that's going to be a lot of damage, that's going to be a lot of area denial that they're going to need to deal with on the boss that already has a lot of damage and area of denial. Just altogether, you saw it there just for a split second. Ashine dropping incredibly low there. Wolf Disco also taking just a single hit, puts him down to 20%. Sasevi is on top of it, keeping everybody pulled back up. They're also using their defenses here to make sure that they're getting through the worst of it while Bloodlust is still running. The first couple of Echo Knights are going to be falling off just shortly, but they need to continue to survive and finish off all of the 5 ones. 3 still stand as they're getting through it, and Ashine does go down here, unfortunately for them. That also means now the Echo Knights are finished and they can res them back up, but that puts them closer to Big Lucky again, as those death timers are now equalized.
Yeah, so the death times are equalized, but for Liquid here, they still have about a 10% boss HP lead. At the same time, the Evoker, a heavy momentum specialization with things like the Duplicate, with things like the Breath of Eon's uptime. How much damage did Ashain lose there is a big question, and for Big Lucky, they still have Bloodlust rolling. 55% on the Echo of Dorgosa. They're continuing to accelerate their damage. Are they going to be able to catch up to Liquid here, Makes? And look at this, Liquid, they still don't have count. The final Invoker has reached the party, though. I believe that is going to be the remaining 1.09% enemy forces that Liquid need, where Big Lucky is already done with count.
That is insanity. The way Liquid got through this, even with that one death, I wasn't sure that was going to be possible. I'm sure it has worked out in practice enough times for this team to be able to floor this route in the season finals here, but it's certainly a very scary thing to do. This is not something I want to be seeing in the LFG, just to clarify that for everybody at home, but you can see that Big Lucky and Liquid are pulling further and further apart right now, Tels.
No, but Big Lucky is about to accelerate here. Look at this. Army of the Dead is available for the DK for Big Lucky. We have Zags DH on the Vengeance, or on the Devour Demon Hunter. He's entering that Void meta, and you're going to have that Breath of Eons from XCM here in just a couple of seconds. Big Lucky is going to accelerate their damage by a significant amount. This is their last hurrah. They're pressing the DT, they're pressing the Void meta. All of their offensive CDs are coming out, and they have accelerated. Look at this. They are matching the amount of HP that is on the boss for Liquid. On the right-hand side, the only cooldowns that Liquid has are that DT from Wolf Disco and that Void Metamorphosis. 5% is on the boss for both of these two teams. It looks like Liquid is just a couple of seconds ahead. Are they going to be able to finish the boss first? The boss is dead for Liquid, and for Big Lucky, it dies just a couple seconds after. Who won? We have to go to official review to be able to check the times between these two teams, because that was unbelievably close.
And it looks like Team Liquid has been determined the victor, but that came down to split seconds between these two. Incredible seeing that they were as close as we were anticipating, and that their skill level is just right at the same threshold as they tried to see who would take it. Team Liquid gets that first point, but honestly, the approach that they both took to this dungeon, a little bit different, right? Especially in some of the gathering of count, right? But with that, what do you think ultimately gave Liquid the advantage time-wise, Makes?
I mean, I think it's in the route. It's also in just getting that early speed up on the first Veximus pull, right? I think that did a lot for Liquid there, being able to just finish off that one quicker. You can even see it here in our graph, just right before that 2-minute marker, and then that allowed them to keep going from there. I also like doing the extra trash into Ancient to try and cut down on just standing around during that RP. And of course, I mean, 5 Echo Knights, need I say more? That was crazy.
Amazing to see, and very wild too, even just seeing how these charts almost like opposite mirror each other and how they decided to kind of approach this. But Dratnos, with what you were seeing from the map, what kind of stood out to you as these two went head to head?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a whole lot to be said about this one. 2 seconds between these two teams means that if any one pull had gone differently, this entire map might have. And I actually think the big about this one, 2 seconds between these two teams means that if any one pull had gone differently, this entire map might have. And I actually think the biggest time loss for Big Lucky, like Mix was talking about, the way that this first pull went for them just took a little bit longer than it did for Team Liquid. Of course, this series did feature 1 death per team as well, so that is, I guess, probably the bigger contributor. If you're Big Lucky and you look at it, you're like, oh, if we hadn't had that death, we would have won. But you got to remember, Liquid had the death as well. So when those two cancel out, I do think the amount of time spent in combat there with that last trash mob definitely is part of it. Now, Big Lucky had a really cool way of setting up this gather here, taking this trash into the overgrown ancient trash. Look at Shun here. He's going to hop into that Moonkin form for a sec here. This is really big for making a bunch of threat on pull there with that shapeshift, that Heart of the Wild, getting a big burst of that AoE threat and damage. So a really nice way to actually make that gather work out, something that can be a problem for Druids sometimes. Now, if you look at Liquid fighting this boss, before they fought this boss, they were actually standing around for a little bit while Zasevi was going and grabbing this trash. And you might be thinking, oh, it looks unfortunate, it looks awkward to be just standing there in doing nothing, while Big Lucky, on the other hand, are able to just have this boss be pre-activated by that trash that they did earlier, and then run in and get straight into boss combat. But you got to see Big Lucky here, they're just fighting the boss with 3 of those Skitterflies on pull, whereas Liquid were able to be fighting it with that bridge trash. So that cancels out that time disadvantage there from sitting around doing nothing, because you get to be leveraging that efficiency of always fighting trash with bosses, something that Liquid did a really good job of, the epitome of which here is this Echo Knight onto Echo of Dorogosa. Absolute madness from Team Liquid. Really incredible that they were able to make this pull work. It did cost them a shine, that one death that they did have, but nonetheless, I mean, that pull is crazy enough to do at the key levels we saw in the group weekends. This is a plus 19 key that Liquid were able to do that in. Absolutely remarkable, and leading to that victory by a handful of seconds over Big Lucky.
I think that death to a shine, by the way, is like a 45-second time loss, or like at least. So you got the 15 seconds worth of death, and that was just right after he pressed his Breath of Eons. He lost so much resources. Like I'm pretty sure that death was the only reason that was so close. If a shine doesn't end up going down, I feel like Liquid are maybe, a minute almost even ahead of Big Lucky at the end there. That was a really, really bad death, but I think it just kind of proves how pivotal deaths can be in the MDI and the speedrunning format.
Absolutely, and when we see these keys reaching that 19 level, like we just saw at the Algathar Academy, those deaths can just play a huge role even for the teams that have these incredibly clean runs otherwise. Now, we'll be dropping down a little bit, heading into this Pit of Saran coming up, and we've seen this already once today. But for these two teams going into it, what can we kind of look forward to, and where do they really need to kind of focus, do you think, with what their approach will be in this one, Dratnos?
Yeah, Pit of Saron is going to be a very different texture to the Algathar Academy. This one is a plus 16 key, whereas Algathar was the plus 19. So a lot of the baseline damage of these abilities, it's going to be like 40% less damage from a lot of these incoming abilities, which means that the pull sizing has to go up to compensate. We saw some big pulls in the Algathar Academy. The Pit of Saron is going to be huge pulls right off the bat. Really interested to see if Big Lucky are going to follow Interrupt, the other team from their region, that used that Destruction Warlock pick to great effect in our previous series against Mandatory, almost winning this Pit of Saron. I wonder if Big Lucky are also on that train.
I have some numbers for you in this Pit of Saron, if you're interested, of course, because our fastest pit that we saw in any of the groups was from Liquid. On a plus 15, they locked in 12 minutes 04. However, Big Lucky on a plus 17, that's 2 key levels higher for anybody that's taking this down, they only needed 12 minutes 51. So like 40 seconds difference, even though they were 2 key levels higher. What I'm trying to say, everybody, is this is going to be a banger of a map. I'm so excited we're seeing this pit.
Thank you, Megs. We love the numbers, and those were some really good ones to compare, honestly. I mean, it's true, right? These two so close. We literally even just saw it the last map. Now, of course, it seemed like Liquid had the faster overall strategy going through it. We're able to keep that pace and amp up a bit faster. But, of course, we know Big Lucky can put up these impressive times, and with that higher key level, like you pointed out, Mix, I think it means that we really are going to have to see how much time they are going to be able to get this one done in, especially since Liquid seems to be finding their stride. Now, this is going to be Big Lucky versus Team Liquid going in here on our second map of their series, Pit of Saran. And Big Lucky, they came in as one of the top teams and the top team from CN. They don't want to go down here in the lower bracket. I'm sure they're going to fight with everything that they have to try and even out the score. Team Liquid having this 1 point on the board already. But, you know, either way, these two teams are going to give us a huge run here as we take a look at this Game 2 in the Pit of Saran, Tettles.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing what Big Lucky does in terms of their composition here. We saw the Destruction Warlock in the Pit of Saran earlier. It is a specialization that it seems like it was uniquely fit to be able to deal with this dungeon, and it did so much damage. And on the tournament realm, Big Lucky, they're very likely to have seen Interrupt walking around with that Destruction Warlock and entering that dungeon with that Destruction Warlock. Is it something that they maybe picked up that some of the other teams and some of the other regions hadn't really considered in this dungeon is kind of a question that we're going to be seeing here. And for Big Lucky, it looks like, no, that was an Interrupt-only special. They are going to be playing the standard composition, what is known to be the standard composition for this dungeon, to be that Devoured Demon Hunter, the Augmentation Evoker, and this Unholy Death Knight.
Yeah, neither of these two teams opting to go for that Warlock. We did see Liquid play the Demonology Warlock in their group weekend when they locked in that fastest time. So them kind of going back and saying, we don't actually want to play that here is interesting to me as well. But a lot in the Pit of Sauron is in this very first poll. You can go so big if you're looking at our poll count counter on the right hand side for Liquid. It is still climbing up to 33.28% that they're currently dealing with. Big Lucky has a little bit less, but they also finished off the first couple of mobs already, so it is going to be quite similar for both of our teams on the tail end of this. We're going to be adding a Necromancer in here for Liquid as well. That came running a little bit late, so something they will need to be aware of.
For Big Lucky, look at this on the left side. Whenever we saw Mandatory Interrupt run this dungeon earlier this weekend, they actually ended up getting about 40% enemy forces in that first pull. For Big Lucky, it looks like their second pull of the dungeon, they grabbed some additional trash mobs. Are they going to be taking this into the first boss is kind of the question, or are Big Lucky just going to be taking a pit stop here? Maybe they're waiting on that Plunge Talon Gargoyle. Or, I mean, for Big Lucky here, if they're not getting ready to pull the boss, I feel like Liquid, they're already kind of getting an advantage. Look at this for Liquid. They're gearing up for a skip. They're going to be tagging a bunch of mobs and just pulling straight into the boss. So what's going to be happening here is the Shine's going to be rescue skipping the two-seater mount up to the ledge, and Yips is already gearing up to pull the boss.
Yep, they have made it over. Sometimes that skip looks a little bit sketchy, but Big Lucky has gotten the memo. They're on their way as well to take everything right now into boss. I think, like you were mentioning, it was probably that gargoyle. They didn't want to have two of them at the same time just to kind of cut down on having to deal with that mechanic there, but it's everything into boss. Once again, poll counts are rising on both sides of our screen here, up to 26.9 on the left-hand side and 20.5 for Liquid here. So Big Lucky still on that bigger poll, but they also did a little bit of a smaller one in that first one, so they can equalize here as the teams are also dealing with Garfrost, notably plus 19, no bloodlust available for this one. So everything you're seeing right here is sheer power of will and execution from these players. Look at that. That gargoyle had XCM under control for really, really long, but was able to get back there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the additional Grave Blades on this pole make dodging and hiding behind the Serenite bombs to be quite dangerous. But for Big Lucky, if they're able to get this trash dealt with, they're in a fairly good position. They've had slightly higher in-combat uptime compared to Liquid just because of their routing through this dungeon, but the skip from Liquid looks pretty sweet. And what you saw on the left-hand side for Big Lucky is the MDI standard. We saw Loda. He ends up transcending out of the room. He ends up tagging one of the Lich packs, and then he is going to Wurnstone back into the room and let that Lich just slowly trickle in to just give Big Lucky a bit more count. I would not be shocked if we see Zebi on the side of Liquid doing something similar as a Tormentor coming in a little bit late. The Cold Wraith, and then the Lich is going to be coming in momentarily as well. So both of the teams on the exact same strategy there.
Yeah, a quick correction is a plus 16, of course. I was still stuck in that Algothar Academy after everything that happened there, but it is, of course, a plus 16 for our teams here. And look at that, just on sheer boss percentage, these teams couldn't be any closer as they're making away through this boss fight. Like you mentioned, that Lich has been pulled in from both of our teams, as well as a little bit lower for Big Lucky on the left-hand side here. Of course, Interrupt will need to come in as well, but I always felt like in the Pit of Sauron, the big difference maker is Ick and Crick. I don't know if you agree, but you can save so much time on that boss fight, and you can also waste so much time on that boss fight. So that is what I am kind of attuning my mind to already, as Team Liquid is going to be the first team to take down Forge Master Garfrost.
Yeah, so for Liquid here, whenever they were doing the Pit of Sauron during their group weekend, they kind of pioneered this strategy that we now see most of the MDI teams do on the Ick and Crick encounter, where it's kind of about the mobs that they're gathering into the pull and like how they're getting them gathered. it was kind of a question as to like what is the fastest strategy to get this Ick and Crick encounter engaged. And it seems like a lot of the teams are now looking at what Liquid is doing and doing something very similar. Because look at this right here. As you see on the right side, Liquid, they end up holding W, and XCM, he's the player that's kind of pivotal here. He runs back, he ends up, solving some of the quarry camps, he saves the prisoners, and then he Warnstones into the group. That's kind of the core of the strategy that we're seeing from a lot of our MDI teams. And now Big Lucky have also engaged the boss. Liquid continuing to maintain that about 10-second lead that they have going into the Ick and Crick encounter. But we've seen how quickly that can actually turn. If any team has a death, that can actually go into favor of the other team, and you just have to be very, very cautious about deaths, especially whenever you have things like Plunge Talon Gargoyles picking you up and stunning you in the middle of this pull. You have to make sure that you have well-timed rescues, make sure you have well-timed Tiger's Lust to be able to get those players out of that Plunge Talon Gargoyle grip.
Yeah, that life cocoon was just life-saving right now there for her Draxthir on Big Lucky, able to keep him out of harm's way. But just barely, that CD has now been used. That was definitely our little kind of CD that we had for any oopsies. So they are going to be needing to survive from here on out without it. Good news is that their trash has already been finished. That allows them to now add in that gargoyle, those geists as well, and finish out that second pack while Ick and Crick are dropping. This should have been the last couple of shades that we saw on both teams, but look at that. Team Liquid, they are just flooring it here right now. They're going to be finishing out Crick. They do not care about those additional shades. They have the boss so low already, and they're going to be going from here on out as well as this boss. I mean, that was just a blitz. They came through here. They saw the boss. They finished the boss. Wow. They're on their way already, whereas Big Lucky certainly taking a lot longer here. Additionally, with that gargoyle in play.
Liquid's offensive cooldown situation is way better than Big Lucky's, I think, as well. I mean, look at this. They have 23 seconds remaining on the army to come up. The Devoured Demon Hunter is getting primed for his soul generation. He's actually trying to generate some souls right now out of combat. Shine's going to have his Breath of Eons available. And for Liquid, I think that the pull into Glaciath here that they're going to be doing, I would not be shocked that DK cooldowns, the Devoured Demon Hunter, he's going to build that Void meta right now. He's going to be running and consuming. You even see Cindy casting that Void Ray if they have all the abilities available. And for Big Lucky, they weren't getting any value out of that natural CDR. The DK already had his cooldowns available. The Evoker does have his cooldowns available in 15 seconds, but I think that for Liquid here, Glaciath is just going to get absolutely annihilated. Wolf Disco is going to be pressing that army the moment that the shield goes up, because the boss actually, the Glaciath actually takes 100% additional crit damage. And you see Cindy, he's pressing that Void meta. Here comes the Breath of Eons here in a couple of seconds for Liquid, and this mini boss is going to die really, really fast.
Interestingly enough, Big Lucky did not do the skip back there. We did see one paralysis come out of Loda there, but it looked like they tagged everything else into it. You can also see that there are not Shadow Melds being used across the board from that team, so they might just be getting a little bit of extra count here, whereas a lot of our other teams have opted to take those Grave Blades and then drag them up the side of the mountain, go on a little hike with them as they go into the final boss. But like you mentioned, Liquid, they are just so fast. And here comes Yips, is going to be doing exactly what we've been seeing in the groups as well. This is the pack they skipped. He's going to be aggroing them, then porting back up here with the Wernstone, and all of those mobs, they're going to strap on their hiking boots, they're going to strap on their little backpacks and walk up the mountainside there. And it will take a little bit, but here they come. They also have one Grave Blade on the back there. That's also from that previous pack. You can see them kind of just walk on in from the side here. This has been the premier tech, and it looks like Big Lucky doesn't even need to do that. Hold on. No, they do. So their count does work out in that way, interestingly enough, but they're certainly slower than Liquid as we're seeing right now.
What was the mandatory time in this dungeon earlier makes, if you have that on hand?
I have that on hand. So the mandatory time we saw was flat out 11 minutes.
I mean, Liquid here, this is so fast. Scourgelord Tyrannus here at 69%, a very nice number for Liquid. I would not be shocked if they have something that's faster than that 11-minute flat time that we saw from Mandatory. I would not be shocked if Liquid have like a 10:30 even at the pace that they're currently being able to kill this boss off. This is really, really clean run for Liquid. It is completely deathless. Yips has that Incarn available. They did just press all their offensive cooldowns, so they should be accelerating a little bit in terms of boss damage. And for Liquid, I mean, this has looked like a very good series. Once they press this Bloodlust here in 24 seconds, I don't even think they're getting the entire duration of that lust. I think that the boss is already dead on screen.
That is absolutely impressive stuff that we're seeing right now. You know, I'm a teeny tiny bit sad that it looks like we're not going to be getting that Cetus to Triumvirate, because that was the dungeon Big Lucky basically beat all of the other teams in, and I really wanted to see them here as well. But Liquid certainly showing up in a big way. There were a lot of doubts coming from the group weekend where we didn't know how would their practice situation play out after having that swap out player from Boomy to Cine just days before the competition. But they're here, they're loud, and they're showing us that they got this 2-0 in the bag, and they're coming in strong.
Liquid have come back with a vengeance, taking this series 2-0. Incredible performance from them and some very good runs that we got to see. Now, of course, this means Big Lucky will be moving down to the lower bracket, and Team Liquid moving ahead with BlizzCon one step closer ahead on the distant horizon. But, of course, our teams have a lot to be proud of from these runs. I mean, looking over what we got to see in this series, was Liquid's win in this series because they were kind of locking in when their practice paid off? Was it Big Lucky being slower than their past performance? What do you think it was, Tells?
I mean, I think that for Liquid, this is the Liquid that we expected to see during the Group C weekend. I think that Makes just said it perfectly, where there was questions about their cohesion whenever they were adding a new player. Cine was this kind of unknown variable. Everybody knows how good he is. You know, he is a multiple-time Race to World first champion. He is a very, very solid player. But getting him up to speed on something like a Devour Demon Hunter, you know, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of reps. And that's something that they said that they didn't have going into Group C weekend. Now, this is the Liquid that we expected to see. They are the team that has reps. And now I would not be shocked if they were able to give Mandatory tomorrow a run for their money, because they looked really good.
It really does seem like they have found that cohesion and they have figured out what kind of team they can be with this particular constellation. I mean, Dratnos, looking back on this one, give us your recap of this Pit of Saran.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way that those graphs are overlaid, especially at the start there. You could see the two teams on a very similar cadence to each other. Liquid, though, in the first pull, able to actually grab a little bit more trash than Big Lucky were, largely thanks to that spatial paradox coming in for the ability for Zasevi there to be able to tag a little bit more trash, grab a little bit more of those extra enemies. We saw both teams, of course, utilizing the Monk out and right back in to grab a little bit more trash on to Garfrost. I thought what was really interesting, though, was the way that they executed that skip up towards the this gauntlet here. So Liquid were able to get this done. So actually, it's not here, right? Because this goes into Ick and Crick, but it's afterwards in that general area. So here's a little bit of the Ick and Crick setup, and here you can see the Evoker tag Wernstone tech over there on the side. Something that I absolutely really like as well. But then it's after this is the part that I was talking about before, which is look how fast Liquid are able to get this going in comparison to what we saw in the earlier series. Really nicely done. I actually thought the way Big Lucky did this was really cool too, though. They just charged straight forward and said, you know what? Let's just CC that Cold Wraith, and then let's just keep going and get into combat here. We'll control Undead, another Cold Wraith, paralyze one, bring the rest of this forward. And another benefit of this as well is you're just wasting no time, and you still have Shadow Melds available to use for threat drop, which is what they actually ended up doing as well there on their healer. It was Liquid at the end of the day, though. It's hard to make a replay package for a match like this. 10 minutes 34 was the end of that map. My replay was like 2 minutes there. It was 20% of that run was in that replay package.
Listen, when there's so much good stuff to like pull out and talk about, you can make a video that's like 3 times as long as the run. I have no doubt. But it was amazing to get to see what both of these teams brought into this. And while it wasn't as close there, we didn't go to that next map as we kind of hoped it would be. I think we still saw a lot from these teams that made them very competitive. Now, while we're going to see Big Lucky go down to that lower bracket, they are going to prove a huge adversary for whoever ends up facing off with them. And we'll take a look right now to see they're going to be having a little bit of a rematch with Interrupt, while up in the upper bracket we have some things that have been decided as well, Makes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be getting Mandatory against Liquid, right? That is certainly something to already look forward to tomorrow. But we are also going to be seeing Interrupt versus Big Lucky tomorrow. So that means one of our CN teams is going to get eliminated tomorrow as well. We have 2 more exciting series right in front of us. The triple threat against Send Spellbook and Dignitas going up against ANTTIS Angels. So I'm really excited for those series for today.
We have some incredible games all this weekend, but of course up next, Triple Threat versus Send Spellbook, as Makes just pointed out. This is going to be a really interesting one. Both of these teams, I think, have had some ups and downs in the competition, but their potential is huge. Can they have pulled it together just like we saw Liquid come in strong, make the best use of the practice time that they've had, and now blaze a path ahead? We will certainly be seeing very soon, so don't go anywhere, everybody. We're having a quick break, and then we will be back with you with Triple Threat versus Send Spellbook. We've returned, and we've brought with us the next series of the day. Next up is Triple Threat versus Send Spellbook. Let's see your predictions, chat. These two teams had a kind of unexpected path through to finals weekend. Because of that, I kind of feel like they both arguably have some of the most to prove this weekend. Send Spellbook surprised us in their groups by managing to pull off an upset and made it to finals. I mean, Zyro, do you think they can do that again here?
I think they certainly have the players. I mean, this team has players on it that have some of the longest history in the MDI in general. I mean, Shelley himself has been playing since 2018 in the MDI. He was in the first ever global finals way back in the day. So if there ever were players that were going to be capable of an upset, it is this team. It is Send Spellbook. That being said, Triple Threat, outside of one weird upper finals series, looked quite dominant on their weekend. And of course, after losing that series to ANTTIS Angels, they came back in the grand finals and completely swept them. So I feel like Triple Threat should be favored here, but again, we've been talking about it all day. It's been weeks since we saw any of these teams play in their cups, right? They've had so much time since then to iterate on, evolve their strats, and just, like, hash out any potential problems they had in their strategies. These teams should be a lot better than we saw them in cups. It's going to be a good series either way.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they both have so much talent. They've got great players, and we have seen some really impressive runs. So if they can clean it up and get consistent, I think we're going to have a really good series on our hands. And one of the things, actually, that Send Spellbook was pretty strong in our groups was actually handling that spec variety rule. Now that it's gone, Makes, do you think they're going to be at a disadvantage?
I think I'm going to go back to what Zyro was saying and just kind of play to their experience and pedigree as players. Yes, I think they did do really well with the spec variety rule, but I think they're going to be doing really well with the map bans that we're of course now bringing back this weekend. They're going to be identifying which maps are the ones they want to be playing, and they're going to be identifying which ones they might not want to be playing. Now, I will say Twitch chat might be a little bit one-sided here. I don't think it's that close between those two teams. I think, or that one-sided is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a little closer, but we'll see.
Tuttles
disagrees.
I don't know. I think this is almost more one-sided than 9 out of 10 times Triple Threat wins. I think if Triple Threat is going to lose this matchup, just with the prestige and the caliber of players that they have on their team, they are going to lose it because they are throwing away maps to a bunch of deaths. I feel like Send Spellbook was the weakest team from group stage, and for them, they were going to have put in so much tremendous amounts of time, practice, and effort to be able to upset the Triple Threat, in my opinion. I feel like the Triple Threat they were the number 2 seed coming out of time trials. I mean, this team is quite good, even though they haven't played in this configuration of players before. They have some absolute pumpers on that team, though. I think that team is insane.
That's absolutely true. I mean, we did see them pull off some incredible runs. And yet, of course, like Zyro, you and Makes are both talking about, there is this real pedigree and I think this real experience level that we see with Send Spellbook. Now, we can see what bans both of the teams have brought in. Nexus Point Zenith and Skyreach have been banned out. We're going to be starting out, of course, on the seat of the Triumvirate. They always have to play that first map that's in the series. This will be at that 16 level, but I mean, with that in mind, and also thinking about the fact that Triple Threat, they're high performers, right? But they're also in a more vulnerable kind of position, I think, especially because they're a little bit less established in the MDI than some of these teams. So, Tuttles, do you think this is going to be a good map for them to have a close matchup, or do you think it might favor one or the other?
I feel like looking at maps on day one is really tough, especially since we haven't seen basically since group stage like what the teams are cooking up. I feel like this has kind of been like a really low tech season where there's not like insane strategies that are super polarizing. I do think if there was ever a dungeon to have some kind of weird or unique tech or a unique routing, it's probably Seed of the Triumvirate. I think that there is like a lot of stuff, particularly slated towards the second area, that can save you some time. Like how our team's pulling trash mobs into Lura. I don't know if this team gives any team a specific advantage though, just because it's been so long since we've seen these teams play in this dungeon.
Okay, well, it's, anybody's game, and anybody could have made improvements since we got to see them in groups. So let's go ahead and see what our predictions will be. Now, chat, you were leaning heavily towards Triple Threat. Tettle seems to back you. But Megs, what are you going to say with your prediction?
I mean, I still think it's very much Triple Threat favored. Okay, don't get me wrong. I just think it looks more like a 70-30 rather than the 95.5 that Tettles was alluding to.
Exactly.
What is the path to victory? Please,
I think
what is
70-30.
the path to victory?
70-30. The path to victory? What do you mean?
What is the path to victory?
What was that?
Yeah.
2-1. I'm saying 2-1 production.
Yeah, I'm 2-1 by the way,
Please
not
correct
2-0.
that.
Okay, all right, we gotta change it. Production. Get some 2-1s for Makes and Zyro. And I mean, yeah, Makes, if you figure out the exact path to victory that Sent Spellbook needs to take, please message them so that they can win
They
it.
need to win.
Yeah.
What are we
and
talking
then
about
win
path
again.
to victory? Just win
And
two
then win
dungeons.
again.
Easy. Okay.
I think that Triple Threat, what we saw during their group weekend, they are going to be much faster in every single dungeon, which means that if Triple Threat are, in my opinion, if Triple Threat are going to lose, they're going to have to be beating themselves, which I don't think is an effective game plan. Hope is not a strategy.
Okay,
My mom has always told me that. Hope is not a strategy.
My mom has told me that if you believe in something, you can do whatever you want, and I think Sent Spellbook are going to be tapping into that.
I have realized now why Tettles is a hate watcher. You never learned to hope. You poor person. Well, don't worry. It's okay. Tettles, we can get some hope here and now. You know, I'm convinced. I'm going for the 2-1 as well. Now, I'm going to go towards triple threat myself. And I think I'm going to keep it that way. But I do think Sent Spellbook can take one map. So, I mean, Tettles, are you locked in 2-0? Or do you think you might have a sense of hope?
I'm locked in.
All right.
You don't need to ask him.
Well, everybody, hope will live on if we manage to see these teams give us a big series, taking it to a third map. But of course, they have to get through the first one here and now. This is going to be our first game of Triple Threat versus Sent Spellbook here in Seat of the Triumvirate. Triple Threat had a lot of strong runs in their group weekends, but they've stumbled a little bit, and Sent Spellbook, they need to find their footing as well. They're going to go head to head here, and really honestly, I think it's a bit of a toss-up. Megs, please go ahead.
Yep, we're going to be going in here right out the gate. We're going to be seeing a warrior by the side of Triple Threat, and I'm honestly not surprised. They were playing so much warrior in their group weekend as well, and I like seeing it as well from them here as they're dealing with this multiple subjugator pull for both of our teams. After this, they're going to be able to spawn that boss, but this part of the dungeon is very scary, and it is going to be Sent Spellbook that are getting the boss spawn first and pulled first as well, but just a slither of a second.
Yeah, it's very, very close. I think the thing that's going to set them apart on boss damage here at the start here is the fact that they're able to pull the tail end of this Void Metamorphosis from Looney into the boss. They should be able to pull about 10 to 15% on the boss because of that, but once that Void Meta runs out, that'll give Triple Threat a little bit of time to catch up. Important to note, on the 16 key level, lowest we have this weekend, we've actually seen both of these teams already do exactly this key level back in their cup, in their cup stages as well. Triple Threat had about closer to a 15-minute time, since Spellbook was closer to a 15:40. So, if everything stays the same, Triple Threat should be faster. And you can see they're starting to catch up on the boss damage just now. There are differences, though. Gear is updated. They now have access to the 298 weapons, rather than the 289 weapons they had back in the cup stages, as well as the trinkets. That means that their damage overall is going to be higher. It also means that their potential to one-phase Lura in the damage app is going to be a lot higher as well. And Triple Threat are indexing on just that, running the Frosty K Arms Warrior combo instead of the Unholy Devourer we're seeing out of Sent Spellbook.
Yeah, I really like this as well. We saw a lot of Frosty K in the group weekends, and honestly, we just got some 07, some love in chat for Triple Threat, despite there not being a spec ban rule, them deciding there is different specs that succeed at dungeons differently and tapping into that, whereas a lot of our other teams have been a little bit more coy around that. But Triple Threat is going to be the first team to finish out so raw, whereas Sent Spellbook, they have slowed down quite a bit towards the end here. You can see how much they're kiting out on those Coalescent Voids towards the end, as they are now going to be on their way as well to get into the next pack. Notably, because they're doing this one pack there that they take from the boss room, that means they can't mount up until these Famished Brokens are, well, finished. And so they're just going to be kind of leaving off of them while they're getting this door opened. While Triple Threat, they're already way into the next pull.
Yeah, they're also very likely going to go They're not likely to go to the far back right Rift Warden. Yeah, you can see Send Spellbook
Yes.
because they're not on their mounts. They're going to go to the close one instead. This does allow Looney to build up that next Void Metamorphosis, though, so they have it available at the very start of this pull, so that is nice for them. But it means their routing in this section of the dungeon is going to be probably in the realm of 10 to 15 seconds slower because they're going to be heading to that far right Rift Warden last. That means they have more runtime to the second boss, whereas Triple Threat, they're already right here on these close Rift Wardens. They'll have a little bit less travel time. We'll have to see how it plays out for them. This pull has gone quite quick for Send Spellbook, so they're making up a little bit of the difference here, although the HP bars are dropping quite low as the Rift Warden AoE comes out. We've been able to keep the team alive there through the use of that Cocoon as well at the tail end of it to make sure Shelly doesn't go down, but Triple Threat, oh my god, they're pulling double Rift Warden makes! They're going for it! What does this look like?
Wow! That is a scary pull to do, even though it's quote-unquote only a plus 16 here. They're using all of their offensives and most of their defensives as well right now. As you can see on the bars, everything's glowing up as they're trying to get through this. Of course, a big focus is on that first Rift Warden to try and get through it as well, but because all of these classes are just really good at dishing out AoE, that also means they're taking everything else down quite far as well. That IBF there came last second. Swag was so low, but able to get on through it. Impressive.
We were talking about this being a possibility in the group stages. I didn't think we'd actually see a team do it. These Rift Wardens, when they're pulled away from their portal, they just start pulsing AoE damage like mad, but you can see the comp that they have with the burst damage and their cooldowns in the Arms Warrior that's actually capable of a ton of funnel damage. They're able to burst down that first Rift Warden before they end up dying to the AoE damage. Nutty play from Triple Threat. They're already through the 3 Rift Wardens and on to the 4th, whereas Sin Spellbook are only just now dealing with the second. Triple Threat is so far ahead now.
That is absolute madness coming out from Triple Threat here. That being said, though, there's still a lot of lethality left in this dungeon, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. But for now, Triple Threat are certainly flooring it and are showing up in a really, really big way. You know, they looked at their group weekend and they said, we are not going to have a weird upset again. We are going to be the ones that determine how this series is going to be played, and they are in fight with Surprise right now, where Send Spellbook is still making way towards actually being able to do that boss. They have a nice size pull on their hands as well, but the overall dungeon progression is just not in their favor right now.
We must have missed it as well, because it looks like Sin Spellbook actually also on their end did a double Rift Warden for the first pull. I completely missed that. My bad on that one, but they're not as far behind as I thought. But even so, Triple Threat still already on the boss here. Sin Spellbook only just now dealing with that last Rift Warden. This is just the routing diff, right? The first boss dying in 20 seconds faster for Triple Threat, plus dealing with that back right Rift Warden first, less travel time for them. It is opening up the gap for them, and Triple Threat, I believe, are going to continue to pull ahead here with the funnel damage comp that they have. Since Spellbook have now engaged the boss, but they are 40% behind Migs.
Yep, that's right. Still a lot to come in the Seed of Triumvirate as we are going to be moving through this boss fight. One of the orbs there left up, but no worries, Satsi has it, and Triple Threat deciding to tag in a little bit of extra Umber Fins into this boss fight here as well for the lack of count that Send Spellbook has already dealt with by their count on the overall, so that is going to be something that they can just passively cleave onto. They don't need to worry much about wasting any extra time to actually deal with that trash, as Surprise is dropping below the 30s for the Triple Threat on the left-hand side. You can even see Satsi in the background there tagging some extra mobs on top of that, despite the boss being so low already.
Yep. The lead kind of being maintained here for Triple Threat, although Send Spellbook have maybe caught up a couple of percentage points on the boss. The damage appears to be very close to even between the two teams on this triple boss that they're dealing with. The danger of the dungeon, though, still ahead as we head to the third boss room. So much potential for death as we approach this room. I want to see if Walllife is also going to be attempting any taunt spell reflex on this boss as well. Lots of potential for mistakes if that is the play, but you gain so much boss damage out of doing it. Have to make sure this Wernstone Shadow Meld skip goes well off the bat. Looks like triple threat is through. They don't have any extra constructs. There's no Demon Hunter for them, so they don't have an easy way to skip past this trash through the use of Fear Sigil.
Love
It looks like it's
this.
going to be a Fear from the Warrior instead after being stunned, and then he can Shadow Meld as well. So finding a unique way to skip past that trash, a lot more difficult than the Sigil
Honestly,
of Misery, but they're able to make it work.
That's one of these things you just kind of get when players are playing on their mains, right? We see this with Physical God Comp as well, where it's like, you play a class and you're like, maybe I can make it work. And then they find just ways to replicate things like what we were just sawing from Walleye there. I think that's really, really cool. And I believe that's the first time we've actually been seeing the Warrior Fear there utilized to actually skip this pack, but it worked out beautifully. But here comes Zen Spellbook going really big, trying to start this boss fight, but Triple Threat are already onto it, and they have the Viceroy in play together with the remainder of the Conjurer and Void Callers. That's a lot of interrupts that need to be dealt with as well, and you can see that just kind of AoE CCs are being deployed by both of our teams to try and get through this as quickly as possible.
Triple threat, though, already in combat with Viceroy Nezar, whereas Zen Spellbook still yet to spawn him, only just now getting the knockback for the spawn and getting in combat, and that 35% advantage from the second boss still remains for Triple Threat, who should be able to catapult ahead with the more single target damage they have available in their comp. They were able to kill the first boss after being behind 15% on pole, 20% ahead. So we know that their single target damage is significantly higher. How much higher is it, though? 35% still the gap now, as we are still in combat with the boss, but I believe that is going to start to open up as we get further on, as Walleye potentially gets more Spell Reflex. I haven't seen if he's actually been going for it just yet. Let's see if we can see a Mind Blast. Yep, that's on Walleye there. There's a Spell Reflect. 2% of the boss HP gone. Have to make sure Teef gets the taunt back. Looks like we're good. Still need to be kiting around on the tentacles, but you can see now, Makes, as I've been talking, in those 30 seconds, the gap has opened up yet another 10% on the boss HP.
I mean, that's partly due to the insane damage on the Triple Threat, but it's partly also due to that Spell Reflect. It just does so much damage. Bringing this warrior to this dungeon gives you access to just that. It's a little bit of a fickle thing to try and get through, but the Triple Threat did exceptionally here. Now they need to finish out the remainder of their count right now. You can see Zen Spellbook has a little bit of extra count in comparison to the Triple Threat that they will need to do as well, so that puts them even further behind, and then both teams are going to be engaging Laura. But I mean, Zen Spellbook would need a pretty big mistake on the side of Triple Threat to happen to claw back here.
Swag dragging those two constructs out of the way so Teef can drag these mobs through, shadow melding them off once everything is through, and we have these mobs together. Now, notably, they're not killing them. They want these alive. They want to pull these into the boss. This is funnel damage for that Arms Warrior, so they can get all that boss damage onto Lura here once it spawns. It wouldn't surprise me if they continue to just not really do any damage to these. They save these mobs until they get to that damage amp phase, just to guarantee the one phase. Even with the extra damage that they have from higher item level weapons and trinkets, you still want to make sure you kill it as quickly as possible. It looks like they are going to start to cleave them down just a little bit. There is some danger on these packs as well. Did that Void Shaper get its cast off? I believe they were able to interrupt it. First line's coming out now from the boss. Need to make sure these beams don't miss. We'll see in a moment just how many of the chimes that they hit. If that debuff is going up 2 at a time, it means that they've successfully gotten rid of 4 of them. It means your healer has to do less damage. I only see 2 AoE, so it looks like they've gotten it down here. Doing a great job keeping everything under control here on the side of Triple Threat.
Yep, that's right. 4 of them have been cleared, 2 remain. That's kind of what this positioning we saw from them here allows. That is actually, for once, something you may take into your own keys, that if you drag this boss to that corner, it just allows you to get 4 of them off at the same time. But here come the second set of beams. That also means damage is going to be increasing in just a little bit, but Symphony of the Eternal Night is being casted, and we want to see a one face on to Laura as that Bloodlust is pumping. Are they going to be able to do it? And I mean, while I'm talking, look at that. Laura is just melting in front of our eyes. I'm not even finishing this sentence, and this boss is going to be dead. That Bloodlust is still running. They don't even care. They take map number 1.
Such impressive play from the triple threat. They get this first point on the board, and since SPELLBOOK, they are going to have to speed it up considerably if they want to stand a chance in this series. I mean, seeing triple threats play, and based off of what we saw in groups, and now this first dungeon of Season 1 finals, Zyro, how high would you say their threat level is to send SPELLBOOK and the other teams?
Extremely high. I'm not sure what the ratings of threat level are, but like they're certainly up there. We were talking at the very start of that match about the times that we saw in their respective group stages. Since SPELLBOOK sent a 1540 in Group A, Triple Threat sent a 1502 in Group B. They just put together a 12-minute 40 run time. They're 2 minutes and change faster than they were in the group stages. Now, a little bit of that is going to come from your weapons and trinkets being higher, but not 2 minutes worth. That was absolutely insane run from Triple Threat.
Very impressive. I mean, Tuttles, you were also watching. What were some of your observations about this first map?
All right. This is the analysis segment where we talk about the Wall Life 1v9. He puts the 4 members of Triple Threat in his backpack and he says, hop in, we're going for a ride. And this guy, they have built this entire composition off of the Arms Warrior and off of Battle Shout. And a lot of it came down to how they were trying to play throughout this dungeon, where it's like the 3 targets, it's the 4 targets, it's the 5 targets. Those are the beneficial marks for the Arms Warrior where they do the most damage. And for Sin SPELLBOOK, they were trying to keep it close. We saw this double Rift Warden combination where the far side rift was destabilized. It was doing an insane amount of damage, and I thought maybe for a second that for the triple threat, they weren't going to be able to pull it off because of this cool strategy from Sin SPELLBOOK, but the triple threat, they figured it out as well, and they ran through with this Zug comp with Wall Life on this Arms Warrior, and this guy was just doing the most damage. We saw that end of dungeon screen right before we cut to this analysis segment, and he did 390,000 DPS. And these are the points in time at which that Arms Warrior is so OP. Look at this. This triple target council fight. I think Augmentation Evoker and Arms Warrior are so OP. He's cosplaying as a Devoured Demon Hunter, charging in and fearing the mobs, then doing the meld himself. And he says, get in, as he taunts the boss. Viceroy Nazar presses that spell reflect. Bang! Insane amounts of damage into him as well. But not only that, but the triple threat, they're also facilitating him to be able to do this amount of damage as they, instead of taking trash mobs and fighting the Void-Infused Destroyers by themselves with the trash mobs, they're actually taking the trash pack on top of Lura, again, enabling that Arms Warrior to really just excel at what it does best, at that 5 target count mark with the free from the sweeping strikes, with the free rage resource generation. And man, this was truly the Wall Life 1v9.
This was such a strong opening dungeon, but of course it's not the end of the series. Granted, I mean, Triple Threat have really, I think, set a strong precedent coming right in and having such a big time difference as well. But we will be heading next into Algathar Academy. Now, this is going to be taking us to a noticeably higher key level, which provides some additional challenges. Do you think this will be enough to slow Triple Threat's roll makes, or do you think this is where SPELLBOOK might struggle?
I mean, after what we just saw, I think it would be a little bit delusional to say that Triple Threat is not looking like they're going to be living up to their name here. However, Zen SPELLBOOK is a great team. They're one of our top 8 teams of the entire season. I would never count any team out after just having seen one map. They definitely need to clutch up and clutch up a lot based on what we have seen just now. It is possible. It might be a little bit difficult depending on what we just saw, I will say.
Yeah, the threat is real. I mean, it's there. It's at least triple the amount of threat. And it's impressive to see how they've been really just blasting through and I think really making them a name that we're all coming to know and maybe fear a little bit in the competition or be very impressed by, if nothing else. But, I mean, you all also leaned heavily into triple threat. Now, since SPELLBOOK, they have a chance here, right? They can step up, they can get a point on the board, but Tettles, what do you think they need to take into consideration, or what would you think that they need to push for in this Algathar Academy?
I feel like Algathar Academy on the 19 Keystone level is kind of straightforward in terms of all, like what you can do. You're really heavily limited just by like damage intake and tank damage. I think is one of the big key like variables that you have to be watching out for. And so I think that like I think the route that Liquid played in here earlier was quite fast, probably the best route on this patch. And so I think that the last pull of the dungeon is going to be one that is very pivotal for these teams. How many Echo Knights are you able to take into the Echo of Dorogosa is kind of the big question. There's obviously another question is to like where are you pressing that first Bloodlust? Those are probably the two most key points in this dungeon. But I think that for both of these teams, it's going to be about keeping it clean and running the meta route in here.
All right, well, we will find out very soon which route they're going to be taking. Now, triple threat, they have a point on the board, and if they again want to continue moving ahead in the upper bracket, this would be a great place to seal the deal. Now, since SPELLBOOK, they have a chance before they're knocked down to the lower bracket. Can they get a point on the board, and can they even this out? Triple threat versus Sen SPELLBOOK, here we go in their second map, Zyro.
Okay, it wasn't a one-hit wonder. This is just what they're playing. Walllife, the Arms Warrior main, says, no, this thing is good in every single dungeon. I'm playing it everywhere, and my team is going to facilitate me. And after seeing that Seed of the Triumvirate makes, I have to agree. It looks like a very, very strong pick. Let's see how it works out for them in this dungeon, as we're already seeing a little bit of difference in the start here. Since SPELLBOOK just running past all of the trash. Triple threat going to have Gooper Warnstone as everyone Shadow Melds by. Actually, it's the same exact thing for both teams. Shadow Melding by and having the Warnstone come in, and we're into this first pull. Looks like the Bloodlust is going to be saved from both of our teams once again, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary situation for Sen SPELLBOOK as they came into this pull. Looney dropped really low. That was also why that cocoon was deployed, but they were able to get on through it as well. Now, notably, Lust is not going to be used here by either of our teams. It's basically the same route we saw earlier today from the other teams as well. They're just going to get through this all by themselves, and a lot is in how quickly you can finish this off and get Veximus spawned, because that will save you so much overall dungeon timer here. So that is something our teams are looking forward to, and if you're looking at those HP bars, it looks like Sen SPELLBOOK might be taking the lead right here. The battle axes are still fizzling out here as the Veximus spawn animation is already coming on in, whereas the triple threats are just taking a little bit longer here, that last mob being a textbook, taking them a tiny bit longer as they're now grabbing everything else to pull into Veximus.
That looks so cool. The Crackling Jade Lightning with the Spatial Paradox tagging all of those Foragers plus the Ravager to drag into the boss. Same thing on the side of Triple Threat, although Zotzi did run a little bit further there to tag the mob, so it's a little less clean of a gather. Here is Sen SPELLBOOK's pull, and as we look at these pulls, I want to keep an eye on one thing in particular. Boss HP. Arms Warrior Funnel is absolutely insane. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Funnel is not really in the game for a lot of specs anymore. Arms is one of the only specs that is still in the game for just a moment, though, as Shelly does go down to a lunge from one of those Foragers on top of the AoE damage. They have the res, but they don't have any more battle reses for the next 7 minutes. Looks like they're back to stability here. Sky dropping really low. Only has the Bark available here, trying to get back to that Incarnation. Tifa already back to it. If Sky can get back to the Incarn, they're going to be okay, but if he doesn't get back, they're going to be in trouble. Instantly popping it the second it comes back off cooldown. They should be back to stability, but look at the boss HP differential. That's what I was talking about. The Arms Warrior has catapulted Triple Threat ahead on boss damage. 12% ahead already, only 45 seconds into this pull.
That was crazy. I was getting quite nervous looking at Sky drop so many times here, and look at that. While we already have this differential on Veximus between the two teams, Triple Threat is even still in their lust, or even still profiting from that, whereas it has run out for quite a couple of seconds for Sen SPELLBOOK already. Certainly Triple Threat once again claiming that lead back to them. It was a nice, 2-minute timer in this dungeon where Sen SPELLBOOK was ahead. Triple Threat, I kind of missed that feeling, I feel like, after that seed, and they're back onto it right now. My biggest question, though, is how is their routing going to look like from here on out? We have seen teams kind of just beeline for Croft. We have seen teams do what we saw earlier today from Big Lucky, where they clear out the Overgrown Ancient first, and that is something I just want to know for both of our teams to see where the popularity vote in the Elgathar Academy has kind of fallen since the group weekends. Often teams reiterate on that, and so that is something I'm just curious, as we are going to be seeing the triple threat finish out Veximus here.
Yeah, the funnel damage is absolutely insane. Of course, funnel is using extra mobs to be able to do more single target to a priority target. Arms Warrior in particular, if they cleave 3 or more targets, they get to do a little more single target damage. It's not just a little more, though. As you can see, Wall Life peaking over 500k over that entire pull, a large portion of that being dealt to Veximus itself, and that has opened up the gap here. Triple threat already done with Veximus. It's going to take Sin Spellbook an extra 20+ seconds to deal with that boss. An entire death timer ahead on the side of triple threat as they head straight up to the Sentinel, the Sentry here. Scary moment.
Scared.
Maybe Walleye didn't quite. It almost looked like Walleye didn't catch the gust there, but caught the very bottom of it. Could have been a very unfortunate way to lose that 15 seconds of advantage, but everyone makes it up to the Sentry, and we are on. Since Spellbook now dealt with Veximus, but like we were talking, we're about 22 seconds behind off of the first boss split already. It's going to be a hard gap for them to close. Now, I think the important thing to mention is on mass AoE pulls, Sin Spellbook does have the advantage. Their comp just does more AoE damage, but Triple Threat can make that up and surpass them if everything goes right for them, if they get that funnel damage on the boss. Now, Croth, there is no funnel damage available on that boss. There's no way to get trash there, so that's going to be a pure single target race. Overgrown Ancient, you can pull trash on top of it, also spawns a bunch of extra trash, and we've already seen all the teams love pulling as many mobs on top of Echo of Doragosa as possible, even to their own detriment sometimes. So funnel opportunities are abundant in this dungeon.
That's true. I'm a little bit worried about the not quintuple Echo Knight pull that we saw earlier today. That one was scary, but it is going to be triple threat that will be arriving here on the Croth platform first. Sin Spellbook are just a smidge behind them, though. So as we were looking on the boss progress differential, it looked like they were much further apart than what we're seeing right now, which gives me hope for Sin Spellbook, as they're also a teeny tiny bit ahead in overall count. So could be that they're able to tie back in. A lot is going to come down to how they're going to be able to utilize the burn face onto Croth. I don't know if you think teams will be doing something different here than we've been seeing, but I feel like the popularity vote is really just going into wins, kind of just drag out time, get the burn phase, and then just nuke the boss with everything you have to try and get through it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think the key level being so high for Algathar in particular kind of cancels out any possibility of any overlap, right? You're not going to be able to burn 40% of the boss's HP with the wind buff, probably even with Bloodlust if you were to save it for the boss, which I don't recommend either way. So I feel like you're just going to try to stack cooldowns, probably press cooldowns on pull, use the haste buff for just a nice augment to your damage. You're not going to pop cooldowns to it, and then you go for a big damage amp burn during the fire damage amp on the boss. Try to get the boss as low as possible so you don't have to deal with too many screeches while the fire damage is pulsing. We did see in our first run of the day that the damage does get pretty sketchy in the final moments of the boss, so there's definitely potential for players to go down. We'll have to see if our teams are prepared to deal with that. Any bad overlaps, maybe your healer getting locked by a screech could potentially cause some deaths. Either way, our team's still working towards that. Triple threat is through the Alpha Eagle trash gauntlet here. Why are there birds here, by the way? Did we ever...
Oh, that's a good question. Why are there birds here? I personally am a huge fan of birds, so I'm happy that there's birds here, to be very honest with you.
Either way, the big bird is here for triple threat. They've got to deal with Croth now, engaging the boss just now. Yep, army being used right on the pull here, as expected. That fire damage amp definitely more than a minute 30 away, so we'll definitely have everything available for the damage. I'm curious what Wallif is going to do with the cooldowns as well. I don't think if he pops that here, it'll be available for the damage amp, so I might just have to sit on that when it comes off cooldown. It's a little bit awkward for the Arms Warrior. Going to be doing decent, significantly less damage than you would expect. I do wonder if they'll get it into execute during the fire damage amp, though. That would be huge for the Arms Warrior.
Yeah, that's the good question. We'll have to see if that timing ends up being on their favor here as well. But for now, we're going to be seeing them move through this boss fight as simply as they can. Try to not waste too much of their defensives. That's a big part, right? You were talking about how scary the tail end of this boss fight gets. So on our Demon Hunter, we want to make sure we're probably trying to maintain as many blur sticks as we can, and then on our DKs we also just want to make sure that both AMS and IBF are still available for as long as we can hold them, to really make sure we're kind of taking some of that pressure from the healer as the fight gets to that sketchy end. But we did trigger the wind phase for the triple threat here as they are getting the boss closer and closer to that burn phase.
Yep, it's the haste buff coming out now. No real delay on it for the squad here. They just pick that up instantly. It's just a little bit of an augment damage, although Walllife does have the cooldowns back available here. The minute cooldown being very strong for them. We'll have it for both of the damage amps. Single target damage of the Arms Warrior still not that high at this point on the boss, but of course will start to gain as the fight goes onwards here. Since Spellbook now getting to that first Ruinous Winds phase on their side as well. How big is the fire damage amp going to be? In just a few moments we'll see for these teams just how low we got. I think the lowest we saw on our first run today was 19% mix, is that right? In the initial Algothar
to be
burn?
honest, did not track the numbers because I was so caught up in looking at the nameplates and their HP. Because that's where I get stressed, right? Everybody else is looking at the boss to finish it. The OG healer in me is looking at the group to survive. So here it comes, though. We are starting to spawn that burn phase right now. Here comes the weakened, and that is going to be where everything is sent. Swag just use that army, and you can see that they're trying to burn this boss as fast as possible. I will say, I felt like they got it pretty low prior to this as well, and you can see that they're really making the most out of it. Boss now down close to the single digits. Are going to be getting there, but this is where it starts to hurt.
Yeah, that was actually an insanely fast burn there from Triple Threat. Boss super low. Here's that Deafening Screech coming out on top of the pulsing fire damage as well. Goober dropping low, using scales to make sure it doesn't go down. IBF also committed from Swag there as well. Looks like Zotzi is able to keep everyone alive, and we're going to be beating that next Screech pretty quickly for the team. Send Spellbook now in the damage up on their side as well, but the push was not as clean for them. This boss is quite healthy for them. This is going to be scary.
Yeah, 8% for Send Spellbook as they're getting through it. You can see some of the defensives are still available. I'm not too worried about this. I think it's close-ish to what we saw from Triple Threat, and they are going to be able to finish out this boss fight right now and beeline for the Overgrown Ancient. I felt like on Vaximus they were way further apart than what we're seeing right now, which gives me hope for Send Spellbook to try and catch back up and get back in there, maybe overtake in a series that in that first map looked a lot more lopsided, and this map is looking to be between the two of them. Make no mistake, a single death on the side of Triple Threat and Send Spellbook are back ahead here. It's just a couple of seconds that are splitting these two teams right now.
I was expecting the Unholy DK to careen to the top of the meters here for Triple Threat, but the late cooldowns finally starting to see some of the potential of that class. Dan has the cooldowns on the pole for Send Spellbook. They should be able to deal with this pack significantly faster than what we saw from Triple Threat. Again, mass AoE damage is what the Devourer plus Unholy combo is the best at. Triple Threat, though, on the back of the Guardian Druid damage from them as well, looks like they're going to be dispatching this pack quickly enough to where the Arms Warrior isn't that much of a detriment for them. I keep thinking this Devourer should have some advantage at some point in the dungeon, but Walllife keeps showing me Arms is insane. They're totally okay. The pack dies super quickly, and the funnel damage on the Vile Lashers means they die so much more quickly for Triple Threat, whereas since Spellbook, the Void meta, when it runs out, Looney's kind of out of damage. The Army DT combo, when it runs out for Dan, they're kind of out of damage. The pack doesn't end up dying as quickly for them. Triple Threat already in combat with the boss here. They've already dealt with the RP, and Zotzi also collecting some bonus trash as well off on the side. Gonna have more funnel for the Arms Warrior here.
Yeah, so he grabbed both of those packs where Send Spellbook is only grabbing that first one that you just saw Roybin tag in. Both of her monks are going to come back the same way. They're going to be using Burnstone, but notably, since SPELLBOOK was kind of just waiting for Roybin to arrive back with the group before they even engaged this boss, it might have been also RP. It was hard to see from the POV that we had here, but I think the boss was ready to be pulled, and they were just standing there for a couple more seconds to make sure she would be back with them. We have seen healers kind of just teleport back, snap back to the mobs, which can happen, so that might have been one of the reasons on why they wanted to play it a little bit safe. But I think since SPELLBOOK doesn't really have the room to play safe here, so I would really like to see them just play a little bit more on edge as they're dealing with the additional pack right now, and that will put them on the same count as we see from Triple Threat, I believe, once both of those teams are finished with the bridge pull.
Yeah, looking at the counters that we have above the damage meters, it looks like they're going to be on exact equal count after they both deal with this boss, so it should just be net the same with one final pull going into Echo of Doragosa after this boss, but these teams are close enough together to where one death could end up being the difference. Yes, Triple Threat appear to be about 20 to 25 seconds ahead here after the first couple of bosses, but again, that death plus the damage you lose from whatever cooldowns you were doing, whatever damage you had ramping, that could be the difference here. It could come down to another DPS race at the end of the dungeon on Echo of Doragosa. Triple Threat, though, starting to pull a little bit further ahead in boss damage. They were about 25% ahead at the start here. Opened that up a little bit to 30% as more Hungry Lashers spawn and start to try to burn Teef down on the Guardian Druid. But it doesn't look like he's going to be dropping anytime soon, even with no cooldowns available. Cocoon being used from Zalti just to make sure they don't have an accidental tank death at the end. And the Overgrown Ancient does go down for Triple Threat. They have a massive pull ahead of them here, since SPELLBOOK just now dealing with that last set of Hungry Lashers on their end as well. But they need to DPS this boss down to keep it close.
That's right, and you can see them now set up. So Teef just walking ahead, making sure one of those invokers is CC'd off to the side. That one is going to walk in later, okay? I don't want to see any comments of, haha, they're missing count in Twitch chat, okay? I told you right now, there is an invoker. It's going to walk in late. That is the missing 1% that you're going to be seeing, but take a look at this as we're now into Echo of Doragosa, living up to the name. How many Echo Knights are we getting onto this pack? I'm seeing one, I'm seeing two. Can I find a third? Are you finding a third, Cyro?
Yeah,
there is
I
a
just
third.
see three. I just see three Echo Knights plus an invoker.
So three we have.
Nice little easy pull compared to the 5 we saw earlier today. With the Bloodlust available, it should be easy going here. Zalti spinning away, keeping the team topped through the Arcane Smash damage. Another one comes out, brings everyone to half HP. The scare is not just from the smash damage, it's from the overlaps. You get a debuff from the boss that pops on top of that damage. You take an orb to the face while dealing with smash damage. That's the kills you on this fight, but that is not going to happen for Triple Threat here. Echo Knights dispatched quickly, just the Invoker left alive, and they're just going to keep it alive. That's funnel damage for the Arms Warrior here. They were 25% ahead on the Overgrown Ancient. Look at the gap now on the Echo of Doragosa, 30% ahead. This is the Lust push, though, for SPELLBOOK. They will start to close that gap just a little bit here, and they don't have the 3 Echo Knights makes. They have 4 Echo Knights on the boss, so it's even more healing for Roybin to deal with on their end.
That's right, that is a lot that they will need to get on through, but will they have the time to do that? I'm not so sure. Triple Threat are marching towards that finish line, 44%, and that one Invoker that's going to be walking in any second now, chat. Don't worry about it, there it is. The grep from Swag is going to bring it closer, make sure they don't need to actually deal with any additional interrupts to try and get it to walk on up. These guys are notably a little bit slow to get together, and they are now going to be finishing out on that Invoker, giving them the final count, as well as on Echo of Doragosa. That final death there, really the nail in the coffin for SPELLBOOK. But hold on, Triple Threat dropping a little bit lower here, able to hang on through, surviving as Echo of Doragosa drops into the 15th percentile.
It looks like it's going to be a clean 2-0 sweep here for Triple Threat. Just have to keep it clean in the final moments of Echo of Doragosa. 10% remaining on the boss, and it looks like they are in the clear here. Although they have spawned a lot of extra orb spawners throughout the room, they kind of are in a bullet hell right now, dodging left and right to make sure nobody takes any extra damage. But I believe they've done it. 2%, and Echo of Doragosa will go down for triple threat. They're halfway to a BlizzCon spot as they move on in the upper bracket.
Triple threat, they keep blazing through every dungeon ahead of them, upping that threat for the other teams as they realize that they are some serious competition. Our other finalists can't afford to underestimate them because they've shown they can take down even veteran MDI players like Send Spellbook. Triple threat have moved ahead in the upper bracket, and they have sent Send Spellbook down to the lower. I mean, seeing Triple Threat play through this series, now Send Spellbook, obviously it seems like they just are not quite locking in the same way as some of our fastest, most competitive teams. But Triple Threat, what kind of strengths are we seeing from them that's just making them such a strong contender makes?
I mean, first of all, that warrior, right? Talos was talking about it in his previous analysis segment. That warrior is doing so much for that team, and the fact that they're kind of just allowing themselves to be played around this warrior is doing a lot as well. The general just damage output from them, I think, is really high based on everything we've been seeing here. And I think their routes are also, of course, very good. Put that all together, good execution, good damage, good routes, you have a perfect storm.
It's definitely a really strong triple threat. And Tettles, I mean, we're taking a look at the charts now and thinking back on the series, but, you know, you stand by that, you still feeling like that warrior is really what's making a big difference for them alongside what makes said?
I'm going to be honest. Intuitively, I feel like Arms Warrior probably shouldn't be that good now with our Academy. I think the mob count, like the mob density, is just a little bit higher than it is. But Algothar Academy, it's kind of a dungeon of a couple of pulls, or, you know, there's peaks and valleys, where the first two pulls of this dungeon, particularly the pulls into Veximus, are very very challenging. Where you saw Shelly go down, that kind of set Send Spellbook behind, and they kind of carried that death with them throughout the remainder of the dungeon. He ended up getting targeted by the vicious lunge. It looked like he took a tick of the breath as well from that Ravager, ended up taking him out. And for the triple threat, they were able to just kind of quietly continue on in the dungeon, where they killed Croth quite quickly. They had really good single target damage. These pulls, you know, Wall Life was really able to pop off on, but I think that, you know, just buffing Swag with the 5% battle shout damage is a lot of that. They did end up doing. So we saw them actually lose a map to ANTTIS Angels during Group Weekend, to Zotzi getting grabbed back by the mobs. Fortunately enough, they've learned from that since Group Weekend, and you know, basically all it would require for the triple threat here is to live the triple Echo Knight into the final boss. They were able to easily dispatch that, and this was the triple threat that we were kind of wanting to see whenever we saw them during Group Weekend. They were the number 2 seed coming out of the time trials. We knew that they had a lot of potential. That was the term that we used for them a lot, was potential. Especially whenever you have great minds like Teef and Swag on your team, we know that there's going to be a lot of potential for them to be able to be successful. It's all about being able to get all those things working together in tandem. And I feel like for the triple threat, they are that. They are a threat for this global finals. I think that they went completely deathless, and they're looking absolutely fantastic. Wall Life, that main carry on this Arms Warrior, is Arms OP, is kind of a question that I have. They're not electing to play that hero class Devour Demon Hunter, instead buffing that battle shout. Really an interesting decision to kind of just pick that Arms Warrior in every single dungeon we've seen so far from them.
It's great to see how they've really built this strategy and pacing out around this. And of course, all of these players coming together with this triple threat, these 3 huge teams that they've drawn talent from that are now coming together in this one new team. That, I think, experience that and also that willingness to kind of be creative and figure out how they specifically want to approach these dungeons is really impressive. But Zyro, this will settle out some of our bracket again, and we are getting a better picture of what tomorrow is going to look like. So can you give us a little bit of a rundown of where we stand currently?
Yeah, so we have this mandatory Liquid matchup tomorrow in the upper bracket, which is going to be an insane one to watch. Liquid look like they're back in form after practicing here. Triple Threat is going to be awaiting the winner of our next matchup, Dignitas versus ANTTIS Angels. should be an interesting one. I think Dignitas is favored, but that's going to be an insane matchup if we do get it. Down in the lower bracket, we have the China Finals rematch here. Interrupt versus Big Lucky to see who gets to move on in the lower bracket. And of course, we just send SPELLBOOK down there. They'll be playing the loser of our next matchup in Dignitas versus ANTTIS Angels. And I want to say, as fun as this matchup was to watch for Triple Threat, SPELLBOOK looked good too, right? They had very, very clean runs. Just the one death from Shelly in the Alcathar Academy. Their runs weren't slow either. Like, SPELLBOOK was going a lot faster than their cup runs. They just weren't going as much faster as Triple Threat was. So I don't want to, like, just gloss over this team and be like, oh yeah, they weren't that good. They looked great. They looked a lot faster. They brought extra strategies. They did the double Rift Ward and pull in the Seat of the Triumvirate. I think they're still a force to be reckoned with. They can certainly make a lower bracket run. Just unfortunate that they are already in that lower bracket.
I think that's a really good point, because you're right. They played really, really well, and I think we saw some direct improvements off of what we saw in groups, and some more kind of aggressive plays and strategy to try and be more competitive. But when you're up against teams that are pushing themselves even further, I think it's really going to be down to how fast they can keep making those advancements and push a lot of their strats as they look to make that lower bracket run. But while our teams, of course, have been playing a lot of games today, now it's time for us to play one here with all of you. We're going to be doing another couple rounds of Something Ain't Right, and we need your help figuring out what looks like it's out of place on a couple of dungeon maps. So keep your eyes peeled. Stairs have been kind of a theme of many
Look at the
things that we've
stairs.
seen. So look at the stairs, but we've seen all sorts of stuff, from mobs that aren't right to missing segments of the map. So let's see here in Pit of Saron. Okay.
Something stairs.
Where are the stairs?
So there's
The second pack
that is not
after Ick and
Garfrost,
Crick
is
is
it?
not right.
Oh.
guys, they switched Garfrost and Crick.
They
for-
switched Garfrost and Crick, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that looks right.
the green guy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
Oh, is that it?
Wow.
Oh, wow. It's okay. We solved that
Was
one.
that
in
was that a
lightning
speed
time.
run?
Got a 2 for a 1. Poggers.
Oh my god.
Usually takes a lot longer. Okay, all right. Well, we're speedrunning in chat. Hopefully you also speedran that one too, because that was a quick turnaround. Now we've got our next one, Magister's Terrors here, so let's take a look.
Okay, that one is a little bit harder because there was so much crazy stuff in that dungeon. And there's a lot of teeny tiny mobs that are really hard to see. However, where are the staircases, guys? Look for those.
Big question, big question.
Look at the staircases.
Yeah, to get closer to the. Oh, okay. The first pole of the dungeon's gone.
The first pole is missing, yeah.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. Okay.
Where's our check mark? Where's our check mark?
I'm like,
Thank
wait,
you.
okay.
Exactly gone.
You're trying to slow us down artificially.
Are we sure about these stairs in the main area, guys? Are we sure?
Yeah, I was wondering.
No, those are all there,
I'm
pretty
counting
sure.
I think
bosses,
they're right.
and I think we're missing one, guys. Has anybody seen the Gentris?
Ah,
You know,
I don't know him.
he went out to get a little snack.
Okay. We don't need him. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And there's
Not
usually
know them.
3 things wrong, so there should be one
Yep.
more thing that we're missing here.
It's gonna be
Should be.
stairs.
Let's see. Chat was like right there, all on it with the first
it's,
missing pack.
You see the bottom right image? What is that weird walkway area at the top of the bottom right image? What is that? The circle?
Yeah,
Oh.
I was wondering. That's not there,
What
is it?
No,
Is
no,
it
that's
a
definitely not
connect?
there.
Oh no, it's not. Okay.
No,
It
it's
was
not right.
connected
It's
to a
not right.
staircase, though. There we go.
All right, there we go. Those are our 3. Thank you all for putting your guesses in as well. We went through that one pretty quick. I feel like we've been refining our strats and our speed guessing routes as well. So, everybody, thank you for joining in. Now, of course, we have more games coming up for you as well, and we have our final series of the day. But a reminder, it's not the end of our broadcast day either, because we have some big AWC action happening right after on the broadcast too. But up next, we are going to have Dignitas versus ANTTIS Angels. This is a big one with a powerhouse of a team matched up with a team that genuinely surprised us with how aggressive they were and how well they were able to do in kind of unexpectedly overthrowing some other teams they were pitted against. It's going to be a very interesting one to see how these two match up, so don't go anywhere. Grab a little drink if that's what you need. Go grab a snack with the Gentrius, but then be back here to watch the broadcast in just a few minutes. Long time no see, chat. We are back with our very exciting final series of our MDI day, Dignitas versus ANTTIS Angels. It's also time for another prediction poll, so be sure to get in on that in the chat as well. And of course, a reminder, you don't want to go anywhere after this series because we have even more action coming for you today with a fun AWC playoff that we'll be having right after the MDI. Now, of course, Dignitas versus ANTTIS Angels. This is a matchup that I think has a lot of interesting potential, but of course some really big hitting teams. And Dratnos, Dignitas are our returning champions and clearly beasts this season. So would you say that this sort of transition into speedrunning has been just as strong for them as our other formats with TGP?
Yeah, I mean, this was a team, so for those who have been joining that might be like, oh, Dignitas, I didn't know they played WoW. This team used to be Missed Count. They joined Dignitas for this season, and they came in with a bang in their group weekend, winning fantastically across those maps. They looked like absolutely the defending champions that they are. But like you said, the speedrunning format, they really improved over the past 2 years, where we've mostly been doing the key pushing format rather than the speed running format. In their group weekend of the speed running, they looked absolutely on form. They looked great there. But of course, it's a small sample size. We get to see more of them this time to see whether it is, in fact, something they're as good at as that key pushing that they mastered in the War Within.
It's true. I mean, so much of that time and practice they put in was with pushing those keys, which is a format they've said they even prefer. But their speedrunning has been so impressive. And on the other hand, we have ANTTIS Angels, who have this experience in their roster. They have Divine as well, one of the longest running players in the MDI, who's seen all these different iterations of it. But this is going to be a tough matchup for them, Makes. What can ANTTIS Angels do to stand up to Dignitas?
I mean, that's going to be one tall order, right? We're going to be starting in the Magister's Terrace. Out of all of the dungeons, this to me is the Dignitas dungeon. Like, they are so good in this dungeon. So it's going to be one tall question ahead of them that they will need to solve. I'll be very honest, I don't know how they're going to do it. But if they do it, I mean, more power to them. That's going to be really impressive, right? So I would love to see that.
That would be so cool to see them be able to pull it off. I mean, they're going to jump in for this first map, and obviously as well, with the map bans in play, our teams are able to kind of pick some of the strategy that they would need here, whether it's to ban something out that'd be strong for another team, or to also maybe rule something out that was a weakness for them. So Zyro, how do you think the map pool looks overall for both of the teams?
We're seeing a lot of Mysara Caverns being banned out, just across all of the map series that we've seen. We haven't seen it at all today. We also saw the Pit banned out by ANTTIS Angels here. I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. Maybe the first few pulls in Mysara are just a little bit too volatile on the hierarchy level. The teams don't want to deal with it. That being said, we start off with the Magister's Terrace on 19. That's going to be a fun one to watch. We already saw how crazy some of the big pulls are from Mandatory earlier today. Interested to see what Dignitas' take on this dungeon is, because like you said, Megs, this looks like a dungeon that they were pretty much perfect in. Obviously, there's evolution from cup stages to global finals. What do they have in store for us? I'm curious what less timings are going to look like, what kind of comp they're going to bring in. We thought we were going to see a lot of Unholy Devourer this weekend, and we have, but we've also seen Arms Warrior. We've seen Destrolock look like the strongest AoE spec in the game. Maybe these teams have a different take on it.
It could be. Honestly, the spec variety rule in previous weekends, I think, gave us so much to just kind of consider, and it feels like two teams were kind of experimenting with what they could do and found some interesting comps themselves coming into the finals here. But everybody looking down below, clearly Dignitas is highly favored in this matchup, and we have some predictions to do ourselves. ANTTIS Angels has the potential to be able to upset, but Dignitas is a very hard team to do that against. So we'll start with Dratnos. What do you think for your prediction?
I do think Dignitas definitely deserve the favorite status here. I'm going to go 2-1, though, in their favor here. I think ANTTIS Angels can pull off the upset in one map at least.
Okay, all right, Makes.
Listen, I love ANTTIS Angels. I think they're a great team. I always root for them when I see them. I think they have a lot of fun. There's some German players. There's a little bit of bias there. And I'm going to say 2-0 Dignitas.
Pulling a little like Dratnos switcheroony there, Makes. I see, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. You can support, but also be like, hey, I think the odds are in Dignitas' favor. So, Zyro, which one are you leaning towards between our two?
Listen, Dignitas is heavily favored, but they might have some inner turmoil that is a little bit unspoken for. Today, we saw Hearthjax got picked up as a trial raider for Echo. Yarki's a raider for Liquid. How are they going to be able to clash between the two, the Liquid versus Echo dynamic? Nah, I don't think it's a problem. Dignitas 2-0.
Honestly, Zyra, thank you. You've given us a whole new element to really consider in this. Yeah, I mean, maybe there will be some inner drama, some tea to be spilled. But honestly, I feel like this team has played together so well and so cohesively that I would be surprised if they let it get to them. Now, you can see our predictions down below. Let me add mine into the mix. I want to believe in ANTTIS. So I'm going to. You know what?
Do it.
I'm going to join DRATNOS.
More power to you.
I'm going to do it. 2-1. I'm going to give ANTTIS one map. I believe.
It's not a great
DIGNITAS
sign that believing in a team means you think they're going to lose 2-1.
Yeah, I saw the little switch where production was like,
Wow.
Rook believes in ANTTIS. I'm going to give the 2 to ANTTIS. And I was like, oh, no. Actually, DIGNITAS does get the 2, and I'll give the 1 to ANTTIS. But I still think that's impressive if you can take a map off of them. And I think that DIGNITAS has just been so incredibly just powerful, even in speedrunning. It's been amazing to see. I'm so happy for them. They finally worked their way up to get that crown last season, and I know they want to hold on to it. So it's going to be tough to take them down, but it's possible. We'll see. Now, chat, you can cheer for whoever you want to, but of course, thinking ahead, we have the series ahead of us with Magister's Terrace at the start. But some of those later maps, how do we think that they might be trying to play this out, DRATNOS, as they look at them here between DIGNITAS and ANTTIS Angels in this full series?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as well because the spec variety rule no longer in play, which means Dignitas, they got a lot of mileage out of the Vengeance Demon Hunter in the Magister's Terrace last time they had this in the group weekends. This time around, that's not something that they have to contend with, but it also means that all that value they got out of learning Magister's Terrace with the VDH composition is sort of wasted. It's kind of an equalizer for ANTTIS Angels here, unless Dignitas decide to use it again, but it looks like no, they're not, so they're over to that bear.
They are indeed, and they're coming in here. Dignitas versus ANTTIS Angels. This is the first map of our final series of the day, and let's see what they're able to accomplish in it here, Zyro.
A little bit of a surprising moment as we finally are back to having a mirror match. First time in a little while here, DRATNOS, but to be expected, I believe, as we get into the Magister's Terrace. Lots of mass AoE pulls that this comp is perfectly attuned for dealing with. Of course, the mandatory first pull here at the start of the dungeon in order to get past the wall, to get to the rest of the dungeon, to get to that Pyromancer. Of course, Bloodlust being saved, but the question after seeing the routing from mandatory earlier today, where is that Bloodlust going to be used? Are they going to use it on Arcanatron Custos? Are they going to go for boss damage? Or are they going to save it for the hallway pull just to live through that Runic Glaive damage?
Yeah, a lot of different options here for that Bloodlust. I really liked holding it for later in the dungeon, but it feels so counterintuitive, so unnatural to hold it on Custos, right? Custos, it's a big pull, it's a boss, and you have a damage amp from those worms. Really, the confluence of factors making it almost impossible to avoid the lure, the temptation of pressing the Bloodlust. I think a lot of teams will not have planned for a later Bloodlust in this dungeon. We'll see, though, if Dignitas or ANTTIS Angels have found that strategy and also think it is worth using. As of right now, both teams are sort of working on the required trash to get into that main heart of the dungeon. The Pyromancer, the Blazing Pyromancer, marked with an X for ANTTIS Angels and marked with a skull for Dignitas, is the primary target here. As soon as that goes down, they will be able to progress further into the dungeon. Unfortunately, gets a shield for Dignitas, is quickly removed though, and they are going to be able to get through that Pyromancer. A couple of seconds later, it's going to go down for ANTTIS Angels as well.
In the second that Pyromancer is down, they start to charge on ahead towards Arcanatron Custos. Are we going to be grabbing any extra trash from this first room? Normally, teams have been skipping past through here, just not dealing with any of the mobs, but it looks like Dignitas has gathered a few extra enforcers together for this pull. Everything being gathered up now on top of the first boss, a few mobs off to the side, and the Bloodlust is being expended here for them. Is that going to be the same for ANTTIS Angels on their side? Same trash being pulled into the boss. Where's the Bloodlust? Is it going to be popped here? It looks like it's a no from them, so they're holding on to it, DRATNOS.
Yeah, the Lust getting held by ANTTIS Angels. This is going to be really interesting. So what we expect to happen now is Dignitas should take the lead on the boss's death, right? They are using that extra massive resource of the Bloodlust on this pull. But ANTTIS Angels will have 2 more Bloodlusts in this dungeon, where Dignitas will only have 1. Are they going to be able to leverage that for enough value to justify the advantage they are giving over to Dignitas right now? It's a huge question. I feel like with this much of a lead, I'd rather be Dignitas. This is a huge amount of extra boss damage that they've done. ANTTIS Angels still grabbing extra Bright Scale Worms as well.
The boss damage push is absolutely insane for them. We saw Yarki's DPS nearing the 3 million mark during the burst there, with all of the damage amped from the worms, plus all of the fodder into the boss being used for them. A 40% HP advantage on the boss, but the late Bloodlust here from Monty's Angels actually being used on the boss rather than being saved for the hallway. So I guess they were trying to get a perfect usage of it for boss damage, but it ends up just being late and not ideal for them whatsoever.
They're using it to pull this side trash pack. You can see for Dignitas, that pack is unengaged, right, over to the side there, whereas ANTTIS Angels are pulling into this. But if you look at the enemy forces count, Dignitas actually still have the lead on that front. Even after all this trash dies, they will still have the lead. So ANTTIS Angels skipped some more trash earlier, saved the lust until their second round of cooldowns and used it to pull this extra trash pack, but they're going to end up taking longer and still getting less enemy forces count than Dignitas on the first boss split here, so certainly an advantage for Dignitas.
Did you see what Dignitas did here at the start here to skip past that first Spellbreaker? They double CC'd the Enforcers, Kira pulled the Spellbreaker to the side, everyone ran through, Kira Wernstone to the group, Shadow melted off that Spellbreaker, and then they ran through. That way, they're only dealing with the 2 of them in this pack rather than the 3. That's a lot fewer Runic Glaive debuffs that they have to deal with. They've also CC'd the healers in the back, so they don't have to worry about too much AoE damage and interrupts on this pull. This is why they felt comfortable using the Bloodlust on Arcanatron. Now, they do have a lot less trash count because of that. ANTTIS Angels can go for a bigger pull and potentially catch up just a little bit here, but Dignitas, very smart play from them.
Yeah, definitely a smart play from Dignitas, a cleverly executed movement through there. You can see ANTTIS Angels also employing some crowd control here, but they are going to be fighting all of that trash at some point or other here, it looks like. And we have our first death of the series. It is Divine going down to the Enforcer auto attack there. Threat, a very common issue for this composition on the healer in particular. The Mistweaver dealing a lot of damage and healing, both of which contribute to threat, while the Bear's threat is contingent on targets getting hit by those thrashes, which they don't always hit everything with those first few thrashes, leading to Divine going down for ANTTIS Angels. That is 15 further seconds that they are down, plus that battle res, something they won't have available for the next 5 minutes. And Zyro, bad turns into worse for ANTTIS Angels.
I was going to call out for it, but you were in the flow. I didn't want to cut you off. These worms were dragged in so late for ANTTIS Angels. As those worms start to die, they explode for damage on the group. They had the AMZ down to try to counteract it, but it was too early. The AMZ ran out, and the worms exploding killed off 2 of their DPS players, which meant they lost all the extra damage from the worms. The pack lived too long. Yaunt ran out of cooldowns. They're going to try to salvage this, but it's already cost them so much in terms of death timers. The pack is still alive. It wouldn't surprise me if they ended up costing them more deaths here, and they keep running up the timer here. 8 deaths is equivalent to 2 minutes of death timers. Meanwhile, Dignitas are just happily plugging away Serenal Sunlash. They've got a couple of healers on top of the boss as well. They're loving life right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a great advantage for Dignitas, right? We can see at the bottom of the screen they already gained 3/4 of a minute on that first boss split. Now they've gained a huge chunk of time, right? 2 minutes of death timers. Another death coming in here, and this, oh my goodness, Zyro, this is a catastrophe for ANTTIS Angels.
I mean, it's the worst mobs left alive. Each of these rune spellbreakers does so much damage. Each of these glaives do a ridiculous amount of damage to the group. They're just out of cooldowns. Look at Divine Field. He's completely tapped on mana. Somebody gets that glaive debuff and they don't have a personal up. There's nothing that he has available for them. Drinking some Mana Tea now just to try to regen some mana so he can top his team off there, as fortunately one of those debuffs goes on the Devourer Demon Hunter, who can heal himself for just a little while. But man, this has just gone from bad to worse here for ANTTIS Angels. Now up to 11 deaths here, 2 minutes, 45 seconds of death timer. Now an entire boss HP bar behind as well. They're probably somewhere in the realm of 4 to 4.5 minutes behind. In order for them to come back in this Dungeon Dreadnoughts, they're going to need something of a similar catastrophic nature to happen to them.
Yeah, this lead is not insurmountable but it is getting pretty close here. Dignitas going to be activating that spatial paradox, and Verb actually going to be sleepwalking from long range one of those shredders. This is pretty cool, Zyro. That shredder, because of the extra range on that spatial paradox, is now going to be walking all the way towards where the group is, and bang, that's +1 extra mob that they're able to pull. It's not linked to those other mobs over on the side there, so some bonus count for Dignitas, the team formerly known as Mist Count, interested in that never happening again, grabbing that extra trash, making sure that they will be all sorted on that front.
It'd be a little weird if we got to Dignitas and they had one single mob left behind. Not going to happen for them with that extra shredder, but we are into the Gemolist pull, the final massive pull of the dungeon for the team here. Tons of AoE damage to look out for. Consuming Shadows being channeled by one of the Void Callers, being countered by Personals lit up across the board by the team, on top of an AMZ as well. Terror Waves going out, need to be interrupted by the team. Individual interrupts being used there. No AoE CC available. That's going to be used on the next pull here. Have to keep an eye on the health bar of Kira now, as the Incarn is run out, Skin running out as well too, just the 2 charges of Survival Instincts left for him. When are those going to be popped? When are those going to be used? Saving it for the perfect moment. But he is being brought down incredibly low by the Devouring Strike, still holding on to the SI charges.
Wow, that is incredibly disciplined from Kira. Incredible knowledge of how dangerous the situation is, but able to still hold on to those SI charges. And Zyro, something else that's going on here for this Dignitas run that may take a little while to notice due to some similarities in say, the icons. That Demon Hunter is not a Devourer Demon Hunter. Hearthjax is playing Havoc, not only playing Havoc, playing Aldrachi Havoc here on Dignitas as well. So for those who don't know, most of this season, Havoc Demon Hunters, when they've been played, have typically played Fellscarred. It's a little bit more overall damage. Aldrachi, though, has received a string of buffs recently, and it features really impressive funnel damage, priority damage, damage to a single target that is surrounded by other targets that you can cleave that Wounded Quarry damage off of. This was something that was a huge feature of the Aldrachi Havoc builds back in War Within, and it is once again a huge feature right now during the current patch for Dignitas. So Hearthjax doing a lot of DPS, in fact, doing top damage right now, but doing an especially large amount of damage to that primary target as a result of this build.
Now, does this build suffer on mass AoE at all? Does it lose out on potential max damage?
If you're doing mass AoE and there isn't a target that you want to die before everything else, or a target that has more health than everything else, yeah, you'd rather be playing Fellscarred for sure, especially inside that burst window where, you know, those first 10, 15 seconds, you've got all those huge Demon Surge explosions, really impressive damage that other build can put out. But as long as there is a target that is the prio damage, each extra target is just more Wounded Quarry damage onto that main target. So the situation where you like big AoE is definitely still most of the pulls in a dungeon like this, right? You always have, you know, a Tyrant, a Void Caller, a boss that does want to be getting that primary damage.
I mean, it's a similar concept to the Arms Warrior that we saw out of Triple Threat, right? That's another class that has great funnel priority available to it. They're using it from the Havoc Demon Hunter as well. I mean, it's a trade-off of buffs, right, as well, right? You're choosing a magic damage taken debuff on the enemies versus a battle shout. So, interesting variation here from Dignitas. We'll have to see how that plays out for them in the overall in the dungeon. For the time being, though, they are significantly far ahead in dungeon progression. Not to mention also the death timers that we've covered from Auntie's Angels. Auntie's Angels trying to keep it close, though, going for the Gemolist pull on their own as well. Looks like everything is going clean for them here as well. Yacht still has a couple of cooldowns available for him. There's the Barskin being used on himself right now just to make sure that he's able to live through this damage. Has the SI in the back pocket as well if he needs to use it. Devouring Strike goes out. Quickly healed off there by Divine Field as well. Looks like they're through that pull, but all eyes now are on Dignitas. It is their dungeon to win as they charge up toward Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas already making their way up this spiral ramp. It's going to be one more big pull for Dignitas. This is the last opportunity for Auntie's Angels to stage a comeback. It's going to involve something going wrong for Dignitas on this very pull, but there are a lot of ways that can happen. The way that they're navigating around the edges here as well, very important to avoid getting in combat with the Devouring Tyrant that is down below. It looks like that first check has succeeded. Verb once again going to be using Spatial Paradox plus Sleepwalk to be grabbing an extra Hollow Soul Shredder from the other side over there. And we have that Void Terror casting and quickly interrupted by Verb there. Meanwhile, Dignitas gathering the rest of the trash, and I suspect that these 2 charges of Survival Instincts that Kira has been holding on to will be committed on this pull once that Incarnation falls off.
Maybe. You never know. I mean, they have the Bloodlust available for this pull, and they're just opting not to use it. They said, we don't care. No safety whatsoever. We're using that for boss damage later on. Kira still has not pressed an SI charge, opting for the Bark instead, still holding on to the SI. And it looks like, I mean, the Havoc is a little bit behind the Unholy in AoE damage, but like you said, he's just focusing down the important targets here, trying to get those Terrors down, trying to get those Tyrants down, and it looks like it's working out well for him.
Yeah, it looks like it is going very well indeed for Dignitas, as it looks like they're just going to be walking up these front steps as well. And they should be able to get into boss combat fairly soon. There are still a bunch of enemies alive, but much of the danger has been taken care of. The Devouring Tyrant putting those decroding strikes onto the tank, a huge problem for Kira, but the Barkskin is there to help cover it, and we have 2 more charges of Survival Instincts that both can get used on these later decroding strikes while in combat with the boss here, or we can just hold on to them for the next dungeon, you know? Sometimes the best thing to do with Survival Instincts is to never need to use it, but there we go, finally pressed by Kira is an SI charge.
I was like wondering, does he have that key bound? I don't think I've seen him press it for the past 5 minutes. He's been on 2 charges ever since the Gymbalist pull. Finally pressing one here as we pull the trash on top of the boss. He's like, fine, I'll take the damage reduction. Whatever. In the Bloodlust on the boss, the funnel damage is there for the Havoc Demon Hunter. Look at the damage, most of that being done to Degentrius. Dignitas are running away with it.
Yeah, Dignitas looking so good here. I mean, they're going to be killing this boss. ANTTIS Angels are not that far behind, especially considering the 11 deaths that they had, right? Their route is not dramatically slower. I do think it is a little bit slower. The execution gap, though, is a chasm here in Map 1. I mean, this is a 0-death, flawless run out of Dignitas. The timer is immaculate for them as well. The strategy with that Havoc Demon Hunter as well working out so nicely for them. Whereas ANTTIS Angels, things were going well until they weren't. Those 11 deaths all accumulated after the first boss. Really catastrophic for them.
I think one of the interesting lines of comparison that we're going to have after this dungeon as well is we can compare Dignitas' run to the first run of the day that we saw in this dungeon for Mandatory. Mandatory, when they completed this dungeon, it was a 16:08 deathless run. Dignitas look like they are on pace to potentially beat that here. They've got the Metamorphosis available and active on Hearthjacks here, bursting the boss down. Yargi will have his cooldowns up in a few moments here. Can they go faster than Mandatory? Is this going to be a team to watch? Are these going to be potential back-to-back MDI champions on the side of Dignitas? Of course, we still have a couple of days of competition left, but we might get a little bit of a preview here. Are they faster than probably their biggest competition this weekend in Mandatory? It's going to be very, very close as Degentrius drops below 10% HP.
Yeah, Degentrius just getting absolutely melted here by Dignitas. This damage is so impressive out of them. The final soak of the fight going to be coming in here right around the 16-minute mark. The clock is going to stop for Dignitas.
Dignitas have stopped the clock and they have taken the first map. We knew they were going to come out strong here at the opening. They've been strong this whole season, but seeing them in such top form here for the Season 1 Finals is still just as exciting. Now, we had a bit of a mess, a little bit, over on the side there of, you know, their competition. And those deaths, while it's something that definitely played a role, I think we can focus a little bit more on Dignitas's run overall. I'm curious, Zyra, did it look like they were sort of sticking close to what we saw in groups, or were there any evolutions to their strategy?
I feel like the pull routing in the middle section of the dungeon, skipping past the extra Spellbreaker, that was definitely different. They pulled more Enforcers into the first boss as well. Other than that, it was pretty similar routing. They're just kind of figuring out ways to skip mobs that are particularly more dangerous because we're on this super high key level.
I see. I mean, makes ANTTIS Angels, they had those deaths. We see something that seemed pretty similar overall from the run here with Dignitas, but what were your kind of observations and summary of this map?
I'm so glad you asked, because look at the timer. We're on 15:59. Mandatory this morning clocked in 16:08. So Dignitas even faster than the Magister's tiers we saw from Mandatory. And you know, they asked me to do a real analysis package here. I'm not going to do that. I'll show you the deaths, I'll show you where it went wrong, which is right here. But other than that, I'm here to talk about that Havoc Demon Hunter because I believe that is the difference maker in this matchup here. And usually, when we see those Havoc Demon Hunters, we see them on the Foul Reaver. Not this one. This one is playing on the Eldrachi, which is really, or the Felskart, my bad, which is really interesting because in sheer output, you would normally not pick Eldrachi, like, ever. Like, it's not the best sheer damage output in dungeons, but what it is good at is getting that funnel through Wounded Query, and while there is a little bit of a soft cap, that doesn't matter if you're playing on something like Gemellis. As you can see right here on the left-hand side, please divert your eyes to this damage meter, which is where you can see that Eldrachi Reaver really putting in the work. Does so much lifting on this boss here, and it's just really cool to see this, where most of the people wouldn't even think about bringing the Eldrachi. We saw Hearthjacks to say, yep, actually this makes a lot of sense here. I'm still going to be benefiting off of the long prolonged buffed up I-beam from the tier set as well, but I'm also getting a little bit more variety in my damage patterns. I'm not as reliant on that metamorphosis, and instead I'm just going to be throwing a lot of glaze and get my funnel damage that way, which is really cool from them here in this Magister's tiers.
I love getting to see these teams, again, kind of bring these picks out that they're like, this is strong, we know how to play into the strengths, and we're going to do it. We saw that even in our past series, and now here to see it as well, I think is really exciting with Dignitas and their play. But Seed of the Triumvirate is up next, and while this isn't one of our highest keystone levels, it is something that still can provide a real challenge for these teams. Now, of course, if Dignitas takes this one, then it's over. ANTTIS Angels are getting sent down to the lower bracket, but ANTTIS Angels have an opportunity here to even out the scoreboard. So obviously they need to avoid deaths, but Dratnos, I mean, Seed of the Triumvirate, what are some things that we've seen from the teams, and how can these teams choose to approach this dungeon?
Yeah, this is a dungeon where we saw a lot of Prot Warrior over the last few group play weekends. That's a big question mark for me, is in a world without the spec variety rule, do you still play the Protection Warrior in this dungeon? The Spell Reflect is huge damage on that third boss. It is an incredible time saver. But if you're not getting that benefit of then shuffling around the spec variety rule nicely for the rest of the series, is it still worth doing? That is my question.
I mean, I'll pass the question directly on to Makes. Makes, do you think it's worth doing?
I mean, I think so. I think it's still worth doing.
Okay.
I would hope so.
Well, our teams are going to either prove this right or wrong. We'll see if it is worth doing, or at least if they thought it is, or would be. Here between Dignitas and ANTTIS Angels, this is the second map of our series here. Now, Dignitas, they have the lead and the advantage, and like we've been saying, or would be. Here between Dignitas and ANTTIS Angels, this is the second map of our series here. Now, Dignitas, they have the lead and the advantage, and like we've been saying, if you can push through this upper bracket, if you can take 2 series in it, you have that path to BlizzCon open to you. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't still reach it if you're down below, or even become our Season 1 champions if you do that lower bracket sweep, but it definitely means it's going to be a lot harder. ANTTIS Angels want to avoid getting sent down to that lower bracket if they can, but Dignitas are a force to be reckoned with and are reigning champions. So can they continue this reign and move onwards? It's definitely going to be exciting to see as we come into our second game here, Dratnos.
Alrighty, right off the bat, we can see the Warriors. It is still present, but it's not the same kind of warrior that we saw over the group play weekends. It is the Arms Warrior for ANTTIS Angels there. Huge amounts of that priority damage. The Arms Warrior, though, comes with a promise, right? You invite an Arms Warrior to your group, and you promise them that you are going to pull trash onto every single boss in the dungeon so that they can do top damage.
Yeah, and we also see Hearthjack still on the Havoc Demon Hunter, the pre-meta being used to have max uptime at the start of the key here, so both teams able to spawn the boss within just a couple of seconds of each other. That spell reflect damage on the third boss is going to be a massive boon for ANTTIS Angels if they can really make massive use of the Arms Warrior like we saw from Triple Threat. I'm interested to see, can we take a look at the talents and see if Hearthjax is still on the Eldrachi Reaver? Do they still have that funnel damage available to them? Because there's some really interesting tech you could do in this dungeon if you really wanted to make max use of it. Like, we saw Triple Threat pull trash on top of Lura at the end, but with the Havoc Demon Hunter, maybe you could, Sigil of Misery those mobs in the back for a little while, keep them alive a little bit longer, and carry them into the damage amp phase? Get a whole bunch of funnel damage and just blow up the boss? Okay, they could go for some crazy tech if they really wanted to here. Let's see if they can pull it out. For the time being, though, teams neck and neck on boss damage on Zeral the Ascended, literally within a single percentage point of each other.
Yeah, the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Arms Warrior filling a very similar role that is basically doing that huge damage to the single target while surrounded by all this trash. Right now, both of them are also just doing top overall damage as well on this boss combat, but a huge chunk of that is damage to the boss. There's a slight difference in texture here. The Havoc Demon Hunter wants to fight big pulls with priority targets, right? 3 or 4 things on a priority target, you're okay, you're happy. You're not elated about it, though. You want 10, 20 little guys, right? These famished broken, just huge amounts of batteries that deal huge damage to the boss. For ANTTIS Angels, though, the Arms Warrior's like, get me 3 or 4 guys, and I'm totally happy with that. That is all I need to be getting my sweeping strikes full value.
We'll have to see if the plan is going to be the same for both of our teams. In our earlier match in Seed of the Triumvirate, we saw both send Spellbook and their competition go for the double pull of the Void Rift Warden Stratnos. I mean, we were talking about that during the China weekend, right? Triple Threat and Send Spellbook pulling it into reality. It's not going to be this Rift Warden. There's no Rift Warden nearby for them to go for double here. This is just going to be a single pull for them. Those last 2 Rift Wardens that they have to deal with before moving up to the boss Rift Warden were pulled together for our teams earlier. Have both of these teams also identified that strategy? We'll have to wait and find out. For the time being, just the single Warden to deal with, on top of a Subjugator as well, so they have to deal with these chains of subjugation. Most of their classes have a way of getting rid of that debuff. Looks like they've dealt with it on the side of both of our teams. Both Mistweavers also spinning to win, keeping everyone nice and healthy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking great here for both teams. 0 deaths still on the board. This is a plus 16 key here, which it's interesting. Seed of the Triumvirate across our group weekends was certainly the dungeon where we saw the most catastrophes. So keeping this 0 death is going to be the challenge. Helping the teams is the fact that the key level is a little bit lower, right? 16 is the lowest key level that we have this weekend. Of course, by no means is that a low key, though, and sometimes the keystone going down in level can actually make the dungeon more dangerous, as you do sometimes fight extra mobs as a result of it. So, going to be something to keep an eye on as both teams now engaged with these Rift Warden pulls.
Yeah, looks like it's going a lot cleaner on the side of ANTTIS Angels. Double Rift Warden still alive for Dignitas as the pulsing AoE damage starts to bring everyone incredibly low. Verb back-to-back scales charges used there. It wasn't a double pull for ANTTIS Angels. They're just chaining it in. Look at the health bars for Dignitas. They're dropping incredibly low as the personals light up across the board. Cocoon being used on Verb as he starts to run out of personals. They've finally killed off that first Rift Warden. The pulsing damage has mercifully stopped for them, but they're able to get through the pull. ANTTIS Angels now engaging that third Rift Warden on its own with a little bit of extra trash pulled on top of it. But Dignitas, they're done with those Rift Wardens. They can go straight up to the boss now.
Yeah, they are zooming it through here. That travel form, wild charge, stampeding roar from Kira, just absolutely optimizing the movement through here, into the getting rescued, into the cat form for a sec for the extra movement speed. Kira is just traversing this dungeon like it is a parkour game, right? Like he's just zooming around there, running over the walls, getting through here, getting every single mob gathered as quickly as possible.
For a team that says they prefer pushing keys over speedrunning, they're pretty damn good at speedrunning, man. They have optimized the hell out of their movement, and it's fun to watch them pull it off. Fourth Rift Warden now going down here for Dignitas. That'll start the RP to spawn the trio in just a moment here. Still dealing with the remainder of this trash. Metamorphosis going to be available for Hearthjax on pull here, as well as the Army of the Dead DT combo for Yarki as they engage the trio. Going to be using all of this extra trash to do a ton of funnel damage to the bosses.
Yeah, exactly. That is the name of the game here. This is the reason why both teams have opted for a funnel damage specialist instead of those Devourer or Demon Hunters. The ability to pull all of this trash onto the boss and then get full damage from it is a Famished Broken nearly sent to the moon there by ANTTIS Angels. The low gravity out here on Argus, on the shattered remains of the planet, I think allowed that upheaval. Just send that thing skyward 20 meters up there, but able to return to Earth and get back into this AoE explosion as the demon or the evoker flying a circular deep breath pattern as well. A lot of fancy flight maneuvers happening for ANTTIS Angels over there. On the side of Dignitas, though, the amount of damage that they are dealing is tremendous here. You can see it, you look at the two damage meters and you're like, oh, on one team the DK is doing a lot of damage, on one team the Arms Warrior is doing a lot of damage. Actually, Dignitas' second place DPS is ahead of ANTTIS Angels' first right now.
They are pulling more trash, but that is like we're talking about. That's just funnel for your Demon Hunter. They're loving life right now. That Wounded Quarry is going insane on the boss right now. That being said, ANTTIS Angels are closing the gap with the Arms Warrior damage just a little bit here, but they're falling ever behind in trash count here. ANTTIS Angels is going to have to pull somewhere in the realm of an extra 10%, 12%, I believe, count at some point to make up the differential versus Dignitas here. And Dignitas are already ahead on the boss. So what is that going to look like, Dranos? Where is that extra count going to come from? Because the trash in the boss is a known quantity. Dignitas, it actually looks like they're going to be at 100% count by the time they're done clearing this boss room.
Yeah, exactly. Dignitas are just zooming through here, and that count not going to be an issue for them. It does mean they're not necessarily going to have funnel on that last boss, but let's see how they execute this skip here. Sigil of Misery running through, combat on hopefully only Hearthjacks, as Kira has already melded off that other pack over on the side here. And let's see, there's Hearthjacks now hitting the meld as well. And Dignitas getting in combat with the rest of this trash. If that skip was failed, we probably won't learn about it for the next 30 seconds, and then we will learn about it catastrophically. Meanwhile, ANTTIS Angels actually having Divine execute the tank section of that skip. Looks like it has gone properly for ANTTIS Angels, and they're, of course, not able to access Sigil of Misery, so they're actually going to take some robots down here with them. This is going to be super scary for ANTTIS Angels.
So triple Shadow Weaver, double Conjurer as well, so they're going to have to deal with these debuffs, knocking their players up, in addition to dodging the Void Cleaves as well, while also dodging 3 barrages of Void Balls as well from the Void Infusions on the Grand Shadow Weavers constantly. They have turned this pull into an absolute bullet hell nightmare, but they're making it work. Unfortunately for them, Dignitas is already through the pull on their end. They're on to Viceroy Nezar, and they're just catapulting even further ahead. Boss RP still yet to spawn for ANTTIS Angels. That being said, ANTTIS Angels, this is where they should start to catch up here. They have access to the taunt Spell Reflect here on the side of Jules, but the first Mind Blast actually wasn't Spell Reflected, and the second one wasn't either.
Interesting. Yeah, the Taunt Spell Reflect, a huge option for teams that are playing a warrior in this dungeon. Of course, easier done when you have a prop warrior, but we did see teams having their DPS warrior do it as well. We have also seen teams die for attempting it, so there is a trade-off there, but hopefully something that ANTTIS Angels will make some use of. You can see that warrior, even without fully optimized Spell Reflects there, is still dealing a huge amount of damage for ANTTIS Angels, and maybe now that the rest of the trash has been dealt with, this could be the opportunity to land some of these taunts.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. Actually, you can keep an eye on that cast bar on the side, on the boss there. Anytime a Mind Blast is targeting the warrior, it means that they've properly done it. He can get a Spell Reflect and do roughly 2% of the boss's HP. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up. If you do it 3 or 4 times over the course of the fight, that's a tenth of the boss's HP gone. So it's very, very powerful if you can get it done. I think in the first half of the boss's HP, I haven't seen them pull it off a single time so far. And while they have caught up about 10% on the boss HP from use of that initial round of cooldowns, Dignitas still are holding on to a pretty significant lead. And again, Dratnos, I want to point on the trash count here. Dignitas is done. They can just sit there and wait for the boss to spawn. Obviously, it's not ideal, but ANTTIS Angels still has to go back and deal with extra count. They also have to do, like, a bunch of random extra mobs because they already pulled the 2 robots that are normally part of that last pull that teams do. They're going to have to go back and pull something completely different than what we're used to seeing.
They can take a 5-pack onto Lura, and that would give them funnel and also not take too much extra time. We've seen teams wipe to trash on Lura, but typically it's when a robot is involved. We've seen, in fact, a 2% HP robot leading to a wipe on Lura, so that is something you don't want to do. But hopefully ANTTIS Angels here will just be grabbing this 5-pack over here, and yeah, you can see not even all dismounting, as they are going to keep running forward and take this on to Lura. So, the good news, they're going to have a lot of boss damage. They're going to have Execute, they're going to have Funnel, they're going to have all those things going for them. The bad news, Dignitas are going to be in combat so much quicker than them, and this is a boss that so often dies on a pretty strict timer when it does get that damage amp from the backlash. So, Dignitas getting in boss combat. ANTTIS Angels running down towards the boss. How long is it going to take them to get in combat here?
It looks like it's going to take them another 20 to 30 seconds here. Looks like it's the nail in the coffin for them. If you're an ANTTIS Angels fan or a Dignitas hater, I'm not sure I've even seen any of those in chat because everyone loves this team. The only real chance ANTTIS Angels have here is a technical mistake from Dignitas or a random death right before the damage amp. Is Dignitas going to be able to pull off the quad chime here? Let's take a look at the AoEs after that first explosion. Looks like they have dealt with 4 of those chimes, so the debuffs are only going to be stacking 2 at a time here, and it's going to make the next lines that much easier for them to execute, Ratnos.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of safety, both strategically and in terms of just incoming damage taken. A very, very big thing here. It also means that you do get to sort of know which 2 you have to target. Although sometimes it creates a problem where 3 people get a beam and all try and hit a relic, and then you might cleave them. But it looks like Dignitas are not interested in that sort of thing happening at all. We saw a ping even come out 10 seconds before that cast. Probably somebody saying, I'll get this, whoever else gets this other one, and that's going to solve that entirely. As Lura entering that burn phase, how much damage will Dignitas be able to do? The Lust is rolling, the Breath of Eons, the Meta, the Incarn, every single cooldown from Dignitas is blasting into Lura, this huge damage amp, and I don't think this is even going to end here. I think it's going to die before it does. Down goes Lura, Dignitas to the upper bracket, ANTTIS Angels down to the lower bracket.
Dignitas are unwilling to let go of their crown. Last season, they fought hard to finally win the MDI, and they are out to remain our reigning champions. There are still plenty of dungeons ahead standing between them and that goal, but here in this series, they have secured the win. ANTTIS Angels, they tried to land that cleaner run and succeeded largely, but unfortunately they weren't able to outlap Dignitas, and yes, as we said, they will be sent down to face off with SPELLBOOK in the lower bracket down there. Now, we can take a look at everything that panned out here in this map, but overall, I mean, Dignitas, they are so strong. Zyro, how is their performance looking here in our finals weekend?
I mean, this was a pretty fast run. Compares to the run we saw earlier already from Triple Threat as well. They're right on the cusp of that run time. These teams are so incredibly fast. Dignitas is looking like a team poised to be able to repeat, be one of the only teams ever up with the likes of Echo to be a back-to-back winner in MDI history. These were incredibly fast runs. But they're not done yet, right? They still have to win one more match in order to get their qualification for BlizzCon. It's going to be a tough matchup tomorrow for them up against Triple Threat.
It definitely is. And before we get to those maps, we can take a look in more detail here at this one. Makes, there's a lot to look ahead to, but what were you looking for in this particular matchup?
So I actually grabbed a couple of just really cool things from this dungeon, and we did see this from 2 teams earlier already, and I know you guys talked about it, but just look at the sheer damage of the double Rift Wards. It's plus 16, and there's so much damage going out to the entire team. Everybody's using all of their defensive. AJ is also using all of the offensive CTs he has to protect the rest of the group, which is really cool. And then I was kind of puzzled as to why Hearthjax was playing Eldrazi here again. It made a lot of sense to me in that Magister's Terrace. I feel like in the Seat of Triumvirate, we could have also just equally seen that Felskar Havoc. And my idea was it might have been the Surprise fight, but that wasn't really working out on the meters there, so I'm really curious about this one. But I did want to show you this Mind Blast here from Jules. just absolutely rising on that damage meter, as well as, of course, that final boss burn on Laura. I'm expecting these to come into every seed of the Triumvirate we have this weekend, but it's still so fun to see. And I was a little bit worried about Dignitas here because they pressed their lust like 15 seconds early, but they didn't need all that. They just didn't need it. They knew that. They knew how fast they were on that boss meld. They said 15 seconds early lust press, man, it doesn't matter. We'll at least get our full lust.
You know, you reach a point where I think you're just like, it's all good. Honestly, like, we are smooth sailing from here, and love to see them just absolutely dominate another dungeon. Incredible how quickly and how well they've adapted to the speedrunning format, and again, we only have more to show for them. But both of our teams have more that they can do before this competition is over. Now, ANTTIS Angels, they'll be down in that lower bracket, of course, Dignitas moving through the upper, but everybody still has a chance, at least up until tomorrow, when we start seeing our eliminations come into play. So Dratnos, looking over our bracket now, how did the action today set us up for day 2?
Yeah, we saw a lot of expected results in these series, the 2-0s for the favorites, although I do think the Big Lucky versus Liquid series was definitely a very interesting one to see there. That was one of the ones that had the biggest question marks. It sets us up for tomorrow to be super exciting because we have Mandatory versus Liquid. That's going to be a banger. Triple Threat versus Dignitas. That's going to be a banger. And then we go down to the lower bracket. Interrupt versus Big Lucky. A huge battle there for BlizzCon in the lower bracket. Plus Send Spellbook and ANTTIS Angels, two teams that I think came in here as dark horses, are now going to have to clash to see which one will get to continue in the tournament.
Indeed. I mean, it's going to be huge. Tomorrow is a definite make or break day for our teams, and you are going to want to tune in. Absolutely. We have some huge series ahead, including those first eliminations in our Season 1 finals. Now, our MDI desk will be back with you tomorrow, same time, same place. You'll see all the familiar faces. But if you don't want the broadcast to be over, then I have some good news for you. We have more high-stakes gameplay before our day is done. Last weekend, you may have seen our Arena World Championship finals, but the score wasn't completely settled between our regions. We have a cross-region playoff on our hands to determine the final Arena team going to BlizzCon. Even if you haven't watched AWC before, trust me, you won't want to miss this. Stay tuned for even more competition after our break. We'll see you soon.
they used the Will of the Forsaken there as well, and now Lontar caught up in a leg sweep. They need to get something here on tomorrow, and they get the Ice Block, they get the proc, they get the block, and they get the counter overlap, and what?
Here's the main, here's the big go, the disintegrate. Oh my god, Quinier's in so much trouble and he just goes down! But the pressuring two targets is tough for Zhong behind. On match point, he has to make a tough decision. Now they're getting aggressive. Look at the damage on the Daze is dead! And they've done it! They're just seconds away from victory! You want to go, maybe swap to him. It's a big swap, no trinket! KO! Burger King serving up a win.
Into the triple kills, no, this could be it. The big one, oh my god!
Dallas, no trinket, smoke bomb, this could be it. Meep is there, but this
that
not
was
enough.
insane!
It's not enough. The Dire Wolves do it. They clutch it in game 5. Ring of Frost has been secured. It could be game over if they get the Ray. They can't connect it. They don't even need it. They clone out for follow-up. And Streamer Zone looks so good.
There's the defensive finish shot. They get a full shield. That was an insane shoot shot. They might just win the game off of it. And they do it. Echo with an insane turnaround.
You've had a full day of PvE speedrunning already, but why stop there? Let's top it off with a cross-region AWC playoff. Our MDI teams won't know who are going to emerge as winners until the end of this weekend, but our final AWC team making it through to BlizzCon will be decided before the night is through. I'm going to be watching, and you should too, because this is going to be an intense matchup. If you've forgotten, I'm Rook, your host in this mini AWC desk, and I'm here with Venruki, Supatis, and Zico. And honestly, I am so excited to get to see some AWC alongside our MDI audience. Now, you've already had an intense season, Zico, but can you catch us up on how the AWC roadmap unfolded?
Yeah, absolutely. So, this is the season. We've had 3 cups. In those cups, teams have gathered points to qualify for the finals. The teams that made it to the finals just played last weekend. The top 2 teams from Europe and the top 2 teams from NA qualified to BlizzCon already. However, the team that came in 3rd place, they are playing here today. So we have the 3rd place EU team versus the 3rd place NA team, and they're going to be battling it out right now here on the stage. And the winner, well, they're going to BlizzCon.
It's so exciting. I know everybody is really looking forward to it. The teams across all of the WoW esports have just been so pumped to make it to that goal, but also to be a part of these seasons here at the opening of Midnight. And now, a lot of us watching are pretty familiar with the MDI format since we just came from that. But Ven, what can you tell everybody about the format for this cross-region playoff?
So even if you're an AWC fan, this is an interesting format that we have in front of us. Because we have one team from North America and we have one team from Europe, we've decided home and away servers. And there was basically a coin flip for these 2 teams. Europe won, so they will get the home field advantage on the Grand Arena, and we will be going to a best of 7. However, in order to actually win the series, you have to be up by 2 points. So if we get to game 7 and it ends up being 4-3, we will actually play an additional game, and the team that's up by 4 has to actually win on the opponent's server. Just to keep it as fair as possible, these teams are basically going to either have to do a complete blowout or they're going to have to win by 2 points, meaning you need to win on the opposing server. So keep it as fair as possible. Should be very exciting. I mean, both these teams are trying to earn that additional spot for not only themselves, but the region at BlizzCon, and I really can't wait to get into this because these kind of matches are always my favorite.
This is honestly going to be so cool to see. I love getting to catch AWC. I love seeing Arena, PvP where I can. So everybody, this is going to be awesome. And hey, you know, maybe we'll just all be here, I don't know, all night. We could just keep going, right? We could roll over to tomorrow.
I mean, theoretically, yeah, it's possible.
Awesome, great. So we'll angle for that, but honestly, it's going to depend a lot on our teams because, of course, this showdown is going to make or break their dreams of competing on the BlizzCon stage. So, Supa, give everybody some info on who they are and how they've been playing this season.
Well, I mean, these rosters have legendary names, multiple times champions across the board between Europe and North America. You really couldn't ask for a better series to go head-to-head in this kind of cross-region matchup. I was particularly impressed with Direwolves in North America. They were bored between Europe and North America. You really couldn't ask for a better series to go head-to-head in this kind of cross-region matchup. I was particularly impressed with Direwolves in North America. They were able to defeat Welcome to the Zheng, which has been a team that was a dynasty for like 5 years of period of time where they didn't drop a single tournament, and they were able to beat them to get this third place position. And I think nobody was expecting that whatsoever, so I think their opportunities there are pretty high. That team consists of Sidu, just legendary healer amongst all of the ranks of the AWC, Trill, which might be a familiar name to anybody watching the MDI from the Race to World First. We call him Mr. World of Warcraft. He's going for the Race to World First title. I don't know if he's going to try to go for the MDI title at some point, going for the AWC title. And then Sam I Am on the Frost Mage has been their main lineup, but they do have Lord Mez sitting on the Death Knight on the bench, probably for the series, but maybe comes in. We did see a little bit of Death Knight in Europe, but this was a very impressive team. They ultimately went down to F tier to get into this position for third, but the fact that they were able to beat Welcome to the Zheng was clearly impressive.
That is so, I mean, that's honestly amazing. Even just what I know about the Legacy and these teams in the AWC, beating out Zheng had to be huge for them. So really impressive that they were able to land it. But of course, these two teams going head to head, Direwolves and Guildbean, they're going to try to settle who's going to be making it to the BlizzCon Grand Final. So chat, make your predictions on who you think will be our winner in this matchup. Now, you touched on it a little bit, Supa, but Direwolves is a name that our MDI viewers recognize, or they might recognize some of the players of, right? But they're also really long-established AWC winners. We saw in the past how much it's meant to CD when he apparently victoriously punched his chair a few seasons back, which I've seen some clips of, you know? But, Zico, what do you think it would mean for him to get the chance to punch a chair on the BlizzCon stage?
I mean, I think it would mean everything to Sidu, because like when you're a competitor, you always kind of want to end it on a high note. Now, Sidu's been a little bit outspoken, saying that this might be his last time competing. He said that in the past as well, let's be honest. But I think maybe he means it this time. I'm not sure. So, you know, quitting on top, quitting on a high note, I think is always going to be a really good feeling for them. So I think this is kind of their chance to show everybody what they've got. And kind of like Supa mentioned, they already took down Welcome to the Zheng. Like, this is a team that was winning everything. Like, they did not lose. And the fact that they took those guys down is crazy. So I think they're going to give it their all. I think Sidu would love to be there and punch a chair, punch a monitor.
Do they have insurance for those chairs at BlizzCon?
You have to don't get in his way.
They'll have to replace it. Everybody just give him a little clearance, because he's going to be celebrating if they're able to secure that victory. But, you know, honestly, these teams both, I think, have a lot to show. And Guildbean, they've been on the rise from my understanding, but they couldn't quite seem to overthrow some of these top teams to kind of guarantee a BlizzCon spot. So, Ven, do you think that they can conquer the legends of the arena that lie before them, especially here with Direwolves?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting, I mean, Zico kind of mentioned Direwolves, you know, they're legends in their own right, like we said, but Guildbean also, I mean, these aren't young players. These are players that have been around in the scene for a very long time. You have names like Lontar, Zeepai, Blizzo, and Morrow. So absolutely phenomenal players. They've been, at some point or another, considered the absolute best and pinnacle of skill at their classes. So I think this is going to be a very difficult matchup for the side of Direwolves. Guildbean, I think they struggled a little bit this season, mostly because they didn't have a rogue, and I think that's the main weakness of this roster. Zeepai's been trying to play it, but Blizzo has stepped up in a big way on that Windwalker Monk. He's made the matchups very close. This team is really well-rounded and has lots of different compositions, but we'll have to see if missing onto that rogue is going to cost them in this match too.
All right, it's exciting. I mean, these two, I think, honestly, it could be anybody's game, and especially when we have such a unique and interesting setup as this playoff. But we have to do some predictions ourselves. Now, chat, they're kind of leaning Direwolves side. We see it kind of swinging. Now we're 50-50 again.
So crazy.
That is crazy.
That's wild. This split. Zico, I'll let you start off. Who do you think is going to win in this playoff?
Oh, you're throwing me out first.
I'm so sorry. You know what? I think you can do it. You can do it. Let's see. Let's work through it.
Okay, so I have very conflicting thoughts right now. Like, I'm from EU. I want to go with my EU boys, but at the same time, you know, I got a lot of love for the guys over at Direwolves. One last ride. I believe in the one last ride. Direwolves are taking this 16-14. And we're going to be sitting here all night.
Is that a real score? Can that actually
That's my
happen?
prediction.
Is that
Is that actually
valid?
a score that could happen?
It is possible, yeah.
There we go. All right, 16-14. Okay, so shooting high there. Zico's like, it's going to be incredible. We're going to be here all night. Supa, you feel the same? Are we going that long, or where are you at with these?
I think Zico's throwing this because he knows there's no leaderboard for predictions for this. I think he's just throwing something wild out there to try and... I mean, this is everything for these teams. Like on Guild Bean, Maro came out of retirement to play on this team to qualify to BlizzCon. Like that's why he came back to the competitive scene. He's come as close as you can to winning BlizzCon. He was one game away and then retired, came back out of retirement for this run to go to BlizzCon. And their roster's really stacked. I think Blizzo and the Windwalker is looking really clean. It's really up to whether or not Sam can deal with that because we've seen the best European mages struggle. And I'm trying to just envision, can Sam survive Blizzo's damage in these games? I'm leaning into Guild Bean. I think it's probably going to be 4-2 for Guild Bean.
Wow.
Okay. I like it. All right, Ven, do you have thoughts? Do you have follow-up? What's your prediction?
You know, originally that was going to be my exact prediction, but now I'm going to change it because I don't like to have the same prediction as Super T's. It's never really worked out for me. So
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
you should change it.
I think it's going to be a little bit more. Instead of going 4-2, I'm kind of leaning in a similar direction. Or I feel like Guild Bean, no, not 14-12. I would say 5-3. Is what I think it's going to.
You think it's going all with it? Okay.
I think it's going to go 5-3 for this particular match. Guild Bean, I just feel like, I don't know. I don't want to count Direwolves out. They're an incredible team, but Guild Bean, there's just something about them. They're such a phenomenal team. I think they also have just put in a ton of work, a ton of practice this season, and I think they're just going to narrowly edge out ahead in this one.
Okay, all right, I like it. Oh, gosh, you know, I'm entering here at the very, very end of the season, putting together all the data you've all provided me. For my prediction, I love the idea of that final ride, that last howl. I think I'm going to have to lean towards the Direwolves, but you know what, Supa? I'll do a flip of yours. I'll go 4-2 towards the Direwolves. We'll have a little mirror there. And we'll see, because I think it's still going to be a really good series, and we know it's going to be with these two teams, with these incredible players going head-to-head. But of course, you are going to be getting into this entire playoff very soon. Do you have any final little thoughts to leave our viewers with, or to entice our MDI viewers to kind of get locked in and get excited for AWC Zico?
Yeah. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. What excitement? What things are exciting about the AWC for MDI viewers? How should they lock in and get hyped about this matchup?
I mean, there's everything on the line. We got old legends battling for the last spot at BlizzCon. Winning BlizzCon is the ultimate goal as a PvPer. Like, if you beat BlizzCon, you beat PvP. And that is what all of these guys want to do. I mean, it's going to be exciting action. We're going to see, you know, the best players of their class really rise to the occasion. And this is one of those moments where it's ride or die. It's all or nothing. There is no more second chance. If you lose here, that's it. That's the end of your year. It's over. You're going to be sitting at home. You're not going to be punching any chairs. And you're just going to be watching from home.
Nobody wants that to end up when you've got BlizzCon on the horizon. But they're coming in here. This will be Guild Bean versus Direwolves on their first map. Take it away, Supa.
Oh my god. Blizzo's coming in on his warrior. That's his main. This guy has been the best warrior, maybe bar none, in the game for years. He's boldly coming in on a warrior right now in this meta. Zeepai, noted as one of the best elemental shamans on the globe, coming in along with Lontar, a phenomenal healer, one of the best healers across the globe. They're playing their main composition into the Direwolves, running that rogue mage preservation evoker. That composition has given them a tough ride this entire season. Are they going to be able to overcome it? They're starting out with a sap on the Lontar. They're setting up a swap onto Zeepai. A clean start from the Direwolves nets them an astral shift from Zeepai. Those glowing icons are their powerful cooldowns that allow them to stay alive or do damage. When they start glowing, you know that they've committed a lot.
Yeah, and right now we can see Trill actually activating his Cloak of Shadows here in the early stages of the match. Now caught up in a Stormbolt. The Rogue is going to be a pretty good target here for the side of Guild Bean, but right now Sam I am also taking a lot of pressure. You see a Polymorph there go out to the Blizzard. Here's the Ring of Frost. Big damage onto Zeepai. He's caught up in a Kidney Shot, but Zeepai still has some defensives available here. Didn't use his Trinket, and that is the big cooldown in PvP. You want to be forcing those Trinkets nice and early, but look at that. Big Sleepwalk coming in onto Lontar. Lontar playing aggressive while his Shaman is on half HP, and Samayam could just be forced into the ice block here. Cito has a lot of work ahead of him, but rescues him back to safety for now. I think Sam is going to be out of the woods, and now it's going to be Zipai on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, these are very interesting blind picks. Samayam going to be put into the stun. Blizzard doing what he can to control up the situation. Intervening Zipai, but he's in danger. Lontar forced to trade out the Emerald Communion in this situation, and I don't think this is the matchup that Guild Bean really wanted. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but this is very surprising indeed. Sidu coming in on the Evoker. Samayam, though, getting lit up and needs to be in careful. Keep in mind, this is a European server right now, so a slight edge towards Guild Bean in this game number 1.
All right, let's see if they can take advantage of that. Mana is tight between both sides. You can track their mana bar below their health bar on that healer roll in the top slot there. That blue bar, the lower it gets, the worse it's going to be for that team. Sidu trades out an Emerald Communion, that green glowing icon, a major defensive. It regenerates mana and it heals up his allies. They're making a swap onto Lontar with no trinket, looking to punish, but Blizzo on that warrior. His defense is looking solid. Will it be enough? He's holding on by a thread as he comes into the cheap shot and connects the rewind to be able to top himself and recover in that position. But they're turning up the heat. They get a sleepwalk on Lontar. He gets tremor totemed by Zipai. So good usage of that shaman utility, breaking that crowd control, that fear effect to enable his partner to be free.
Yeah, but this is looking pretty good actually for Direwolves. They forced out all the major defensives here from Lontar. No rewind, and he also has no Emerald Communion. Surely the next setup here is going to be a Trinket, but Samayam gets interrupted by Zipai. But he gets caught up in a full blind. Unfortunately, breaks though to the damage there. But they do find the full polymorph onto Lontar. Zipai actually going to just go ahead and get very aggressive here with the Ascendant. He's proccing. He's doing tons of damage onto Samayam. Samayam surely is going to have to ice block here. No, he blinks away. Greater Invis comes out. Sidu finally out of the sleepwalk, but into a deep breath.
Shattering throw.
Ice block. Shattering throw coming out from Blizzard though. They're pushing for the win here. EU looking to claim game number 1. Samayam blinking away to safety. Sidu finally out of crowd control. They finally control Blizzo, and Samayam will survive. Now turning on the counter pressure onto Zipai. Nice wind shear there though on the Ray of Frost.
Yeah, Zipai lightning fast with that wind shear, completely denying Samayam's offensive pressure. Now getting interrupted, and Blizzo was just all over Sam right now, and Sam is in danger. He's getting chopped up. Huge explosion of damage. Zipai at the same time taking some pressure, but it's going to be Sam who likely falls going into the ice block, becoming immune for a short period of time, but Sidu's still in sleepwalk. Samayam is not recovered. A full hex lands, and Sam gets crushed. He came out to dispel the hex and just got executed immediately. Nicely done there by Blizzo, and Guild Bean will claim game number 1.
All right, but that was EU advantage, okay? We got to give NA some slack. EU advantage, EU ping advantage in game 1. You do have to win this series by at least 2 points. The first to 4 with a 2-point advantage. So it can be a 4-2, 4-3, and then after that, it's going to be moving up to a 5-3 for you to be able to gain victory. So definitely favor to them. But the fact that they could win with their mains, I think, is very impressive in this series because they have struggled with the exact composition that the Direwolves are playing throughout the entire season in Europe. They were having a very hard time, and they beat them so fast. Some of these games against these rogue mages, they can last 5 to 8 minutes. This game didn't even last 5 minutes. It was just one block into the next block into the immediate kill onto Samayam here in game number 1. So their opening pressure from the Direwolves, I think it was pretty solid. They're winning on mana, getting momentum, but this Hex right during the ice block. So mages can remove Hex, but they can't inside of an ice block. So Sam needs to end his immunity and decurse, and right when he ended it, Blizzo and Zipai were able to snipe him with an ability before he could remove the Hex. So that was critical timing there. You can tell that Blizzo, Zipai, and Lontar are ready on their mains. Their team does not have a rogue of the caliber that is necessary to compete at this level. So they're playing the Warrior Elemental, which is not a very standard composition right now in the meta, but it is their bread and butter. It's a setup that they have played for many years. So they're fighting against the meta, which the Direwolves have brought out in game 1.
Man, this is making me so excited for BlizzCon because this is when you get to see like the different playstyles as well between the regions. Just a little teaser of what we're gonna get to see later in the year, but this is not a comp that probably you face too often over in North America. Like, how often do you run into a warrior and Ellie that are as good as Zipai and Blizzo and have played together for as long as these guys have? I don't even think there is a duo like that. So it's a big surprise, when you're facing it for the first time. Meanwhile, the EU RMPs, they're used to facing this team. They're used to their playstyle. They've lost to it. They know how to counter it eventually. And this is something that Direwolves are going to have to figure out. Of course, some of it could come down to, the fact that it was EU advantage that game. We'll see in game number 2. And we'll also see in game number 2 if Guildbean decides to lock that in, because I agree with you guys. I mean, I think it was going to be Windwalker Mage versus Rogue Mage, and it sounded like you guys thought the same.
Yeah. Well, the one interesting thing about this matchup in particular is these two teams have had about a week to prepare for this, so at least 5 days, knowing exactly who they were going to be playing against, right? So Guildbean knows Direwolves is practicing for them, and the opposite is true as well. Direwolves knows Guildbean is practicing, so it could be a case where Guildbean is saying, okay, I bet Direwolves has put all their chips on us playing Windwalker Mage. So maybe that's the only thing they've practiced into. We're just going to throw them a curveball in game number 1. We'll play the Elemental Shaman Warrior instead and kind of throw them off with that pick.
Yeah, but if they know you're going to play a Windwalker, wouldn't Trill play Subtlety? And then why would you play Prez if you know Trill is going to play Subtlety?
I don't know.
Because I wasn't expecting Outlaw. Direwolves didn't play Outlaw for most of their games. They were playing Subtlety, they were playing Disciplined Priest, they were playing some, maybe it's like memeable stuff, I don't even know, because no other team really used Disc Priest, but it enabled them to beat Welcome to the Zhang for a couple of games, and I didn't know if we were going to see that type of desperation. They're confident, Guildbean are not changing their comp, and now does Trill switch over to Subtlety? Because in this type of matchup, that's what we've seen. That's why the healers usually avoid playing Preservation Evoker, which is the dragon healer, is because Subtlety Rogue is usually a direct counter to it. Trill is a phenomenal Subtlety Rogue. But if it doesn't, maybe Guildbean have practiced against Subtlety on their European friends, because I imagine these teams went back to their regions and were like, yo, Voss, can you give us some 100%. Practice to beat Sea-Doo? And Sea-Doo's team is like, we need to get some practice from Calvish. Like, I can imagine they're going to be
some region
together.
pride.
There has been.
Yeah, so I think that's what's cool is like the North American teams have definitely been helping Direwolves, and the European teams definitely helping Guildbean here prepare. And you can kind of, I feel like for Blizzo, it was likely he was expecting the Subtlety Rogue, just based off the fact that he was an orc, right, over a gnome. That makes a lot of sense to me, because you have to lock in your races for game number 1 blind. But Direwolves, I wonder also if Guildbean was slightly afraid of Mez. Because the European teams showcased, this healer killer composition with the Unholy Death Knight. Maybe they're slightly afraid of that, so that's why they're locking this in. Maybe.
Possible. It's possible. Like we haven't really seen too much of Mez this season, but Direwolves have been running some kind of wonky comps in the past. With Mez, like Rogue DK, what do we call it? The deletion cleave. So it's possible. Cleave, yeah. But I do think that Direwolves probably are just talking the strategy, making sure everything is set up as they switch servers, and we are gonna see Outlaw again from Trill. So a little bit surprising, but both teams kind of locking in the same thing here. I guess that's got to feel pretty good if you're Guildbean. You already won game number 1, so that already takes off a little bit of the pressure. And then now, game number 2, you're going to play it on Empyrean Domain as well, which is definitely an interesting map pick. And this is Zeepai's Transmog.
As a side note, I have an Elemental Shaman that I used to use this exact transmog on, and I love it.
What? This exact
green wooden stick?
Not the weapons,
and,
not the weapons, but the helmet.
It's a
helmet, wasn't it? It's got. I think it is. Yeah, from it's amazing.
I wonder when. Sorry to cut you off, but I wonder on the MDI desk if they actually like go through everyone's talents and stats, and on the AWC desk we're just talking about transmogs.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever seen versatility that high. I think that's the highest versatility I've ever seen. So, Zeepai, I don't think he's using any tier gear, and he's just playing 0 crit, 0 mastery, the most versatility you could possibly use. So, in PvP, in PvP, versatility is really strong. Obviously, it makes you take less damage, and that's pretty powerful.
He's also stacking talents under the Healing Stream totem to take reduced frost damage from the Frost Mage, and he's also running the Wind Shear talent below to reduce damage from a spellcaster if he lands an interrupt. So if he interrupts Sam at all, he's going to do 15% less damage. If he has a Healing Stream totem down, he's doing 6% less damage, and he's running a talent to extend the duration of his Healing Stream totem as well. So he's a tank shaman, basically. He's putting Flame Shock up, lobbing out Lava Bursts, and as durable as you can get on this build.
Yeah, elemental warding too. I think shamans can opt into just like some passive damage reduction as well. So really, really difficult to take down Zeepai as this build. But there was still moments. I mean, even though he's playing this super durable version of elemental shaman, there was still moments in the match where he was going down to like 10% health. So I would definitely say Direwolves are not out of this yet. And I think the composition they're running definitely has the capability of winning. So worse to me, this is still like a 50-50 matchup.
Just comes down to mains, right? Like comfort here. Like this is just Blizzo and Zeepai playing mains. Obviously, Sam and Trill practice a lot on Rogue Mage, but I feel like Blizzo and Zeepai's synergy on this, like they have fought the best of the best Rogue Mages year over year over year. So are Sam and Trill going to be of the same caliber of the European Rogue Mages? And I mean, that you're going to have to be, right? Because if you win here, you're going to go head to head with those teams in the near future.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because you know, like we kind of mentioned it a little bit brief earlier, and that's something that I was actually going to ask you guys about. But the other teams, because ultimately what happens here is that one region, EU or NA, is going to have one additional team at BlizzCon, and you kind of want to, you know, have that advantage because like I think a lot of the EU players. Like, I don't know, maybe this is an old thing, but I feel like a lot of the EU players are like, oh yeah, NA is free, EU is easier, EU is way harder. And some of the NA people are like, lol, EU, you know what I mean? So I feel like with that in mind, a lot of the EU teams probably did help, you know, Guild Bean get a lot of practice. And I want to ask them if they end up winning. I do, or whoever wins, I do want that to be something that we ask them. But what I was going to say is, I think it's way harder to get practice against LA Warrior. Like, finding practice against RMP, you open your friends list, close your eyes, invite anybody, and you have an RMP, or Rogue Mage X, you know? But finding an LA Warrior, and they have to be, you know, like top tier, that there is not a lot of people, like, on either region who fits that criteria. So I am curious how much practice Direwolves actually have in this matchup. I think Guild Bean playing their mains, playing the comfort, going out with you know, with a bang here, no matter what happens, is definitely you know, the right move for them. We'll see how it works out. We have game number 2 finally live between Guild Bean and Direwolves. BlizzCon on the line.
Yep. Getting into game 2, and you can see in the top right-hand corner, you can see what server we're on, just to familiarize yourself. So we're on the North American service right now, which should be an advantage for Direwolves. Sap on Lontar early. Trail's looking like he wants to open up here onto Zeepai, getting aggressive early on. Double Ring of Frostlands, a 3 versus 1 situation. Beautifully done there by the Direwolves, but Zeepai is just going to make the trades, pop Ascendance, and start to get aggressive.
Very efficient trade, much just like game number 1, but Sam has a much larger map. Oh, Lontar is picking up Blizzo with that rescue and pulling him towards the mage. Lontar is playing hyper aggressive in this matchup. Typically, it's challenging to do that as the healer because you're going to get caught up in so much crowd control, but he's trying to give his team momentum. He's also stacking in the area of effects, but they stop their area of effects just when the polymorph lands, so they're able to isolate Zeepai. Zeepai stacks on his healer to try and break the polymorph, and they've created this strategy where they just create this ball. Zeepai and Lontar just stay next to each other to break crowd control. Blizzo intervenes to help with breaking crowd control and redirecting damage, and they've created this like anti-crowd control composition and strategy. Lontar with the nice obsidian scales here before getting stunned. They wanted to swap, but they can't. They sheep him instead. This is a clean setup on Zeepai though. They've isolated him with crowd control effects that we can see to the left of the health bar. When that class icon disappears, it means they're in a crowd control effect. They're unable to assist their allies.
Yeah, and Zeepai right now is going to need a lot of assistance as he is taking a tremendous amount of damage. There's the rewind from Lontar. Nice counterspell there, sniped by Samayam. They do get the follow-up there as well, but Fortunately, Lontar does break out of that one. And now Trill caught up in a stun here from Zeepai. Stormkeeper loaded up. That means he's going to have a lot of damage here available for Samayam. And Samayam knows it, playing very defensive there in that position for a second. Zeepai actually getting interrupted there by Blizzo. And Blizzo is just trucking out damage onto everyone. Full blind onto Lontar. So right now, Lontar is not unable to heal. But can they chain it? You always want to chain that blind with something else. Trill is looking for a kidney shot, but he was disarmed. Lontar with a fake cast gets the precognition, which means he's going to be able to free cast and avoid crowd control. Nice deep breath coming out though. Blizzo also taking a lot of damage, but Blizzo dropping low like that, it doesn't really amount to anything because he has all of those defensive cooldowns that die by the sword, kind of the two swords crossed icon that is underneath his health frame. And right now, Avatar popped also for Blizzo, so they're just trying to crowd control Blizzo as much as possible because he has a lot of damage available. You see Lontar lifting Blizzo even into the action there, but he tanks a polymorph as a result. Zeepai could be in trouble. Doesn't have Astral Shift. Huge Ray coming in. Zeepai burrows underneath the ground, so he's going to be immune to damage for a second, but Lontar still in crowd control here for a couple of seconds. Zeepai manages to catch enough healing here for a second, potentially still taking a lot of damage. Lontar manages to recover him.
Yeah, that was a really close call on Zeepai. Burrow coming in clutch to survive. Burrow continuing this damage. Samayam blinks forward, gets a counterspell. He's been doing an excellent job with counterspells, and Lontar is falling behind because of it. Zeedu going for the sleepwalk. Can he find it? Deep breath immuned by Lontar. Excellently done there to immune the incoming crowd control. But Zeedu is just continuing to make a push. Needs to be careful. He doesn't leave his team behind, but he's finding the crowd control. He's getting aggressive, and I just love how aggressive Zeedu is playing right now.
Nice sap. That might force a trinket before the blind. Are they going to commit it? They get a polymorph. If they can get a trinket on Lontar here, it'd be critical. Blizzo dive with the swords, anticipating a swap. He could be a target, actually, moving forward. Lontar pre-Obsidian scales another stun. Zeepai uses Astral Shift. He's dying through it, though, if they get more crowd control. Doesn't look like they have it. Blizzo is chasing down Sam. Zeedu's tanking wind shears. Now Sam doesn't need to deal with it. And it's about breaking the defense of Guild Bean. They're just stacking on top of each other on the pillar, running circles around the pillar to try and break crowd control and to avoid casts. Now Sam has faked a lot of interrupts here. He's trying to polymorph the warrior. He gets spell reflected. He blinks away. He goes for another one. He gets storm bolted. Blizzo is shutting Sam down. This could be trouble for Zeedu. He's in a fear. He breaks it with his medallion. He tries to turn it around with sleep. They get a polymorph instead. Lontar responds with Emerald Communion to recover Zeepai. Now it's Sam on the back foot, pinned in the spear. As Blizzard's into the kidney shot, Trill answers that to deny the warrior's damage. Sam is able to escape, reposition to the right. He's faking a lot of interrupts. I see precognition on Sam most of this game, which means he's outplaying his opponents, anticipating their interrupts and faking them on them to be able to free cast. But even with as much precognition as he's getting, mana is still even, and Trill is behind.
Yeah, Trill getting swapped too. Here gets storm bolted as well. No Cloak of Shadows, no Vanish on Trill, but Zeepai actually in big trouble here. No Astral Shift. He doesn't have any cooldowns here for a couple of seconds. Lontar is going to have to respond with something right now. And just to get some heals, gets a nice sleepwalk there as well. Slowing things down. Zeepai going for the Stormkeeper here, going for counter pressure. Lontar's in a kidney shot though. Deep breath connects. Samayam looking for the polymorph. Finds it. Zeepai isolated here in this position. He's going to burrow once again, going underneath the ground, still recovering some healing. But no, they continue the chain here onto Lontar. He trinkets Smoke Bomb. Beautiful Ray of Frost coming out onto Zeepai. Zeepai on 1% HP, somehow staying alive. Lontar needs to get so much healing done, and I think he's going to be able to do it, but still Zeepai, what are you going to do? Lontar's in a full sleepwalk. Tremor Totem comes out for Zeepai, manages to save him for a second. Deep breath coming out from Lontar, immuning crowd control. Samayam fakes another interrupt, looking for the sheep. They lift Samayam on top of Lontar here to try to snipe yet another polymorph, but Blizzo pummels it. Another Ring of Frost gets dropped. Samayam blinking in aggressively once again, gets wind sheared on the polymorph. They're line of sighting him. Samayam might be too aggressive, and Zeedu's gonna have to pay with the Emerald Communion.
Nice reflect there by Blizzo. He's doing such a good job controlling Sam. Here comes the spear. Samayam is isolated. Can they take him down? Good crowd control on Lontar. Zeepai's low. It is a race to the finish at 27% dampening between these two teams. Bloodlust popped here by Zeepai, trying to get some counter pressure and put his team back into the game. Zeedu has a massive mana lead. Samayam forced into the ice block, but Guild Bean has been so far on the back foot. Lontar's had to heal so much in this game.
Full sheep.
50 seconds for the communion, and this could be it. Zeepai trying to line of sight, trying to get out of range, out of line of sight of Samayam, but could he easily fall?
Rescue.
Once again gets rescued by Lontar. Big Dream Breath comes in.
He fake
Zeepai
cast.
will survive.
Oh my god, Zeepai stays alive, but how much longer? 17 seconds to his astral shift below his health bar there. Can they stay alive? 13 more seconds. Grounding totem to block crowd control. Blizzo stuns Trill, but Sam is blasting. Ring of Frost, Blizzo disrupts it. Zeepai fakes an interrupt. He gets a Hex. Kidney Shot comes on to Lontar. 4 more seconds. 3 more seconds for Zeepai. 2 more seconds. Lontar trinkets, but there's 0 mana. 8 more seconds for Communion. Just a couple more seconds on the clock for Guild Bean, and they can turn this around. They're going to have to trade the wall. Emerald Communion, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds away. They get a full fear on Cedar. This is trouble for Sam out of nowhere. Lontar can Emerald Communion here and regenerate some mana and potentially stay in this game, but Sam is still ahead in Icebox. But Trill is a target. He's a liability. Limited defense on him. Sidu sees that limitation. He uses time dilation. Sidu stuns the entire team. Sidu setting them up with the blind. Zeepai grounds. Blizzo disrupts the Ray, but Zeepai is still in trouble. Seconds away. He burrows. Every second that is counting so much here for these cooldowns. Can they actually pull this off? Into the stun. Zeepai trinkets it. He's trying to fake an interrupt. Lontar finally free time dilates, but now into another polymorph. How is Zeepai still alive? They spear Trill away. Zeepai line of sights by the skin of his teeth. Trill meets him on the other side, and Zeepai likely to fall. North America strike back, tying this up 1-1.
Oh my goodness. How does he survive? That was insane by Lontar though. Right before that, when they recovered from that first CC chain, unbelievable. He fake casted a Dream Breath with like when Zeepai was like 10% or 5% HP, manages to recover him after that. Absolute insane work from Lontar. But the Dire Wolves were looking very locked in here. They basically held down the gas pedal and never let go. They were keeping up their pressure. They were keeping up their crowd control. And especially Sam I Am on that mage being absolutely filthy. Just continuously chasing down Lontar. Being super aggressive. Looking for the sheeps time and time again. Good CC coming out from him, and good coordination between him and Sidu, also dragging him, lifting him with that rescue on top of the enemy healer to actually be able to secure that crowd control. And I mean, it was a well-fought series for sure from Guild Bean, but you can tell it was not too easy here to deal with this. And I think this was the moment. Look at Lontar here. He gets the fake cast right here on the Dream Breath. They get the interrupt. And then he gets, actually, I think they kicked too late there, but they gave him the precognition. And in the end here, Sam I Am sniping the counterspell there onto Lontar. Lontar actually had recovered a little bit of mana, so that was a crucial counterspell coming out from Sam I Am. And Blizzo, unable to do too much here, despite going for the gnome pick actually on the warrior, because you guys were talking about that being an orc, anticipating the sub-rogue, and actually swapping over to the gnome here for a little bit more mobility. Wasn't enough. Just Dire Wolves looking too hot here in game number 2.
Yeah, and this is the version of Direwolves that I like to see. I mean, they were really pushing the pace the entire game. I mean, Sidu just rescuing Sam I Am on top of Zeepai. They were smothering Lontar. They were just getting sleepwalk after sleepwalk, kidney shot, polymorphs, interrupts. I don't know, like, it is exceptionally difficult. If you're a PvPer and you've tried it, interrupting a Dream Breath from an Evoker it's one of the hardest things you can do. And I'm telling you, Sam I Am was nailing them just over and over. Just basically pre-CSing. You basically have to counterspell within like 0.2 seconds of the cast going off. It is super difficult to do, and he was doing it. So really nicely done there by the Direwolves. And to me, this whole season has just been, if the Direwolves can play aggressively like this is when they look best. So I hope that kind of trend continues.
Sam looked fantastic in that game. He had precognition. Remember him when he was playing the Balance Turret a few seasons ago? We gave him the title of Precognition
called him the Precog King.
Yeah, so precognition is a mechanic where classes in the game have the ability to interrupt a spell bar cast, but if they miss that interrupt, so if you start your cast and then you stop your own cast and the other player thinks that you're still going to finish it, they use their interrupt and they miss it, you'll get a buff called precognition, which you can choose as a gem socket. So Sam's in their heads. He starts a cast bar and tricks them into thinking he's going to finish it, and then stops his own cast, and he gets that buff, precognition, which makes him immune to crowd control and immune to interrupts. So he, as a Frost mage, is very important. You cast a lot of spells like Ray of Frost and Polymorph. So Sam pretty much has that up the whole game. So he's in the heads of Guild Bean. Venruki points out he's sniping out these millisecond counter spells on Lontar, Preservation Evoker being the hardest class in the game to land an interrupt on. Sam is nailing those. Sam is having a really good game in that last game. But ping disadvantage makes it a bit harder, I think, to do those things, because a little bit more delay on your cast, a little bit more delay on the input before your counterspell goes through, and you have to win in this series 2 maps ahead of the other team, so you have to win on the away team's advantage. So can Sam be able to do that with the ping disadvantage?
Yeah, it's also harder to land your kicks with higher ping for sure. because on your screen they're still casting, and then on their screen they already stopped. So we'll see how it plays out. But also about the maps, every map has to be selected before we can repick another map. So we might be in for some interesting map picks. Typically, seeing Dalaran Sewers is like somewhat of a normal map pick. We get to see Dalaran pretty frequently. Hook Point is common. Empyrean Domain that we just saw is one of those larger maps that rogue mage teams, especially mage teams in general, like to play on because it's very easy to kind of chase down a healer on those maps. But we might see some more unconventional ones like the Robodrome, like the Cage of Carnage, Mugambala. These are all maps that they get picked, but it's in very rare niche situations. And as we continue, if we keep ping-ponging between the regions, like Guildbean wins on EU, Direwolves wins on NA, that's going to be another like little curveball that the teams are going to have to deal with.
All right, 14 seconds.
It's interesting because this series could go the distance after seeing this now, just 1-1. Like, you can only play a map once until all of the maps have been played. So we might see maps we'd never see in the AWC because usually the series is best of 5 and there's a lot of maps, so it's over before you see a lot of them. We might actually run the string of every single map, North America versus Europe, in this series. The first time we've seen like this level of stakes between these regions as well. This is going to be an insane... This is a series to let your friends know about, to say the least, leading into BlizzCon for the final spot. Guildbean, they're out of time. They got Dalaran locked in, so I'm imagining they're either leaning into that Warrior Ellie or possibly a Windwalker. And they are going to bring Blizzo in onto the Windwalker. Morrow is coming off the bench. He just came out of retirement to play with this team. Last time he competed was when BlizzCon was still on, and now he came out of retirement to play with his team. We're going to see him on Mage going head-to-head with Sam, and Sam is having a good series, but we've seen a lot of mages explode to Blizzo's damage on this Windwalker monk.
Yeah, I feel like this is such a nightmare situation for Sam, and I think this is where Sam is going to be truly tested. So you can see, take a look at how he's building his character. Very standard Frost Mage build that he is running, but this is like a matchup of the Titans. You know what I mean? Sam I Am going head-to-head with Morrow. Absolutely legendary, but I was saying, when you're on kind of a ping disadvantage here for Sam I Am, we've seen the kind of damage that Blizzo can put out on that Windwalker monk, and it is scary. Blizzo is a monster on that monk, and he's going to be running at Sam every single time he uses the Zenith. He's going to be able to essentially one-shot Sam, so Sam's going to have to be very much on his toes in this match if he wants to survive, but I think this is going to be a very explosive game, and I think that Guildbean is just tired of being on the back foot from that game number 2, and they want to be the ones pushing the pace here.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like if I was on Dire Wolves, this is the matchup that I would expect and probably have prepared against the most. And there's a lot of teams on NA that run, or can run this composition, so probably there is a decent amount of practice here on Dire Wolves in this specific scenario, which is going to be needed for them because, like you mentioned, Van, this is a matchup where Blizzo is going to be able to one-shot the mage, and when you're playing with the ping disadvantage as well, it's very easy to pull a Venruki.
Come on, man. It was over 10 years
You got to do that
ago.
even here.
Every single mage in this AWC has died without blocking multiple times. Also, happened to Ven one time, and it's just forever marked down in history.
That's why, that's why I appreciate Chanimal so much, because he says pulling a Raikou, It's like, I get a little bit of a break, but I know I can appreciate you too, not doing that.
I can't talk about Raikou right now, he's not here. I can't talk behind his back, I gotta say it to his face.
That's all good.
No, but it is like it's a valid point though. Like, it's very easy to get one shot by a Windwalker, especially when there's a little bit of delay on that block button.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay. He's gonna be saying, "I pressed it, Sidu. I pressed it." But yeah, this is interesting. I mean, we're all tied up between these two teams. Both teams, once again, as a reminder, looking to earn a spot at BlizzCon for not only their team but their region as that 6th team. So much on the line. These teams have had a week to prepare, and we are going head-to-head. So Guildbean bringing in Morrow on the Frost Mage, Blizz on the Windwalker Monk, and Lone Star on the Evoker. Dire Wolves sticking with the same composition.
All right, let's see what Blizzo can do, what Maro can do off the bench. They have destroyed multiple mages throughout Europe with this composition. That Windwalker Monk Blizzo does a huge amount of damage. Trill on that Outlaw Rogue is going to need to shut him down. He's moving into position behind the boxes, prepared for his team to launch a strike. Lontar tries to root, doesn't find it. They get the sap, but Ring of Peace comes down from Blizzo, disrupting this initial pressure. Beautiful Ring of Peace placement from Blizzo off this initial stage. And now Sidu into a polymorph. Sam is the target, and Blizzo has an ability called Zenith, which is that box with the 2 on it below his health bar. When that starts glowing, you know that Blizzo is about to do some serious work.
Yeah, Blizzo is basically the Terminator in this matchup, and as soon as he connects here, there it is, he popped it. Let's see what happens. Sam I am trying to... Oh, beautiful Ice Nova there from Sam. Yeah. We love to see that. When the Monk is rolling, you can Ice Nova him mid-animation to cancel it, and Sam I am basically nullifies that entire first Zenith, but here comes the second charge, though. You have 2 of them. Blizzo with uptime right now. Is he going to choose to pop it? He gets crowd controlled by Sidu in anticipation of that Zenith, but still looking to hold on to it for a little bit longer. Gets caught up in a full polymorph. Lontar now in a Ring of Frost. Beautiful 3 versus 1 situation. Mars isolated. Look at the CC chain coming out from Direwolves. They get a full Ring of Frost. They continue the chain, and they isolate. Oh my god, there's the Zenith though. Huge damage onto Sam I am. Blizzo, if you can connect. Oh my goodness, needs to be very careful right now. Dragon's Breath coming out. Sam I am being very greedy in this position, and it's gonna pay off. Sidu just responding there with the Emerald.
Oh, Sam!
Oh, there it is.
You
Headshot. And there it is. I mean, the Zenith timed out, I'm pretty sure. Sidu got caught up, I think, in a polymorph there at the end. And, I mean, we said it before the match. It is very, very easy to die without blocking in this one. It is such an insane amount of burst. I think, was it at the last second of the Zenith there?
I don't even know if it was. I think it might have just been outside of the cooldowns, yeah. Yeah, I just love the comms on that one. Sam, he plays it greedy and it pays off. 1 second later, he's dusted. Like, yeah, he's gone. Bean, this is the map. Yeah. Oh no, we talked about it way too much, but it happens. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, Blizzo has been practicing the entire season, killing Europe's best mages. You know, taking down the likes of Raikou and Tessia and. Now Sam I am asked to go up against this well-practiced Blizzo, and it's a very difficult thing to do. We could take a look at the replay here, Sid.
Oh my god, we really want to do the Sam dirty like this? Like, it's like,
that
was good here, they're getting Ring of Frost on Lontar, they're getting good CC, and then Blizzo's like, hey, I'm in this game, remember me? I am the Terminator. I might be gnome, I might be small, but I am mighty. And Blizzo just rolls up on Sam and just connects and does so much damage. So he Tigers List the Frost Nova, gets in melee range with a couple ticks of Ray, and just clobbers him with a Rising Sun kick. And he is so dangerous on that Windwalker Monk, which makes me wonder what Direwolves' response is going to be in this series, now seeing that this is a threat. They threw out the Thundercleave game 1, got them a win, but I don't think that Thundercleave is going to work out too well for the rest of the series based on how that Empyrean domain, at least on North American servers, I don't think it's going to go too well. So the Windwalker is going to be what the Direwolves ultimately need to have an answer for. And what they used in North America was they used a Subtlety Rogue, because the issue with the Outlaw Rogue is that once you run out of Vanishes, you don't really have a lot of stuns, and then when you don't have a lot of stuns, the Windwalker Monk does whatever he wants, and this is what happens when the Windwalker does whatever he wants. He just stomps on your mage and just two-shots them very rapidly in these situations, and obviously with ping disadvantage, it's going to make it even more challenging to be able to react to the burst damage that's available on that Windwalker. So Europe strike back again here in this series. They're up 2, but they do need to win a score of 4-2, or 4-1, or then 5-3 in order to win the series with the rule set that we've got right now. And Darwell's look clean on North America, so are we just rewinding time? Did we just do... Oh my god, that looked insane. Wait, the animations in Rewind look insane on the classes. I just saw Dragon's Breath get like sucked in back in time. We're just slow motion, rewind,
this is new
watch
technology.
Sam explode. Just look at this, dude. What is going on right now? I didn't know we could do this. The game looks cool in reverse. I want to play the game in reverse, not forward. Like, animations look insane in reverse, but it looks like it happens fast, and it does. And Blizzo clocked him. 500,000 damage contributed in the kill. Maro did a measly 120,000 damage, and now Guild Bean are laying down the gauntlet, and they're saying, okay, we're going to North American realms. We just smashed your mage with Blizzo's Windwalker. Do you have the composition to answer this? Is Trill going to be able to play Subtlety to the same level in order to find victory here? Because that has been the pocket pick as a Subtlety Rogue in this specific matchup. If Trill doesn't pick Subtlety Rogue, I'm going to be a bit worried, I think, for the Direwolves.
That was also the very, very last second of the Zenith. So Blizzo finding that connection right at the end. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't think they have to pick the sub-rogue. I mean, in EU, some of the RMPs still opt for the Outlaw Mage, and it has worked for them as well. So it just depends, I think, what the Direwolves actually have practiced. But of course, now it's going to be EU playing on NA servers, so it's going to be a big game.
Wow. Very interesting. So he will be playing the Outlaw. I mean, the reason why we're talking about Subtlety is one of the few specs in the game that's actually very good at taking down Windwalker Monks because they're so focused on stuns. When a Windwalker Monk isn't stunned, very mobile, can escape, but a Subtlety Rogue can lock you down. So it is interesting to see Direwolves opting to just go with the Outlaw Rogue, and this basically says they want to do a mage race. So Trill's going to be on Morrow, Blizzle's going to be on Sam, and we've seen this not really work out too well for the Outlaw Rogues, at least in Europe. We'll see if Direwolves is going to be able to come up with a different solution.
I don't know, man. I mean,
I'm scared.
I don't know, man. Like, at the same time, Streamer Zone, they locked in Outlaw, and Waz's team had to get off the Windwalker too. So Outlaw can obviously win this matchup, and Zico was alluding to that as well, and Direwolves obviously believe, but this is an important game because this is your ping advantage. This is where, you know, the entire series can be decided for Guild Bean possibly qualifying to BlizzCon to win at this disadvantage, and they won so convincingly. I mean, their wins are fast. Let's be honest here. Guild Bean, their 2 wins have been like sub 5 minutes, and their defeat was very long. They really dragged the Direwolves out. So I'm getting increasingly more worried for the Direwolves here in this series. They're sticking to this main comp, though. They're not throwing out any kind of weird picks like they did in the North American bracket with the Disc Priest, so you can tell they're taking this seriously.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be, because you brought up a really good point there, Sid. It's got to be a really, really unique and just nerve-wracking situation that these players are in right now. They're in a situation where, essentially, if they lose this game, all the other team has to do is win on their server, and then that's it. It's over.
Yep.
Their year is over. Their dreams of going to BlizzCon, the last ride for the Wolves, could just be over. So that's, you know, and you just had a game where you died pre-CDs, you died early in the opener, you kind of disrespected the Zenith a little bit, and you paid for it, you know. So it's got to be a really, really tough situation for these players to deal with. And I mean, I got to be honest, I love it. Like, we're just sitting here watching someone's demise right now. It's
we might be watching Sea-Doo's last run, man. Like, how many years has it been Sea-Doo's been competing? He was a little one, I think, a long time ago, competing, and this could be his last run in the tournament scene. So if you've been a Sea-Doo fan for over the almost multiple decades that he's been a competitor in the AWC and a fan of his play, like, you better be cheering him on right now, because who knows, this might be the end of the run. Europe might do him in this final series, as Morrow and Blizzo absolutely crush Sam in game number 3 there. Moving to Maldraxxus, it's a bigger map. Sam's now going to have the ping advantage, so he's going to have more space, lower ping to be able to react, but if he loses here, it's just one more win and Bean are taking it.
It's just such a high-stakes game here on Maldraxxus. Direwolves, so much to play for. They need to win this on their home field advantage. Guild Bean going to be looking to steal that away, putting them in a prime position to win this series. So lots on the line here for Direwolves. We saw Samayam, unfortunately, go down to the burst damage of Blizzo. He's going to have to be a little bit quicker or a little less greedy in this one and truly respect those Zenith pops, because it is an unbelievable amount of damage that they're able to put out, and Blizzo's going to be looking to repeat that in this game 4.
All right, let's see what they're going to get set up here. Gates open in 10, and when these gates open, there's no going back. If disconnect, you pop the cooldown accidentally, you get the wrong talents, doesn't matter. It's going to be a loss on the scoreboard. So right here, gates are open, the match has begun, and will Trill be able to get the same start that he did last time? Remember, Blizzo used Ring of Peace to disrupt him when he sapped. So he's holding, he dodges Landslide, they wait for it, they move in, they want to sap and then cheap shot, but if Blizzo drops a Ring of Peace too fast, their opener is going to be disrupted. There's sap, Ring of Peace. Blizzo is positioned in the center of it. Trill is trying to skirt the edge of it, but now he's Dragon's Breath. This beautiful disruption right there from Morrow on that opener. They get basically nothing.
Yeah, this is a beautiful, beautiful counter now coming in as well. Blizzo looking to connect here onto Sam I Am. We've seen what happened in the past. He has some uptime right now, choosing to hold on to the Zenith for a little bit. It's a nice fake cast coming out from Sam I Am though, and there's the Ice Nova as well. They're disrupting the Zenith. It's popped there. Beautiful Dragon's Breath into a Sleepwalk, into a Polymorph. They're just making sure that Blizzo does not get to play the game here. Full cheap shot coming out as well from Trill for good measures. Blizzo has been successfully peeled off here on his first Zenith, but he has a second pop, and he's going to potentially go for it right here. They get a full Sleepwalk, they get a full Ring of Frost. Blizzo not going to be able to connect onto Sam I Am just yet. Nice Nova coming out. Sam doing God's work on that mage right now, kiting beautifully, but here comes the pop potentially. He's going to reach him. He has uptime. Not choosing to use it just yet. Glacial Spike on tomorrow. There's the Ray of Frost as well. And Trill getting good uptime here as well. Nice nice kidney there onto Lontar. Full Sleepwalk onto Blizzo. They get the full sheep onto Lontar. And now Morrow potentially forced into the first Ice Block. The Sleepwalk to follow it up as well. Morrow with a beautiful Shadow Meld there to interrupt the Ray of Frost, which is a massive cooldown. Lontar still has to trade the Emerald Communion though.
Yeah, Morrow is chasing him. He's using the Snowdrift really well to control Trill in the situation, realizing he's not going to be able to fully get away, but at least during those Snowdrift moments, Trill is forced to either get stunned or run away, and that gives Morrow a little bit more breathing room in the match. So it's an interesting talent. We don't see it played by mages that often, but I kind of like it here with the Windwalker Monk, and so far it's been working out nicely. Good push here onto Trill. Disarm. Blizzo now connecting onto Sam. Needs to be careful. What is he going to do? Excellent setup, though. Sam I Am finds a Polymorph, and now it's Morrow on the back foot. Big Fire Breath there by Sea-Doo. Morrow needs to be careful. Trill is all over him. This could easily be an Ice Block. He just goes for the Ray of Frost, but doesn't want to read it.
Sam!
Oh! 1% health. Blizzo almost has a repeat with the Zenith. And Sam will hold on.
You cannot afford to die without blocking on your advantage, on your server advantage. It will be over, I think, if that happens. Direwolves absolutely need to win this game. It's a necessity if they're going to stay alive in this series. They get a Polymorph on Lontar, but look where Morrow is. He's behind the pillar. Trill's trying to chase him down. They rescue Sam on top of Morrow, but Morrow disrupts with the Dragon's Breath Snowdrift, but he's taking quite a lot of damage. He barriers. His Keeler is still in a Polymorph. Can they finish Morrow here? He's off Hypothermia. They kill him through Time Dilation. They may get the second Ice Block. They're so close, but Lontar with healing, just ungodly healing to keep Morrow alive in that space of time, but now he's in a kidney shot. They're trying to keep up their pursuit, but Sea-Doo's also in a Polymorph. Morrow blinks to the pillar with Alter Time, looking to rewind the clock and get another blink in a moment. Now Sam on the back foot. Is he going to be able to survive? It's a big pop of damage along with the Dragon Stun. Sam is trying to get away, but he's interrupted on Arcane. He can't blink. Time Dilation from Sea-Doo is staggering the damage for a moment, but now he's into the leg sweep. Blizzo is tearing in. One block remains. Sea-Doo into a Sleepwalk, and Sam I Am's barriered up, absorbing hits, but they've cut through the barrier. It's still a lot of damage. One Rising Sun crit could be enough for Sam to go down. Blizzo looks to reconnect. He's on target. He's tearing into Sam. Is he going to hold it? He doesn't want to risk it. But now Sea-Doo is down his trinket. Sam is down 2 blocks. This is absolutely devastating for the Direwolves and North America.
Yeah, they could also swap to Sea-Doo here in this position. He's got nothing. There's the Paralyze. If they can connect with a leg sweep, they could definitely take him down. But here comes the Zenith pop potentially onto Sam I Am. Blizzo has a buffet in front of him right now. He just needs to pick a target. He can one-shot Sea-Doo or he can one-shot Sam. Could be either one of them right now.
Oh, he ported his Alter Time.
Going to be on the trouble side here. Morrow trying to cut away while Lontar was sitting through that blind. And now Sam, what are you going to do here? Running out of options. Blizzo's getting uptime. They sleepwalk Blizzo. They're panicking. They're going after Blizzo right now. Cheap shot. They're using all their DRs to peel Blizzo, and Sam still doesn't have another block for 35 seconds. I think they should just go for the race here. They have everything they need, but Sea-Doo still has that rewind. Emerald Communion coming up here for Sea-Doo as well, so Sea-Doo has to save Sam I Am in this position, but at the same time, Morrow is taking a tremendous amount of damage. There's the full shift here. Here comes the swap. Big swap off the Sea-Doo. Can they do it? Emerald Communion, unfortunately, has rotated back up here, and they will pop it there to save the day. Sea-Doo, they waited a little bit too long there to go for that for that swap, but manages to at least get the Emerald Communion, and now still no options on the Wolves for a couple of more seconds.
Ooh. Yeah, this is a scary situation. Morrow gets interrupted on the back foot. Launcher just throwing in Disintegrates here onto Trill. They may make a swap, but Morrow could easily go down. Needs to be careful. Nice. Ice blocks. Oh no, Reddit is Lone Tar connects the heals. It's unfortunate there for Morrow, but both mages, the stakes are so high. Both of them have an ice block. Sam needs to be careful, though. Goes for a Dragon's Breath on Blizzo, but Blizzo rolls over. The kidney shot lands, and that will likely save the day. Good control here on the Blizzo. Full Polymorph now on the Lone Tar. Blizzo rolls over. Ice Bearer by Sam, just doing what he can to bolster his health and his defense. At the same time, Morrow's in danger.
Nice.
Sea-Doo goes for a beautiful rescue, but look at the Snowdrift. Snowdrift onto Trill, into a disarm. Now Morrow could easily, he's got the block, and will go into, I believe, his third ice block of the game. Just so back and forth between these two teams.
Direwolves are back in it. They've got Sea-Doo's Trinket, and they've got Sam on an ice block lead in this position. It's really just a matter of reacting to the next Zenith from Blizzo. Sam makes that efficient trade. His team will likely win this match. They're in a confident and commanding position. But no, here it comes! He manages to hold on. Sea-Doo's into the sleepwalk, but they recover. They don't panic. They don't overlap. And now Trill is ripping into Morrow, gouging his cast, disrupting him, and really developing pressure. The kidney shot, he blinks into a wall, punishing Morrow's facing position there, so he'd blink into a wall as opposed to away from him. But now he's caught in a sleep. They're setting up on Sam. He's likely going to have to ice block. Sea-Doo's trying to greed it again. Will the greed pay off for Sea-Doo? He rewinds the damage. They cheap shot. They set up Sam, but he's disrupted by Blizzo. Morrow's defending himself with a Ring of Frost. Trill looks like he cloaked through it. Trill's going all in for the win right now, but Morrow baits them with an Alter Time into greater invisibility. They can't see him. He's trying to set up a Snowdrift, but he's getting lower and lower. Another sleepwalk from Sea-Doo. The crowd control is endless. They're all over Morrow, and can Lone Tar pull this off? Dream Breath into Verdant Embrace. Time Dilation. Sam on the back foot. Suddenly Sea-Doo is out of mana. Lone Tar does the impossible at a ping disadvantage, and they now have the lead, but a counterspell, as this could come down to the wire.
Yeah, anything could happen here. It could be a double kill right now. One mage going down for each side, but it's looking like Sam is in the most trouble here. Trill is getting uptime, but Trill has no Cloak of Shadows. He could get swapped to. He has the evasion, though. What are they going to do here? They're running out of options. Morrow's isolated. Sea-Doo goes for the game-winning sleepwalk. Lone Tar avoids it, but it's not going to be enough. Morrow will get dropped here, but I think Blizzo might want to play this one out here. If he can just get a little bit of uptime onto Sam. No, they are going to bow out here. Direwolves tie up the series, but that was as close as it could possibly be. What an insane finish there. They throw caution to the wind. They get the crowd control, and they just run at Morrow. That was looking really sketchy, though.
That was crazy. I mean, honestly, Morrow in those final moments, I mean, I want to highlight his defensive plays, his Alter Time, blinking behind the pillar, dropping a Ring of Frost. Trill just decided to cloak it and continue to go for it, but then activating the Alter, like Morrow had a really good game defensively there. Both mages did. Sam I am still having to risk it in some situation, but you could tell. I mean, the pressure is just so high. Even when Blizzo didn't have it, Morrow had a really good game defensively there. Both mages did. Sam I am still having to risk it in some situation, but you could tell. I mean, the pressure is just so high. Even when Blizzo didn't have his Zenith available, Sam I am still just respecting the damage. Just didn't want to throw away this map, was just so important. And ultimately, Direwolves do tie it up here, but we can take a look at some of the moments from the game.
Look how close it was on these mages. Just like this could have been over Guild being up right there if Sam didn't get that ice block off in time. Look at this play from Morrow. He baits them and then alters out of line of sight here from Trill. And he invises with barrier, so they can't target him for a couple of seconds. Really good tactical play from Morrow, while his healer had no way to heal him for like 20 seconds. So amazing positioning to buy time. Unfortunately, not enough time, because Sea-Doo and Trill and Sam, despite being at half health, they push for the win. They know they need to end this game. There's no more second chances. They got to just do damage, stay on target, and run him into the dirt. They commit even despite being at half health. They brave it out. Very courageous play here from the Direwolves. They tie it up 2-2, but now we're going to EU turf, and we're going to be going to an EU map selection as well. And if you're the Direwolves, do you think that maybe there's a comp that would be better with high latency that they could play and still be competitive? Like, is there a latency advantage comp that they could try?
I kind of feel like Direwolves are just going to stick with this. Like, yeah. It seems like this is kind of their comfort pick at this point. Sea-Doo on the Prez Evoker. And it's like I mentioned, for Direwolves, it's very important to me that this team continues to play aggressive. Like, look at this moment right here. Sea-Doo just goes in. He's going for sleepwalks. Lone Star immunes it. Sea-Doo's literally just spamming sleep on him. Look, pre-sleeping and immediately lands it. I mean, Lone Star was in kind of like a checkmate situation there where if he gets slept, they lose. And if he pre-deep breaths, he's still going to lose. So it was a really tough situation to be in, but I love the version of Direwolves where they're just running on top of Morrow. They're just fishing for polymorphs and sleepwalks the entire game, and I feel like that's how they win this series. I think if they try to play too defensive, Guild Bean will just walk away with this one. I think Guild Bean has to be put on the back foot, and that's exactly what Direwolves are doing.
I think you can tell that this is like this is Direwolves' potential last series, right? Like, they're taking this very seriously. Main composition, absolutely meta, playing around each other. Like, you can tell, like, they're clocking this in as like, this could be our final hour, guys. Like, if we're making this last hurrah, we're giving it everything we've got.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's got to be nerve-wracking as well for the people on the bench. Like, especially during that game, right? If you're Mez, you're just sitting there, just like, all right, good luck, guys. You know, if you need any water, let me know.
You know,
it's brutal to be that fourth guy. Just you know, not the matchup where you can get tagged in and you can't really do anything but just watch your team and try to feed them as much information as possible. And we're going to ruins of Lordaeron.
what does it mean? Where are we going? Is this a Windwalker map? Like, Direwolf's going to have to lock in a mage into a Windwalker? And we talked about it a little bit. We mentioned it. Like, at this point, the teams, they're going to have to play through every single map before we can go back to Nagrand. So we're going to be seeing all the crazy maps, assuming this series takes the distance. And it could. I mean, we mentioned the rules at the beginning of this. If these two teams just keep going back and forth on their own regions, like, it will go on indefinitely until somebody wins on, you know, the away server. So
until their fingers are bloody and they can't go on anymore. And
yeah. Our voices are gone, our eyes are dried out, you know, but that's what makes it so fun, is like the intensity and just how much is on the line for these two teams. You know, their entire season comes down to this. Both teams kind of representing their region. They've been putting in the practice. They know exactly, or they knew exactly who they're going to be playing against as well, which to me makes it all the more fun. Like, Direwolves, I'm sure they went and studied all of Guildbean's games, and vice versa. Guildbean went and studied all of Direwolves' games, and there's just so many mind games that come into this, which is awesome.
Okay, this is, I mean, this is a BlizzCon quality series here, right? Like, these are the biggest names throughout long-standing years of history in the AWC, going head-to-head to qualify for the last spot at BlizzCon, which just shows you the level of competition that's already there. And we've got new names moving into BlizzCon, and we've brought China back as well, as their region has just completed. And I wonder if Maro was influenced at all from the China regionals, because the mages there like Snowdrift a lot. Like, every single mage I saw in that regional was playing Snowdrift, and now Maro, he's adopted some Snowdrift play here, which is, I would say, not standard for him. It seems like a Tessia thing, at least, to be running that Snowdrift.
It's definitely a Tessia thing.
It's definitely a Tessia thing. So I wonder if he's either influenced from Tessia, maybe, or influenced from the Chinese regional. But I'm just curious to see what happens in the melting pot when all of the regions collide with each other and how that meta evolves.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be insane. I feel like we're getting a little bit of a preview of what it's gonna be like. But it's always such a good time seeing, you know, all the best players going head to head against each other, seeing the different you know, play styles clash, and seeing who comes out on top. And it's actually a really good point that you made. It's crazy to think that, you know, Direwolves is a former BlizzCon champion level team, and I mean, Guildbean is a team that made it all the way to Game 7 at BlizzCon. They lost in 2019 to Echo and Waz. So this is a team that, you know, has gone. This is a team that came as close as you possibly could to getting the trophy, and a team that has the trophy. So it's two insanely skilled teams, and they're battling it out just to qualify here in this cross-region match. But game number 5 is live, and Maro right now is taking quite a lot of damage here from the Direwolves. This is, of course, on EU advantage, so he needs to be very careful. The pressure is on Guildbean here. If Direwolves can win this, it's going to be huge for the rest of the series. Lontar's in a full blind. Samayam is taking a lot of damage here. The first Zenith is popped for Blizzo, gets sleepwalked on it immediately. They know how to deal with this so far, it seems, but there's the leg sweep. Blizzo still holding on to that second charge of the Zenith. Likes to space them out, it seems. Before last weekend, he was back-to-back. Samayam! Oh my god, they panicked. They popped the entire spellbook, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that is a lot of cooldowns committed. And now they're actually swapping on Trill. Trill needs to be careful. He needs to commit some cooldowns. Won't pop the evasion. I think he trades out a Vanish, though, so goes into stealth. Now looking to set up his team for some damage. Ring of Frost drops onto Lontar. Beautifully done. Now Maro needs to be careful. Trades out the Ice Barrier and ultimately will survive. But we talked about it. Direwolves are way down on cooldowns right now. Maro actually gets interrupted. Big Ring of Frost, or Ray of Frost, channeled out here by Sam. And Maro might just fall. He goes into the ice block, and Direwolves are not out of it yet. They strike back in a big way.
Huge win right there for the Direwolves as far as cooldowns. But here comes another setup. Sam at 50% health. He's kiting away. Sea-Doo's next to him. Dream Breath connects. He rescues him to the opposite side of the map. Is Lone Star going to do the same? He doesn't need to. Sleep onto Sea-Doo. Sam still in trouble. Uses the ice barrier to soak damage. They kidney shot Blizzo into a polymorph onto Lone Star. They isolate Maro. They're pushing for his final ice block. Do they have enough damage to get it? Doesn't look like they do just yet in this position as Lone Star is able to recover him. Now Sam interrupted. Blizzo is ripping in. Sea-Doo into a polymorph. Trill into a sleepwalk. Sam is isolated and getting absolutely annihilated. Blizzo gets ice nova on his charge. Sam goes for a polymorph of desperation. Instantly dispelled by Lone Star. Blizzo across the map getting uptime. Trill on Maro in this position as well, looking to try and get as much damage out onto him as he can. He full blinds Lone Star with no trinket, but it doesn't look like his team can get there. They do manage to finally get in line of sight, but the blind is over. So the blind basically gets nothing done for Trill. He's got Smoke Bomb. He's got Adrenaline Rush. I think a Lone Star swap is pretty much their only option right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think a Sea-Doo swap is the only option here for Guild Bean right now. If they want to close it out, they got Zenith, they got Ray of Frost right now. They could easily take Sea-Doo down. Look, he's in a full sleepwalk. They could easily set up out of there.
That's it.
That's it. Big swap coming out. Can they do it? They do it. Sea-Doo gets deleted by Guild Bean here in game number 5, and I could see it. I could see it. Sea-Doo was just marinating in that CC chain right before the swap. I'm like, dude, you have Zenith, you have Ray of Frost, Sea-Doo doesn't have Trinket, he doesn't have Rewind, and he doesn't have Emerald's Communion. Trinket Rewind is basically like a guaranteed safety button. You're just going to survive if you use that in a swap like that. And Emerald Communion is another button that you can use as the Preservation Evoker while you're in a stun. So it's basically a big heal for your entire team, and it also restores mana, and you can use it while you're stunned. But if you don't have your Trinket, you can't Trinket Rewind, you don't have your Emerald Communion, that means you can't use that while you're stunned as well. That means if you do get stunned and everyone collapses like that, you're just going to get absolutely destroyed. And that's exactly what happened. And it is a result of this moment in the opener right here where Sam blocks, Sea-Doo panics, and Emerald Communions. They use their entire spellbook here, overlapping. But when did Sea-Doo actually Trinket Rewind in this position? So this was Morrow's Ice Block, and I think Sea-Doo already had Trinketed and Rewinded there. So then they get the Sheep, they get the Sleepwalk, and the best thing when you're setting up a swap like this is when you CC the target and then switch to it, because that gives the entire team time to collapse. You let the target marinate a little bit before you fully commit there, and that's just a 10 out of 10 execution.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like EU wins faster and faster when they win, whereas NA, it's still like a slog, which I feel like is giving an edge to Guild Bean.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel that way, but Direwolves have won on their home field advantage every single time. So Guild Bean is going to have to flip the switch. I think, I mean, even in that last game, we kind of called it out. There was moments where they could have done this to Sea-Doo, and they just didn't. They hesitated, right? They waited too long. Yeah. They let the Emerald Communion get off cooldown. So I think this is a potential option for Guild Bean to end the games faster. Like, go after Sam I Am, maybe take him down without the block, but if you ever force Trinket and Communion, you swap Sea-Doo. And the thing is, there's a bit of a mind game there, because now Sea-Doo has that thought in his mind where it's like, okay, maybe it's not so safe to just trade out the Trinket in this moment because they can easily swap me. And then it becomes a lot more difficult as a healer to make that decision when you know multiple targets can go down. If it's only Sam, you're not that afraid to trade out your Trinket. You're not that afraid to trade out the Emerald Communion. But when you know that they can do this to you with this kind of damage, I think the hesitation might be there. And also, this is potentially match point for Guild Bean.
Man, look at that damage spike at the end. That purple line is Guild Bean's damage. Just, they're on the floor. They're at 0 and then just 150,000. Just peaking. They're going to Tolvaron Arena. Guild Bean are locking in the same composition, and this could be Sea-Doo's final arena in the AWC, as he has cited on his social media that this could be his last tournament, his last series. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but we'll take him at his word at this point in time that this could be his last hurrah. He locks it in. They take no time whatsoever. Outlaw Rogue, Frost Mage, Preservation Evoker. Can they tie this up 3-3 and take it to a game 7?
Oh, maybe Zico's prediction is going to be right.
I mean, right now we're just bouncing back and forth here, but I will say, I'm gonna be completely honest here. It feels like Guild Bean is better on away servers than Direwolves. It feels like Guildbean, I mean, you said it as well, Van. I really think they threw that one game where they did swap to Sea-Doo, but they just waited. Like, why are we waiting till Emerald Community is back up? Like, lock in, gang. Just go,
Yeah, just win.
beat him. Like, he's got nothing. He's just a, he's just a target dummy at this point, as we saw here, right? So I think they could have ended that game. Also, there was that one moment where Sam almost pulled a second Raikou. So I think there is a lot of potential here for Guildbean. I'm seeing multiple ways that they're going to win on the away servers. But for Dire Wolves, even on their own servers, it has been through a consistent pressure that they're rotating the entire way through. I think if you're Dire Wolves, it's time to switch it up. Right now, you need to lock in and win on North American grounds. After that, I think you throw a curveball. I agree with Sid. Get the sub-rogue in here. Get some one-shot potential of your own, because then you can all of a sudden steal a game from the enemy team, and that might just be all you need to win the entire thing.
Potential match point here. If Guildbean wins this, they will win the series. It is do or die for Direwolves to tie it up. And I mean, we talked about it. BlizzCon on the line.
He's right on top of him.
So important. Maro actually Nova's Trill out of stealth. Beautifully done there by Maro. This is an excellent start. He's not going to be able to start off with that cheap shot.
Oh, and the double dragon stun. This is terrible for the Direwolves in this initial stage. They don't get a sap, which is a crowd control that can be only used when the healer is out of combat. And Sam just takes a huge amount of damage. Sea-Doo responds with the time dilation in the nick of time. And I mean, BlizzCon's on the line. Your entire career in the AWC here, retirement is just looming for the Direwolves at this point. Can they actually do this? Maro is low on health. Sam fakes an interrupt. He's going to be the precognition king. Is he going to be able to secure crowd control? He gets a polymorph, but it's on diminishing return, so it's not going to last as long. Trill now into a Ring of Frost, and without crowd control, they are not going to be able to take Maro down. Sea-Doo getting a Dream Breath onto the team. Lone Tar into a cheap shot, into a Sleepwalk. Excellent setup. That forces Emerald Communion from the side of Guildbean, and now Maro setting up with a Snowdrift of his own, but not able to polymorph off of it. Sea-Doo rescuing Trill onto Maro just a few inches away as he's into a paralyzed. Big damage out from Blizzo, and Sam cannot afford to choke. He's critically low at 10% ice blocking behind the pillar, and Sea-Doo is still in crowd control. It's still stressful for Sea-Doo. Can he get there? He's Frost Nova'd. He has to dispel it. He tries to connect to heal, but Blizzo might finish him. Time dilation and barrier. Just enough to stay alive. Sea-Doo's career flashing before his eyes.
Yeah, and Sam's life might be flashing before his eyes, because guess what? Blizzo has another charge of Zenith. They need to get some offensive pressure, and they need it fast. They need Mr. Warcraft here, Trill, to start doing some of that race to world first damage that he's known for. But look at the Snowdrift, stalling him out a little bit. Sea-Doo's in a sleepwalk. They could connect. The Zenith has been popped. Blizzo, nice Ice Nova there onto Blizzo. Nice kidney shot. They are just slowing Blizzo down. They do not want Blizzo to even touch Sam I Am right now. Blizzo is just like lava right now. You cannot go anywhere near him. There's the leg sweep onto Sea-Doo to continue in the chain, but they're not going to be able to connect there. Blizzo in the Dragon's Breath. Sam I Am should be able to stabilize here. A lot of healing available. Sea-Doo finally out of crowd control, going offensively immediately. There's the Sleepwalk as well onto Lontar into another Sleepwalk. Maro is just going to respect it with the early ice block here, but Sea-Doo, he has no Emerald Communion and no Rewind now, so Sea-Doo has no more options. Maro's still in trouble though. However, Lontar coming out of crowd control is going to be able to power up Maro. Manages to find the heals that Maro needed.
Uh-oh, Sam gets interrupted. Blinking behind the pillar, Sleepwalk on Sea-Doo, or at the same time taking some serious damage, and Lone Tar fell behind there. He sat the Oppressive Roar polymorph and cost his team some cooldowns. Maro used out the ice block, but luckily for him, still has one available. Sam I Am finds another polymorph, and Maro's getting low. Lone Tar's forced to trade out his trinket. Here comes the time dilation to slow down the damage. At the same time, Trill and Sam I Am are taking quite a bit of burst. Blizzo rolls over, big ray of frost. Sam's in danger. Ooh. And when you're at 40% health, you could just die. Needs to be very, very careful. Gets the barrier off, and Sea-Doo does recover his health, but man, both these teams playing out of their mind.
Lone Tar, no trinket. Yeah. Are they going to be able to push in and get this final ice block? Lone Tar Obsidian Scales anticipating a swap. And it looks like he hit the stun. Sam is low. Has an ice block available, but Blizzo's right there. Sea-Doo saves him, rescuing him to the middle of the map. Sam's trying to reposition desperately, but Blizzo is just in hot pursuit, bouncing him into the wall with the Ring of Peace. Sam's looking for polymorphs, trying to fake interrupts. Maro is baiting Trill behind the pillar, but Trill is 1v2ing Maro and Lone Tar right now. Sea-Doo is there to back him up on Maro. Sam is wrapping around the right side. Trill just getting uptime, trying to carry, but a Snowdrift Dragon Stun combo comes out from Guildbean at the 3.5 minute mark as Trill is rotting and getting cleaved down. Double Ring of Frost. Sam isolated connected once again and counterspelled on Frost. It's going to be a counterspell on Frost that decides this. He's able to blink to the middle of the map. Emerald Communion from Sea-Doo comes out in the nick of time, regenerating mana, so evenly matched, but another big hit comes out from Blizzo. Can he get away from this Fist of Fury? He blinks, he Frost Novas, he Tiger's Lust, and Blizzo is moving in. He gets dispelled instantly by Lone Star despite the ping disadvantage. So much damage, and Sam He greets it, and Guild Bean are going to BlizzCon.
Unbelievable finish coming out from Guild Bean. Blizzo with the aggressive trinket there. Sam I thought he was completely fine. He thought, okay, Trill, I sheeped him. He got dispelled. I re-sheeped the dispel, and Trill was there with the cheap shot. But Blizzo doesn't care. He just trinkets and sends the Rising Sun Kick that qualifies his entire team to BlizzCon. What an insane turnaround. And this is kind of what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame. It is very high potential for a no block to happen in this matchup, and it is very high potential, even with the ping disadvantage, for Guild Bean to get that no block, and we see it here. This is a crazy finish. We're going to see it a little bit earlier in the match, of course. Here, this is the first ice block coming out from Samayam with that first Zenith pop from Blizzo, and then here, this was a nice exchange. So Lontar's in a crowd control, and they get the double Ring of Frost from Morrow. So this was a 2v3 situation. Morrow turned it into a 2v1 situation, and then they get an insane amount of damage. And look at Blizzo here. He gets sheeped, gets dispelled into a resheep, and then he gets sheep shot. He instantly trinkets, connects the damage. Morrow gets a global off as well with the ice lance there at the end, and they're able to eliminate Dire Wolves here. Brutal finish.
Yeah, I feel like this was an amazing series between two amazing teams, but Guild Bean, they stepped it up. I feel like Morrow had a really impressive series here, the way he was able to survive. Just such a consistent mage, and this is why we talk so much about Morrow in the European region. He has been one of the best mages for such a long time, and I feel like he just never has a bad day. Just super consistent. The way he's landing polymorphs here, really helping enable his team, and Blizzo with that aggression too on the Monk. Lontar, excellently done. What a great series. But Guild Bean's got to be super happy because, I mean, we talked about it a little bit. This is a team, I don't think any of them have won BlizzCon before. They've gotten about as close as you can, but getting the boys back together for one final push and actually qualifying in a matchup like this, I can't imagine how excited they are.
I would imagine that they're ecstatic right now as a roster to get that opportunity, as it's been gone for so long, right? 2019 was the last time, so what is that, 7 years since the last opportunity to be able to get a BlizzCon championship title? You come back with the boys, just making that main squad roster, that Zeepai Blizzo synergy, Morrow and Lontar coming in and having to adopt some new strategies, you know, and potentially some new compositions moving closer to BlizzCon as well. As a team, they're an adaptable team. They're excellent. They're phenomenal. Top of their game right now at the moment, and I'm sure that on the global stage they are going to be just as impressive. And this is sadly the end of the run for Sea-Doo. They fought valiantly here. You can tell that they took this series very seriously. It wasn't like you know, some of the previous matchups where they're playing some composition picks that seem a bit questionable at the time. They went full meta build, tried to make it happen. Unfortunately, came up short in their calculations in these final moments, not anticipating the amount of damage that Guild Bean had available, and they will falter, they will fall here for North America, which means that there are, I believe, 3 teams from Europe, 2 teams from North America, and 1 team from China that are going to be going head-to-head single elimination tournament for the largest prize pool, I believe, of all time for the AWC.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff here. I mean, I can't even imagine what that feels like. But Morrow, man, what a player. Look what he does right there at the end. He's losing crowd control. He just turns it around from a 2v3 situation where he's on the 2v side to a 2v1 situation there. That cross CC, so deadly. Morrow just, he, like you mentioned, you know, came back from the retirement. He hasn't been competing actually for a couple of years now, and he came back specifically to play with these dudes, and now they have qualified all the way to BlizzCon, and they're gonna have a shot at the trophy. And this is the kind of team that I think the closer you get to BlizzCon, the more leveled up they're going to be, and it just speaks volumes, right, for the competition throughout the entire year on both regions. Because I'm not gonna lie, previously it was like, okay, which team is going to be second best to Echo in Europe? And in NA, it was like, okay, which team is going to be second best to Welcome to the Junk? But now we're seeing all of these amazing teams rise up. You know, it's just going to be an insane BlizzCon. Guild Bean joining the EU teams in third place, securing that last spot, and then we're gonna see what China has to bring, as well as you know, our two top dogs qualifying from North America, with F tier being one of those squads, and of course the Gators, which is another team that kind of was formed with the remains of the move. So it's crazy to see how good the teams are in both regions. I don't even know who's going to win here, but EU gets first strike.
First blood. EU.
I think the really exciting thing about BlizzCon this year too is it's a single elimination format. So you come in and you have some surprises on your side. You know, you prepare. I think they're going to know who they're playing against. I'm almost certain about that. So they're going to be able to prepare for a team just like we saw. They can bring in surprises, interesting compositions, and I think that makes it even more exciting, because I feel like all you have to do is show up for, you know, a couple series, and all of a sudden you're in the finals.
Oh my God. It's so much money too. I believe it's $120,000 first place prize. You gotta just come off the plane in person, grind it out on a live stage, massive audience. Like, the audience there is massive from the BlizzCons that I've been to in the past. So there's a lot of pressure there. The lights, the cameras, everybody looking at you, the highest prize, the highest stakes. I'm so excited to see how the players step up to that podium and to go head to head, because you were listing some of the teams. Like F tier for me, this team is so young. Like Meep is like, I think 18 years old, and this team formed as like a bottom ranking gauntlet team, and then come through and qualify to BlizzCon here, the big year that counts, and they actually do it. They pull it off as a newly formed roster, which was so amazing. Now they've got Guild Bean as competition.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I think we are actually trying to set up an interview here as well, so we're going to see if we have that available. See if we can have a chance to talk to Guild Bean before we close things up here for today. But yeah, I can't wait thinking about the questions that I want to ask them. And I feel like too, for the European region, they got to be excited that they have extra teams. And for North America, just having two teams, it could be limiting on the amount of practice that they're going to be able to get. And you do wonder, since these teams in these regions don't compete against each other's immediately, like, how advantageous is it to have that extra spot and teams that you can kind of war game and practice against?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, it's always been a bit of a mind game too at BlizzCon. Like, some teams, they're like, okay, we're so good, we're going to beat everyone. We're not going to practice. We're not going to war game anyone. Yeah. We don't want to give anyone practice against us. And usually those teams don't do too well, but a lot of teams have had that kind of ego in the past, and some teams are just like, yeah, we'll practice against anything and just get as many reps in as possible. And there's also been situations where, you know, the EU teams are kind of practicing against each other, and A teams are kind of over there practicing against each other, and both teams kind of playing for that regional pride too. So it's going to be really exciting to see what everything looks like. But yeah, I do know in the past that Guild Bean's team and Echo's team, they used to be on the same sponsor. They used to be on the same banner back when they were Method Black and Method Orange. And then they used to practice against each other, because then they were sister teams. So yeah, I think it's going to be exciting to see. And also the meta, I mean, we don't know what meta is going to be played at BlizzCon. So these guys are going to have to adapt to it. But it sounds like we have an interview with Maro ready to go here.
All right.
Hello, guys. What's up? How's it going?
Oh, good to
How's
see
it
you,
going,
man.
guys? It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been. You know, like I've messaged you in the past. I'm like, bro, when are you coming back? When are you competing again? Like, we need you back on Mage. You know, Echo, they've been dominating too much, and now that you've come back with, you know, your team that you played with in the past, you know, Zeepai, Blizzle, you guys have brought on Lontar. I'm sure you guys were nervous going into this, but how good does it feel to have that chance at BlizzCon again?
I mean, it feels amazing because obviously the whole goal this year was to make it to BlizzCon. Like that's the only reason why I'm even competing in the first place, to make it there and have like another shot of at winning it. So I mean, this was the first step, right? If you don't qualify, then you don't even get the shot. So I mean, this was the most important thing. Like for us, it doesn't matter if we get third, second, first. The goal was to make it to BlizzCon, and then we just go from there. And then we see anything can happen. Meta might change, you know.
Yeah. And you guys had a week to prepare for this matchup against the Direwolves. What did that week look like for you, knowing that was your opponent?
I mean, we kind of just looked at what they were playing throughout the cups, and it was like we kind of like knew Insta was sub AME or Outlaw Rogue Mage, and then we just kind of like we couldn't do as many war games as we did the weeks before the grand finals because teams are obviously playing less and there's like only 2 teams left, and for a lot of teams there's no reason to war game anymore. So but shout out to next team, next Brunity and them, Pilly. They helped us a bit with some war games, and then kind of just looked at our VODs. I mean, we had enough games into these comps. We just didn't play well enough last week to win, even though I think we could have. So it was kind of like just us like having to play better.
Well, you know, I'm really wondering what was it like to play against North America again for the first time? Because I feel like the regions, you know, they don't cross-pollinate too much. Is there any distinct differences in that series between fighting a European team as opposed to a North American team?
I mean, the obvious thing is obviously the ping. Like playing on NA servers is hard. The games on their servers obviously much harder. But other than that, we didn't really know because, I mean, we watched some of their streams and saw how they were playing, and it's like hard to compare. I don't think they're worse individually. I think they're just missing games. Like the 2 teams we're facing in the EU every week, Brunity's team and West team, they have 1,000 war games into the comps we're playing. Like they have insane amount of track. So it's like hard to like surprise them with anything, and it just comes down to playing much better into these, like into NA teams that I feel like they didn't have that much track. So it was more like open games and just whoever plays better on the day, I guess.
So you feel like the EU RMPs were harder?
Yeah, they were harder. Like, not to flame anyone, they were definitely harder. Like, but it's obvious because they have literally 1,000 war games. Like, it's the EU teams this year were very tryhard, and this is not a flame or anything. This is really, it's a good thing, but they were very, very good at the comps they were playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask, what was the vibes like last weekend after you guys kind of knew, okay, we're gonna have to go into this cross-region match, and what were they like before NA played out? Like before you knew who you were against, what was the feeling in the team? Were you guys like super worried about it, or were you guys like, okay, we got this. Whoever comes out, like we're gonna destroy them?
Nah, I mean, with us, it's like after the series, when you lose, there's no like thinking about the next series for like at least 2-3 hours, because people have to like find out whose fault it was first, right? That's always how it is. Yeah. And then you go from there. So we didn't really have that much time between knowing we're going to be third and then knowing who we're going to face. But we knew that whoever we're going to face, we have a good chance, because, like I said, I think the EU teams were just very, very good, the top 2 teams. And for us, it was just about just finding our comps, because I do think in these finals, like this week, maybe not, but last week we weren't so sure what we were going to play. We had so many comps prepared. Like today we were thinking about playing LEDH, Rogue Mage ourselves, Windwalker Mage, Warrior Mage, Thunder. And it's like so many comps that are all like somewhat good, somewhat bad. But like I just told my team as well, we just need to find like 1 or 2 comps and play these on a day and just try our best. And if we win, we win. And if we lose, we lose. But we can't overthink like these comp picks too much, I think.
All right.
Go ahead, man.
No, I was going to say, I have one for you. Like, looking at BlizzCon, we know all the teams that are going to be there. Is there any teams in particular that you're looking forward to playing? And is there any that you would want to beat in the finals? Like, would it be ultra satisfying for you to take down?
I mean, obviously, it's would be nice to face West and them again in the finals, just because it happened the last BlizzCon 7 years ago. So it would be nice to have that final again.
I'd love to see that.
But other than that, I'm actually looking forward, if we get to face them, to face like the top 2 NA teams as well. I think Meep's team and Calvish team, I think it would be fun to face them, just because I have never faced them. Like I faced Capsi, but I never really faced other people in their teams. So it would be fun to like face them, I guess. And I mean, it would be nice to face the Chinese team as well, just to see how it is.
Anyone else got something?
No, I just want to say, Mario, bro, it's good to see you again, man. Don't take such a long break on us next time, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Come on, man.
We'll see you throughout the BlizzCon goes, guys, and then we'll go from there, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I hope you guys stick together because back in 2019, you know, you guys were my favorite team. So
yeah, I remember.
It's really nice to.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We will try our best. We will try our best at BlizzCon and see what we can do.
All right. Before we head out, is there any final words you have? Any shout outs, anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, just thank you to my team. Obviously, it was until this one was a lot of fun. You know, playing again, getting back together with the whole team, and then just thank you to everyone helping us. You know, this week, especially Unity's team, and then obviously our sponsor Bean. Thank you for sponsoring us, and yeah. Thank you guys for doing a good job.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations again, man. It was awesome to talk to you, and looking forward to seeing you play at BlizzCon, dude. See you later.
See you guys.
Bye.
Oh man, what a great guy. I'm a big fan of Morrow. I have been for a really long time. So awesome to talk to him, and we have some exciting stuff coming up here at BlizzCon.
Yeah, we most certainly do. I mean, Morrow, great guy. Looking forward to seeing his team do what they can do at BlizzCon. It sounded like he's like, okay, we're going to take it one step at a time. We'll see what happens at BlizzCon. But I can imagine it's nerve-wracking for sure to be thinking that far ahead right now. Probably just wants to enjoy the moment. But yeah, now we know who our teams are at BlizzCon. And MDI will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. PDT, 7 p.m. CEST. And for all the arena fans out there, AWC will resume at BlizzCon.
Oh, man. That's exciting. And yeah, big shout out to, if any of the MDI people came and hung out with us, you did great.